I was reincarnated as a baby, and with every mouthful of milk, I grew stronger. By the time I was 3 months old, I had already kicked my legs a cumulative 10,000 times. At 4 months, I learned to crawl. By 5 months, I could already walk. This was because I had a cheat system. As long as I continuously trained a part of my body, that part would become infinitely stronger. At 6 months, I was already watching TV with my parents. The world I was in had 2 different kinds of superhuman powers. One was cyborgs, and the other was gene fusers. Cyborgs represented mechanical ascension, strengthening their bodies through mechanical modification. Gene fusers gained partial abilities of mutated beasts by fusing with their genes. And humanity's enemies, it went without saying, were the various mutated beasts that appeared after Earth's transformation. Soon after, new neighbors moved in next door. They also had a daughter, named Xinqing Han. This girl would become my first friend in this world. But at that moment, I had no idea that our destinies would become tightly intertwined in the future. At 7 months, I learned to run, jump, and even started to speak. At 8 months, I began doing sit-ups to train my abs. Although I only dared to do this when my parents weren't around. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river long enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. I was accidentally caught by my mother. Mother rubbed her eyes. What's going on? Did I just see my son doing sit-ups? But when she looked at me again, I was already lying down. Mother concluded that she had been too engrossed in writing her novel lately and was suffering from stress-induced hallucinations. A few days later, while bathing me, Mother called out to Father in a panic. Honey, our Chunchin is only 8 months old. How can he have abs? Father put his little brain to work. Chunchin has an astonishing appetite, and he already has abs. I get it. Honey, is it possible our son is a 1 in a million prodigy? It looks like our Chunchin has a bright future. He'll most likely become a gene fuser, or at the very least, a cyborg. I breathed a sigh of relief. My secret cheat was almost exposed. But thankfully, Dad filled in the blanks with his own theory about me being a genius. Having a pair of novelists for parents was truly a stroke of luck. But speaking of geniuses, I wasn't the only one on this mutated Earth. A TV report stated, a prodigy with innate divine strength has appeared in the 1,000-year-old martial arts family of the capital. At 2 years old, he can lift a 20-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. After watching, Mother patted my head. My Chunchin is also amazing. In the future, you definitely won't lose to those so-called prodigies from elite families. I thought to myself, that's my mom for you. I'm such a good judge of character. But I wonder if I'll be able to easily lift 20 kilograms when I'm 2. Finally, I stealthily made it to my 2nd birthday. With the help of my practice makes power skill, I could now also easily handle 20 kilograms with one hand. Just then, Mother called out, Chinchin, where are you? Little sister Hanan is here to play with you. Come on out. I patted my shoulders and walked out, where I saw a little girl. She was holding an egg tart for me, but I told her to eat it herself. Although there was a huge gap in her mental ages, I still let her cling to me, because she was the perfect size to be my weighted accessory. But this weighted accessory had a small problem. It would occasionally leak. When that happened, I could only call for backup. It looks like Hanan has wet herself again. At 3, I could lift a 40-kilogram weight with one hand, while the capital's prodigy, who was a year and a half older than me, could only lift a 30-kilogram dumbbell. But looking at my status panel, I fell into deep thought. My biological rank was still at ordinary tier 1. I wondered what ordinary tier 2 would be like, beyond the limits of humanity. With this question in mind, I stepped out of my home for the first time. And for the first time, I saw gene fusers and cyborgs with my own eyes. The first place I went was the library, since my parents didn't want me to have too much screen time. The library was the best place to find answers. Through reading, I began to form a new understanding of this mutated Earth's worldview. It turned out that ancient stone tablets and mysterious ruins recorded that the world was divided into 6 biological ranks: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each rank was further subdivided into 9 stages, and ordinary humans were at ordinary rank, stage 1. In front of those high-ranked beings, we were less than ants. It seemed I had to speed up my process of stealthily getting stronger. Only then would I have a chance to survive in this dangerous world. You are reading a book. Spirit +1. Comprehension +1. Knowledge +1. Achievement. Cumulatively read 100 million words. Reward. Acquired biological trait. Divine intellect. Extracurricular reading word count. 10,086/100 million. The system really gets me. It immediately assigned a new mission after I finished reading. From then on, I began cultivating both my mind and body. I would do sit-ups while reading books. By age 4, my reading volume had reached 43.96 million words, and my kindergarten life began that year. Shortly after starting kindergarten, I successfully advanced to ordinary Tier 2. By then, I could lift 80 kilograms with one hand, jump 1.2 meters high from a standstill, and sprint 100 meters in under 11 seconds. As for Henin, she was often teased by other students as the bedwetting queen because she wet her pants. How could I stand by and do nothing? I jumped onto the teacher's desk and roared, "All of you shut up. From now on, whoever calls her the bedwetting queen, I'll make sure you wet your bed every day." The other kids were scared to tears. Only Henin looked at me with a face full of admiration. "Your domineering aura is overwhelming. You have made all the children in the class fear you. Successfully unlock the title King of Kindergarten. Achievement: dominate 9 years of compulsory education. Titles: King of Kindergarten, unlocked. Top dog of elementary school, locked. Middle school, overlord, locked. I never expected that one roar would trigger another new mission. The previous mission wasn't even done, and a new one had arrived. It seemed missions could be progressed simultaneously, which was great news. Half a year later, I successfully completed the reading mission and obtained the biological trait Divine Intellect. From then on, I had a photographic memory, and my learning ability reached the pinnacle of human potential. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, we were almost 7, smoothly reaching our kindergarten graduation ceremony. During the vacation before elementary school, I continued to train, constantly improving myself. I could lift 200 kilograms with one hand. My high jump broke 2 meters, and my 100-meter dash was under 8 seconds. With the help of Divine Intellect, I had basically finished learning all the elementary school curriculum in my spare time. Soon, my elementary school life began. Since I was already self-studying middle and high school courses, elementary school competitions were a breeze. But winning awards was all trivial. I just wanted to unlock the top dog of elementary school title as quickly as possible. At school, whenever I had free time, I would give Xian Ching Han private tutoring sessions. Although Xian Ching Han wasn't exceptionally talented, she made up for it by being obedient and diligent. After one semester, her grades were already second in the class. In the first place, naturally, was me. To unlock the title faster, besides studying, I actively participated in various events at the school's sports meet and broke every school record. Just when I thought I would repeat these daily routines and live out a peaceful elementary school life, a special transfer student appeared in our class. The reason she was special was that I could sense an aura on her that wasn't human. She was assigned to the seat behind me. As she passed by, Xian Ching Han whispered to me, "Little Chun, her hair is so beautiful, it's just like snowflakes in winter." At that moment, I had no mind to respond to Xian Ching Han. I was more concerned about why Bai Shui had a non-human aura. Could she be a gene fuser or the descendant of one? For the next few days, Bai Shui would just lie on her desk motionless as soon as class was over. At first, everyone was curious about her, but their interest soon faded. About a month later, a white liquid began to secrete from Bai Shui's body. I didn't know what the substance was, but it had a foul odor. She was met with disgust from her classmates. One boy went too far, pouring water on her head, saying she stank, and he was helping her wash up. I thought this normally cold and silent girl would get angry, but instead, she started to sob. The classmates who bullied her were laughing their heads off, and then couldn't bear it and hoped I would help. Although I still hadn't figured out the girl's identity, I decided to step in. I placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Guan Chun wiped the water off by Shui's desk. Guan Chun was startled. "And no problem, I'll wipe it right away." He then quickly started cleaning the desk, because he knew I was the notorious little tyrant of the school, someone even the 6th graders didn't dare to mess with. Then I said to the others, "Everyone who was bullied by Shui during this time, come over and apologize to her right now." The few students who had bullied Bai Shui flinched, then stood in a line and collectively said to her, "We were wrong, Bai Shui. Please forgive us." Bai Shui stopped crying and expressed her sincere gratitude to me and Henin. From that day on, Xian Ching Han took the initiative to approach the white-haired girl, pulling me along to befriend her. Whenever she had good food, she would share it with her immediately. Bai Shui finally voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. "I smell so bad. Aren't you disgusted by me?" She took the initiative to explain, "I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I've been ostracized and despised by people around me my whole life. So the happiness of having someone by my side for the first time feels too unreal, almost like a dream. This isn't a dream, Henin replied resolutely. I've had a similar experience, so I would never despise you, and as long as you're willing, we will always be good friends. The bedwetting queen had a similar past, so she understood Bai Shui perfectly. At that moment, Bai Shui hugged Henin tightly, her tears flowing like a spring. Thank you. She then took off the necklace from her neck. Henin, little Chun, you've always given me delicious food and been my friends, so I want to give you something too. This pair of beast fangs was a birthday present from my mom last year. Now I'm giving them to you. I hope you won't dislike them, and I hope we can be friends forever. Henin took the beast fangs with both hands and said happily, we will be best friends forever and ever. Just as Xi and Qing Han thought this friendship would last forever, the unexpected happened. A cyborg handled her transfer procedures, and I overheard the principal saying her records were completely confidential. This confirmed that Bai Shui's identity was indeed not simple. From that day on, we never saw Bai Shui again. She was just a passerby in our childhood. Compared to Bai Shui's departure, the events that followed were what concerned me more. That prodigy from the capital had successfully fused with a mutated beast's genes at the age of 10 and could now lift a 1,000-pound boulder with one hand. This surprised me. He had started fusing genes so young. Before, that prodigy could only lift a 100 kilograms barbell with one hand. After gene fusion, he could directly lift a 500 kilograms object, a 5-fold increase. However, I was only 8, and without any gene fusion, I could already lift a 300 kilograms object with one hand. In that sense, my potential was still greater. After making this calculation, I was still full of confidence for the future until I saw the next piece of news and truly understood the feeling of being dominated by fear. A neighboring country had suffered a severe mutated beast attack. Based on footage from eyewitnesses, the attack was related to giant mutated rats. A female office worker was swallowed by a mutated beast right on camera. Furthermore, the investigation revealed that heretical cultists were behind this giant rat incident, fanning the flames. A spokesperson from Sakura country appeared on camera, appealing to all nations for aid, hoping to jointly annihilate the heretical cultists. The so-called heretics were an anti-human organization founded by some traitors. For their own benefit, they had become the running dogs of the mutated beasts, launching attacks within human society. Luckily, I was born in a strong country with a relatively stable environment, allowing me to continue growing and developing stealthily. But just then, I heard the sound of sonic booms outside my window. I rushed to the window to see, and saw many official cyborgs flying by. The next morning, I was waiting for Hanin to go to school together. Just then, I noticed that the beast found Bai Shu had given her was actually glowing. It was only then that I determined this tooth belonged to a mutated beast. No wonder Bai Shu had a hint of a non-human aura. The source of that aura must have been this tooth. After that, we went to school, but the mobilization of cyborgs last night, combined with the strange phenomenon of the beast Fong, gave me a bad feeling that something was about to happen. As we were passing a red-haired woman, she suddenly called out to us, "Hello, little ones. Would you like to play some fun and interesting games with Big Sister?" She asked if we were siblings, and the unsuspecting Hanin told her the truth. Then, the woman asked with ill intent, "You're so young and going to school by yourselves. Where are your parents?" I pulled Hanin away, saying we were going to be late and shouldn't waste time. When we got to school, I warned Hanin not to casually answer questions from strangers who approached her in the future. Hanin said she understood. After school, I took Hanin on a different route home. But as we passed an alley, we ran into the same woman from this morning. I had already taken a detour, but I didn't expect her to still follow us. The woman smiled. "Little ones, Big Sister has tasty snacks at her house. Want to come over and play?" This time, a man appeared behind her. Without another word, the man rushed forward, trying to abduct us. But I had already assumed an attack stance. I threw a punch, hitting the man squarely in the chest, and he flew back like a cannonball. The woman was stunned. How is that possible? How can an elementary school student send a grown man flying before she could figure it out? I was already in front of her. I then landed a punch on her face. Next, I picked up a brick and walked towards them. There were no cameras around. To eliminate any future trouble, I had to finish them off. I didn't want to do this either. But if they told anyone about what happened today, my abilities would be exposed, and my plan to live low-key and grow stronger would be ruined. But just then, the ground began to tremble, and the roar of a giant beast echoed. Then, we saw a mutated beast appear right before our eyes. That's a giant mutated rat. Next, the giant mutated rat opened its massive maw and bit off the lower half of the woman's body. Then it grabbed the man, one in each hand, and ate them like snacks. Without a second thought, I rushed towards Henin, scooped her up, and ran for my life. Unfortunately, not long after we escaped, a cyborg flew over from the sky. She flew straight towards the giant mutated rat, stopping only when she was directly above its head. Then, she raised her right hand and began to charge her weapon. Once charged, she aimed the cannon at the giant rat. Tranquilizer shells fire. The giant mutated rat was bombarded relentlessly. A moment later, it felt a wave of dizziness. At that very moment, the female cyborg swiped her blade across the giant rat's neck, completely ending its life. After returning home, I analyzed the day's battle. This female cyborg's rank probably wasn't very high. She first weakened the rat with tranquilizer darts, then engaged in close combat for 7 minutes before finishing the fight. But the giant mutated rat was indeed tough to deal with. As an adult, it could grow to over 3 meters long, with a biological rank as high as ordinary Tier 5. It was a good thing the cyborgs arrived yesterday, or we wouldn't have escaped. However, one's own strength is what matters most. After that, I began to train even more rigorously. Weighted squats, vitality +2, leg muscle strength +2, squat proficiency +1. Soon after, Henin and I celebrated our 9th birthday. After making our wishes, we exchanged gifts. I gave Henin a wooden hairpin, which I had carved myself in one night after self-learning with the help of divine intellect. Time flew, and in a blink of an eye, we graduated from elementary school. By then, I had unlocked the top dog of elementary school title. I was just one step away from unlocking middle school overlord and obtaining the biological trait law of the jungle. During the vacation before middle school, to prepare for unlocking the title faster and to improve my own strength, I insisted on high-intensity training every day. You performed 1,000 weighted push-ups, vitality +2,000, arm muscle strength +2,000, push-up proficiency +1,000. On the day before school started, my biological rank successfully broke through to ordinary Tier 3, and all my physical attributes received a significant boost. I had also been keeping an eye on the prodigy from the capital. Now 14, he could lift an alloy weighing 2,000 kilograms with one hand. The genes of a Goliath ant could increase one's strength by at least 4 to 8 times. Even calculating at a 4 times multiplier, his true strength was lifting 400 kilograms with one hand. In comparison, I was still stronger. Thinking of this, I grew excited. What kind of improvement would I see if I underwent gene fusion in the future? Soon after, my middle school life officially began. Since I was the top student in the city during elementary school, the principals of the top schools all tried to recruit me. In the end, I accepted the invitation from Shanghai Middle School on the condition that Xi and Qinghan could continue to be in the same school and class as me. On the first day, the principal and my homeroom teacher came to welcome me, telling me to win more honors for the school in the future. After some simple pleasantries, I found an excuse and left. The reason for my escape was that Shanghai Middle School had excellent sports facilities. So Han in, and I had planned to play a game of badminton before school started. But I never expected that we would be interrupted by unwelcome guests not long after we started playing. A senior student said, "You two are new, right? This court is reserved for us upperclassmen." 2 other senior students were even more lewd, hitting on Han in. At this, my face darkened. "You few, get away from her, and I don't need to tell you the first come, first served rule. Do I?" The senior student, however, was bossy. "Who says there's such a rule? Even if the Jade Emperor himself got here first today, I'm taking this court." I said no more. I tossed the shuttlecock in my hand and swung my racket at him. The shuttlecock was so fast it created a sonic boom, directly piercing through the senior student's racket and cap. The 3 of them were instantly terrified. That was too fast. Is he even human? Could he be a gene fuser? No, he's too young. If that had been off by a little, our boss would have gotten his head blown off, right? They immediately lined up and bowed. "Boss, we were wrong." Then they scurried away, perhaps because this incident spread through the school. No one ever bullied us again. During class, since I had already finished all the middle school curriculum, I mostly read extracurricular books that interested me. That night, after my physical training, I would learn various new skills online. With the help of divine intellect, I gradually dabbled in photography, cooking, driving, swimming, wilderness survival, and various sports skills. To unlock the middle school overlord title as quickly as possible, I not only ranked first in every subject in the entire school, but also helped the school participate in various national middle school competitions, winning gold, silver, and bronze medals in math, physics, chemistry, and computer programming. The reason I didn't take first in everything was to avoid drawing too much attention. A semester passed in a flash. I didn't expect the title to remain locked, but my outstanding performance had earned me a flock of female fans. I paid them no mind. Aside from tutoring Xi and Ching Han, I focused all my attention on the upcoming school sports meet. I figured that if I dominated the sports meet, I should be able to unlock middle school overlord. For this sports meet, I only participated in shot put, high jump, and sprinting. These three major events represented strength, jumping ability, and speed, respectively. As long as I dominated these three categories, it would signify a complete athletic dominance. Although I held back during the competitions to not seem too absurd, winning first place was still relatively easy. Just as I received all my medals, I suddenly felt a surge of power within me. Your academic and athletic achievements have completely outclassed the entire school, leaving all other students in the dust. You have successfully unlocked the title Middle School Overlord. The titles King of Kindergarten, Top Dog of Elementary School, and Middle School Overlord have all been unlocked. 8-9 years of compulsory education has been achieved. Acquired biological trait, Law of the Jungle. Law of the Jungle effect description. Your life essence is superior to all living things. You can devour the life essence of other beings to promote your own evolution. As I left the school, I pondered, what exactly is life essence? Suddenly, I had an epiphany. I looked at Hanan. Can I borrow your beast fong for a moment? Hanan took off the beast fong and placed it in my hand. The next second, you have devoured a trace of the Abyssal Giant Butterfly's life essence. Abyssal Giant Butterfly Atlas, 1%. When the Atlas progress bar reaches 100%, you can evolve corresponding partial attributes or skills of the mutated beast. After returning home, I immediately looked up information about the Abyssal Giant Butterfly, but I found nothing. It seemed I would have to rely on myself to learn about this mutated beast. I then took out the other tooth from my backpack and devoured it again. My Abyssal Giant Butterfly Atlas progress increased to 2%, only 2%. It seemed the beast bone had very little life essence left. To fully unlock it, I'd have to find another way. Afterward, to increase the intensity of my training, I started cycling with Xi and Ching Han to and from school every day. Just then, I was stopped by Mr. Gua from the school's martial arts team. He had seen my outstanding performance at the sports meet and wanted to invite me to join the school's martial arts team. He left without giving me a chance to refuse. Back home, I swatted a mosquito and came to a conclusion. Whether it was a mosquito or a cockroach, animals that were too weak couldn't trigger Law of the Jungle. Only powerful mutated beasts had enough life essence to be devoured. To test my theory, I decided to go to the supermarket that sold beast meat. Seeing the beast meat counter, I eagerly ran over and nervously reached out my hand towards the meat. The moment I touched it, a vigorous stream of life essence was devoured into my body. I clenched my fist in excitement. My guess was correct. And then, however, looked at me like I was crazy. Xi and Ching, what does the beast meat feel like? Is it different from regular meat? I didn't tell her the truth. Instead, I said not much different. It just feels fresher. Do you want to touch it too? And then quickly waved her hands. No, it's fine if you've touched it. Then I said since we were here, we might as well buy some beast meat to try. I could use the excuse of buying it to touch the prepackaged ones. Since mutated beast meat was very expensive, I chose the cheapest option, phantom squid, and then worried Xi and Ching, this is too expensive. Why don't we ask Annie Xian before we decide to buy it? I patted her head and said, I already told my mom. She even told me to buy a lot, and we can have your family over to try it too. Actually, I had another reason for buying the meat. I was worried that absorbing the life essence would cause the meat to spoil immediately, so I wanted to test it. I scanned the code to pay. A total of 3 caddies cost me 2,994 yuan. Holding the beast meat as I left, my heart ached. It was too expensive. Who knows when I'd be able to buy it again. It was already past 9 o'clock after buying the meat, so we headed straight home. On the way, I couldn't resist trying it out first. When I touched the phantom squid meat, you have devoured a trace of the phantom squid's life essence. Phantom squid atlas, 0.1%. By my calculations, this meant I would need to devour 100 caddies, 50 kilograms, to reach 100%. At 998 yuan per caddy, It would cost at least 100,000 yuan. The phantom squid's ability was to disappear in water. If I could obtain this ability, the 100,000 yuan would definitely be worth it. Besides, this was the cheapest beast meat I could buy. So next, I needed to think about how to make money. I then looked at the beast meat. It had been a while, but the meat still hadn't spoiled. It seemed that absorbing life essence didn't damage the meat's quality. So, I boldly began absorbing the phantom squid's life essence. In just a moment, the phantom squid's progress rose to 3%. But because I was distracted, I almost ran into a pedestrian as I was apologizing to them, and then suddenly pointed not far away. "Little Chun, look over there. It's Teacher Strawberry. She's being held hostage by a bad guy." A group of police officers ahead were trying to persuade him. "You're surrounded. Please calm down and put down your weapon." The captain looked at the officer next to him. "Don't fire rashly. The distance is too close. We could hurt the hostage." Just then, I picked up a stone from the ground. A moment later, a stone flew past the assailant's ear, directly hitting the hand he was holding the knife with. The police officers seized the opportunity to rush in and subdue the assailant. I made a shoe gesture to Henin, preparing to quietly lead her away. But just then, the captain called out, "Hey kid, was it you who threw that stone?" I quickly waved my hands. "Not me." Then I pulled Henin and quickly slipped away. The captain was puzzled. "That's strange. Why do a good deed and not admit it? There's a reward for being a good Samaritan." Hearing the word reward, I immediately stopped and ran back even faster. I scratched my head. I remember now. It was me who threw that stone. The captain was speechless. "You little rascal. Come back with me to the station and give a statement. I'll help you apply for the reward." Just as Henin and I were about to go to the police station to give a statement, the unexpected happened. The assailant's body suddenly began to mutate, and he transformed into a giant mutated rat. Not good. He's a cultist. He's showing signs of mutation, turning into a giant mutated rat. After mutating, the rat pounced on a female police officer, pinning her down. The captain quickly called for backup. Calling headquarters, "We have a giant mutated rat at Jiangbei West Road Park. Preliminary judgment is a cultist fused with the rat lord's genes. We are unable to handle it and require reinforcements." The other security officers had already drawn their guns and were firing at the rat. I grabbed Teacher Strawberry and Henin and ran for it. Just as I had run a short distance, a cyborg flew overhead. I immediately stopped. I saw the female cyborg kick the rat in the face, sending it flying back several meters. Then, she opened the armor on her chest. A laser cannon charged up, and 2 purple laser beams shot out. The moment the rat was hit by the lasers, its flesh and blood began to dissolve. Finally, it turned to ash. I was stunned. Was this the true power of a cyborg? So strong. Afterward, I pushed my bike, ready to leave, but I unexpectedly discovered that the beast meat I had absorbed life essence from had actually spoiled. It seemed that after the life essence was absorbed, the meat would still spoil. But with a delay, I had to come up with an excuse to explain why the meat spoiled. I could only blame it on the cultist. I threw the beast meat on the ground. It's all this cultist's fault. The attack from the semi-cyborg was too intense and cooked the meat. The naive Henin quickly comforted me. "It's okay. Little Chun, the most important thing is that we're safe." We had intended to go home first, but at the captain's request, we got into a police car to go to the station and give a statement. Unexpectedly, the cultist's body was also in the car. Although it was just a pile of charred remains, the smell was very pungent. Suddenly, a thought struck me. The beast fawned from before still had residual life essence. So would the corpse have it too? Could I devour the Rat King's genes from the corpse? With this in mind, I began to reach for the body. The moment I touched the ashes, you have devoured a trace of the giant mutated rat's life essence. Giant mutated rat atlas, 5%. So much. It seemed that freshness was directly proportional to the amount of absorbable life essence. Soon, I arrived at the security team's office. The captain told me, "I've already applied for your Good Samaritan award. Please tell me honestly, from such a distance, in such dim light, how did you, a middle school student, manage to hit the cultist's hand with a stone?" I explained, "It's probably because I often train my right hand." The captain fell into a deep silence. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Hanin rushed in with my parents. My mom hugged me tightly. "Little Chin, are you okay? You scared me to death." I quickly comforted her. "Mom, don't get so worked up. I'm perfectly fine." I even got a Good Samaritan award, but my mom grabbed my hand. Little Chin promised me, "Next time you're in danger, hide in a safe place first." Mom just wants to see you grow up safe and sound. I took my mother's arm as we left. Don't worry. I promise you, I'll protect myself first. As we walked out of the security station, I heard the officers discussing. The rat god cult is getting more and more blatant. They've even infiltrated universities, mainly seducing those arts students who can't get legitimate gene fusion qualifications. The one killed tonight was an art student from Guanyin University who was swayed by the rat god cult. We have to wipe out all these traitors from the rat god cult. That's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. We have to take down the self-proclaimed rat king. As I walked, I used my phone to look up information about the rat god cult. The cult's main base was in Shanghai City, and its members were mostly societal failures. Their activities had become increasingly frequent this year. Suddenly, I had a theory. The Rat King wanted to evolve into an advanced-level being, which is why he had his followers collect large amounts of evolutionary resources for him. Could it be that the Rat King had already developed intelligence? Then, as I passed the street, I saw a giant rat bigger than a cat. Could this also be related to the Rat King? I shook my head. Never mind. This was the South. It was normal for rats to be as big as cats. Just then, I noticed that Henin beside me was unusually quiet. Could it be that situation again? Whenever Henin was nervous or in a sudden situation, she couldn't hold it in, just like when she was little, but I had a feeling that this condition of hers might be related to some unknown potential. Meanwhile, the security captain was still pondering how a middle school student could have thrown a stone with such force. Just then, he heard the squeaking of a rat. He looked towards the sound and saw an enormous giant rat. The next second, the rat pounced directly at him. The captain quickly opened fire. A moment later, the sound stopped abruptly. The next day, I went to class as usual. I was thinking that compared to last night's rat man and the female cyborg, I was still too weak. It seemed I had to earn money as soon as possible to max out the Phantom Squid's unlock progress bar, but relying on prize money from school and external competitions was too slow. So I thought about becoming an influencer, a study tuber, or live streaming to sell tutorials, but I quickly dismissed the idea. No, although the money would come fast, it was too high profile. My thinking was wrong. In a world full of gene fusers and cyborgs, it was clear that martial arts were valued more than academics. The prize money for martial arts competitions was far higher than for academic ones. I clenched my fist. This path was viable. It was time to act. Inside the gymnasium, Mr. Gua was drinking water. I went up and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Gua." Mr. Gua's face lit up with excitement. "Zichin, are you thinking of joining? Or do you want to learn more about the martial arts team first?" I asked in a low voice. "I'd like to know, if I join the martial arts team, will I have a chance to participate in the city's martial arts competitions? Is the prize money high?" Mr. Gua replied proudly, "Of course, you'll have a chance, and the prize money isn't low. A single prize is around tens of thousands." Hearing this, I grabbed Mr. Gua's hand. "Teacher, please, you must let me join the martial arts team." The teacher then waved over all the team members. They each briefly introduced themselves, and I greeted them as well. Since I had never practiced martial arts, Mr. Gua first demonstrated some punching and kicking techniques for me. After a full set, Mr. Gua wiped his sweat and looked at me. "Don't be fooled by the simple movements. They're actually quite difficult. The fastest learner in the team, Little Lee, took a whole week to learn them. I then began to practice. With the help of divine intellect, Mr. Gua's movements were already imprinted in my mind, and I easily replicated his fist techniques. You're practicing fist techniques. Vitality +1, hand muscle strength +1, hand agility +1, fist technique proficiency +1. Next came the leg techniques. You're practicing leg techniques. Vitality +1, leg muscle strength +1, leg agility +1, leg technique proficiency +1. Mr. Gua was shocked. Absolutely impossible. My teammates were also stunned. How can he learn it just by watching once? Mr. Gua's eyes were fixed on me. He must be a once-in-a-generation martial arts prodigy. Mom called me over for dinner. I rushed over with my bowl. "What are we having tonight, Mom?" Mom said proudly, "Of course, it's the Phantom Squid you've been yearning for." A dish, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, was brought to the table. I took a sniff. It was incredibly aromatic. I then took a bite without a second thought. A notification popped up. "You have devoured a trace of the Phantom Squid's life essence. Phantom Squid Atlas, 3.01%, so I can devour it just by eating. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have had to touch it earlier." Just then, a news report came on the TV. "Genius girl shocks the nation." At just 14 years old, she successfully fused with an energy core, becoming the youngest cyborg in history. When her power is activated, she can easily lift a 2,000-kilogram SUV with one hand, sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and has a standing vertical jump of 8 meters. I pondered between the capital's prodigy from back then and this genius girl of today. I wonder who is stronger, gene fusers or cyborgs. Then came another news report. Tragic news. Security Captain Ai Chun-chun tragically passed away in his office at 11 p.m. last night. According to surveillance footage, he was killed by a giant mutated rat that had infiltrated the security station. My expression turned grim. Could it be the same kind of giant rat from last night? I felt an even greater sense of urgency to increase my strength. After intensifying my training, my 100-meter dash time had reached 4.61 seconds. My vertical jump was 5.51 meters, and I could lift about 1,000 kilograms with one hand. I didn't neglect my martial arts training either, hoping to improve my strength quickly and prepare for the martial arts competition. The next morning, I was about to head to the gymnasium to continue learning new martial arts knowledge and practice. Out of curiosity, Hanin came along with me. Just then, a senior girl suddenly appeared in front of me. "Junior Zichun, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought you some milk. Fresh milk." I pulled Han in and walked away. "No thanks. I appreciate the thought." This scene was witnessed by a simp senior. This kid beat me in the sports meet, and now he's rejecting my goddess's gift, so he blocked my path. Do you have any manners? If you don't want to drink it, you could have just accepted it and given it to someone else, like me. Why did you have to go and break her heart? I was speechless. Wouldn't that be even more impolite? The simp senior got even angrier. Then you should drink it. Not drinking it is a sign of disrespect, and disrespect is impolite. After saying that, he even issued a challenge to me. "Lin Zichun, do you dare to have a match with me? If I lose, I'll never say another word to you again. If I win, you drink all the milk, achievement, in a formal competitive setting, using the most primitive biological methods, cumulatively eliminate 1,000 different competitors, reward, acquire biological trait natural selection, cumulative eliminated opponents, 0/1000. I smiled. After waiting for so long, this fourth achievement mission had finally arrived. I looked at the simp senior. "Then let's have a match." Under the watchful eyes of the teacher and other students, a girl with a ponytail blushed and shouted, "Junior Zichun, I'll cheer for you later." Even the senior girl, who offered the milk, took out her phone. "Go, Junior Zichun, I'll take lots of good pictures of you." The simp senior gritted his teeth. Asterisk, do they all think I'm going to lose? I just want to take advantage of this genius junior before he's fully developed and beat him up. In the past month, this kid's talent has been off the charts. His progress explosive. If I don't strike now, I won't have a chance to show off. I urged him, "I have to get home for dinner. Can we make this quick?" "You got it." The teacher raised his hand. "Remember, friendship first, sparring second. Begin." But the simp senior suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute," and then pretentiously said, "You've only been on the team for a month. I've been here for almost 2 years. To be fair, I'll give you the first 3 moves." The moment he finished speaking, I had already rushed in front of him. "You got it." I threw a punch, and the simp senior was instantly sent flying, foaming at the mouth after he landed. Mr. Buzzjaw dropped. One punch. The students present were also in shock. "What the hell? That's ridiculous." "It's over," and in waved from below the stage. Zichun won. The 2 senior girls also jumped up in excitement. "So cool. Junior Zichun, you have defeated a competitor, successfully captured the heart of the opposite sex, and gained priority in mate selection. Cumulative eliminated opponents, 1 to 1,000. Realizing I still had to eliminate 999 more competitors to unlock the natural selection trait, I turned to the other senior members beside me. "Senior brothers, why don't we take this opportunity to have a sparring session as well?" Hearing this, the seniors flinched and immediately found various excuses to slip away. At this moment, the simp senior had gotten up. "I don't accept it. You sneak attacked me. If we do it again, I'll definitely crush you." But Mr. Buzzjaw said, "Chang Kai, you have to honor the bet. Whether Zichun's punch was luck or an overwhelming display of strength, we can have Little Lee test it out." Little Lee, who was about to sneak away, was startled. He then got into a stance and stood opposite me. "My apologies. Junior brother, please don't hit the face, okay?" 10 minutes later, the floor was littered with all the senior members. To not seem too outrageous, I had deliberately exchanged a few moves with them before knocking them down. but the system only recorded the time I defeated Chiang Kai. The elimination count didn't increase after defeating the other seniors. So, sparring doesn't count? Does it have to be a direct defeat? Just then, Mr. Gua placed a heavy hand on my shoulder. But genius, Zichun, you are a true genius. You've only been on the martial arts team for a little over a month, and you've already become the team's ace. This year, in a district martial arts tournament, our Shanghai Middle School will definitely defeat the other schools and take first place. Participating in a martial arts tournament? Wouldn't that be a direct way to defeat many opponents? As long as I successfully defeated opponents in the competition, it would surely advance the achievement mission's progress. Just then, the simp senior suddenly shouted at me, Lindsay-chan, I Chiang Kai honor the bet. From now on, even if you ride on my head and take a dump, I will never say another word. Hearing this, everyone looked disgusted. Before he could finish, they all scurried away. In the following days, to get into the martial arts class, Xian Qinghan also began training with me. After a 3,000-meter jog, I had her practice martial arts techniques for an hour to improve her punching and kicking skills. Then I had her do sit-ups and push-ups to increase her strength and physical fortitude. After every training session, I would massage her muscles to help them relax. As for me, to prepare for the upcoming martial arts competition, I doubled my training. To unlock the natural selection trait sooner, I went all out. Time passed quickly, and a month later, the day of the martial arts competition finally arrived. It was the day of our middle school martial arts competition. Unfortunately, we were drawn into the same group as the strongest team, Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Upon hearing this, my teammates' faces fell. I heard No. 1 Middle as a beast this year who can run the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds. We're definitely going to get crushed, but at this moment, I voluntarily stood up. Mr. Gua, I'd like to go first. Mr. Gua readily agreed. All right then, Zichun, you'll go first. Hanin and Mr. Gua cheered for me from below the stage. While I warmed up on the platform, with a thud on the stage, my opponent appeared. He was a tall guy, at least 1.9 meters. I complained internally, damn, is this a middle school student? Then I heard the opponent say, Little Junior, I saw your name on the list. To be able to stand on the stage of the 8 school league is just a first year. You're very talented, but this is not a place for a little shorty like you who isn't even 1.7 meters tall. In a moment, I'll let you feel the difference in physique and strength. With the referees begin, the tall guy was the first to charge at me. He threw a punch, which I easily dodged. Seizing the opportunity, I lightly slapped his chest. A scene that shocked the entire audience occurred. His whole body flew backward, not stopping until it was off the competition stage. The referee immediately announced, Lin Zichun wins. Hanin cheered from below the stage. You're amazing. The team members also shouted loudly, Zichun is awesome. The opposing coach pointed at the big guy and scolded, Footwork, footwork. How many times have I told you, don't just charge recklessly on the stage. Use your footwork. Why don't you ever listen? You have successfully defeated a competitor. Your competition ranking has improved. Cumulative eliminated opponents, 2 to 1,000. As expected, defeating an opponent in a highly competitive match increases the achievement mission's progress bar. The opposing coach looked at a team member. Xinfeng, you're up. Defeat that first-year junior as quickly as possible. Got it. The team member named Xinfeng entered the stage. With the referees begin, Xinfeng rushed over and aimed a whip kick at my head. I dodged with a squat and then slapped out with my palm. Xinfeng spun through the air and landed face first on the ground. A stretcher immediately carried him away. Quick, send him to the hospital for a checkup. It looks like he hit his head. The audience, who hadn't seen my move clearly, started to voice their doubts. What's going on? How is that student from Shanghai Middle School so lucky? Yeah, the last opponent just rushed off the stage and lost. And this one did too. Damn it, this must be a fixed match. Refund. The opposing coach held his hand in his hands. This isn't luck. This first year from Shanghai Middle School is skilled. He looked at the ace player beside him. Gao Fei, you're up next. Focus on defense. Don't attack proactively. You absolutely cannot lose. Gao Fei walked onto the stage with a calm expression. Don't worry, coach. I will win. After getting on stage, he assumed his stance. A strategy already in mind. Lin Zichun's body isn't strong. He's just agile and knows how to be clever in duels. That's why he's been winning so easily. But I can sprint 100 meters in 9 seconds and have more combat experience. As long as I take the upcoming duel seriously, there's no reason for me to lose. The audience started to murmur as well. I heard this Gao Fei from number 1 middle can run the 100-meter dash in 9 seconds. That's insane. And he's just a middle school student. His father is a gene fuser. As his descendant, Gao Fei's physical fitness is definitely far beyond that of an ordinary person. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, Gao Fei quickly appeared in front of me. He used his strongest fist technique, flowing water shattering rock fist. The coach shouted from below, "Gao Fei, what are you doing? I told you to focus on defense. Why did you go on the attack?" Gao Fei responded internally, "Defense? As a genius. I don't need it, but I just kept dodging without fighting back. This fist technique is interesting. I'll observe and learn it first." A moment later, Gao Fei was panting heavily. "Why can't I hit him?" He then stopped and asked, "How can you dodge my attacks? This isn't scientific." I spoke up, "Do you have any other moves? Use them all." Gao Fei thought I was mocking him, and unleashed an even more ferocious flurry of punches. Seeing it was the same fist technique, I decided not to hold back any longer. I kicked him in the abdomen, and Gao Fei was sent flying. The entire audience was stunned, while our side erupted in cheers. "Awesome. Little Chin. A 3-person sweep. Little Chin. Beautiful. It feels so good to be carried to victory." The subsequent opponents were weaker than the previous ones, and were all taken out by me in a single blow. Soon, all 5 members of Shanghai number 1 middle school were dealt with. Over the next 2 days, I single-handedly defeated 2 other schools. In the end, I successfully led Shanghai Middle School to win the championship of the 8-school league, and my cumulative eliminated opponents reached 16. I still need to defeat 984 different opponents to complete the natural selection achievement. This is probably going to take years. Although the mission couldn't be completed in a short time, Mr. Dua gave me a full 20,000 yuan from this competition's prize money. Adding the prize money from various academic competitions, I now had 30,000 yuan in hand. But this 30,000 was quickly spent on buying phantom squid. After eating 30 caddies of phantom squid meat in a row, I managed to raise the phantom squid atlas opening progress to 33%. Entering my second year of middle school, I successfully broke through from ordinary tier 3 to ordinary tier 4. Now I could easily lift a 1,090 kilogram weight with one hand. My standing vertical jump reached 5.65 meters, and my 100-meter dash took only 4.49 seconds. Time flew by, and Xin Han and I successfully graduated from the junior high division of Shanghai Middle School. Soon, the high school entrance exam results were out, but Han En was very dejected. "Little Chun, you're first in both academics and martial arts in the entire district. While my academics are good, my martial arts score doesn't meet the admission threshold for Shanghai High School's advanced martial arts class. Does this mean we can't continue to go to the same high school?" I wiped away her tears and comforted her. "Don't worry, the principal of Shanghai High School said he's coming to my house for a visit later. You should come and meet him with me." Han En cried even more sadly. "The principal is definitely coming to invite you to stay in Shanghai High School's advanced martial arts class. This has nothing to do with me. Why should I go?" I pulled her along. "Don't worry. The only condition for me staying at Shanghai High School is, my deskmate must be you." A short while later, the principal of Shanghai High School discussed with us at my home for an hour, basically expressing his hope for me to continue studying at Shanghai High School. Before leaving, the principal looked at me. "As long as you agree to continue studying at Shanghai High School, you can tell me any thoughts you have." I quickly pulled Han En to my side. "Thank you, principal. I only have one request, and that is for Xin Qinghan to be able to continue in the same class with me." The principal leaned in and looked at Xin Qinghan. "Student Xin Qinghan, right? When school starts, you can come and register at Shanghai High School together with student Lin Ziqin." Before leaving, the principal gave an okay gesture. We both quickly thanked him. "Thank you, principal." After choosing our high school, I welcomed my last middle school martial arts tournament. Unsurprisingly, I continued to easily help Shanghai Middle School win the championship. After receiving the prize money, I went to a dense forest. I was only 20% away from unlocking the Phantom Squid Atlas. Because I didn't know what uncontrollable situations might occur upon unlocking it, I had specifically come to the mountain forest on the outskirts of Shanghai City. I began to devour. You have devoured a large amount of the Phantom Squid's life essence. Phantom Squid Atlas, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Phantom Squid Atlas, acquiring the biological trait water melding fortune. The next second, you have successfully unlocked the Phantom Squid Atlas, acquiring the biological trait water melding fortune. Water melding fortune greatly enhances your affinity with water, allowing you to move freely in it, coming and going without a trace. After reading the effect, I was a little disappointed. This water melding fortune effect felt a bit underwhelming. I immediately tested it in a nearby pond and found that my skin didn't wrinkle like before after prolonged immersion in water, and I could clearly feel the water's resistance decrease when swimming. But other than that, there were no other effects. But thinking about it, it made sense. The phantom squid is a low-level mutated beast, not even worth a bit of gene fusion. To get better biological traits, I'll just have to save up money and buy them later. I'll get them sooner or later. Or when I get stronger, I can hunt and devour wild mutated beasts, like those giant mutated rats. Then, a week before school started, my mom and Xian Qinghan's family planned a trip together to better study water melding fortune. I suggested we go to the beach. This was also Xian Qinghan's first time at the seaside. Standing in the water, she only felt the seawater was very cold while I started swimming. As I swam, my various attributes also improved. Xian Qinghan looked at me and shouted, "Little Chun, don't just swim by yourself. Come and teach me how to swim." It seemed Xian Qinghan didn't know how to swim, so I could definitely teach her. I began to patiently instruct her, but because Xian Qinghan's athletic talent was average, I thought she probably wouldn't be able to learn. I was immediately proven wrong. The moment she started, she had already learned to swim. Then she put her head under the water and was surprised to find that not only did her eyes feel no discomfort, but she could also see clearly underwater. The next second, she shot out of the water, startling me. Hanan said excitedly, "Little Chun, I'm so amazing. I've always heard people say it's hard to open your eyes in the sea, and it stings a lot, but I don't feel any discomfort at all. It actually feels cool and quite comfortable." Watching Hanan, who had learned to swim in an instant, I fell into deep thought. No matter how good Xian Qinghan's affinity for water was, it was impossible for her to learn to swim instantly. It was too abnormal. Could it be because of that? Could the reason Xian Qinghan had always let the bed be because she was naturally attuned to water? That was perhaps the only plausible explanation. Maybe in a past life, Xian Qinghan had a special cultivation physique from a cultivation novel. That would be too amazing, much better than my broken system that required me to train myself. Next, Xian Qinghan and I dived together, but her performance surprised me. We had been holding our breath underwater for over 10 minutes. Forget her being a beginner. Even for a trained person, this duration was not simple. But just then, an accident happened. Xian Qinghan suddenly heard a strange sound in the water, which scared her so much that she quickly swam to the surface. After surfacing, I looked at her and asked, "What happened? Why did you suddenly get so nervous?" She said with lingering fear, "Just now, a strange sound kept echoing in my ear. So strange it was a bit frightening." I asked what kind of sound it was, but she replied, "I couldn't understand it. It might have been a language I don't know. I only know it was a female voice, very real, echoing in my ear until I surfaced. Then it disappeared. We then returned to the hotel. After getting back, I searched on my phone but found nothing about what Xian Qinghan had described. But because of it, I couldn't sleep, so I simply started training. You performed 1,000 weighted sit-ups, vitality plus 2,000, abdominal muscle strength plus 2,000, sit-up proficiency plus 1,000. Your biological rank has been promoted to Ordinary Tier 5. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Ordinary Tier 5, a biological rank that could contend with an adult giant mutated rat. I instantly gained confidence. It seemed if I continued to train, tearing apart mutated rats with my bare hands wouldn't be impossible. After advancing, I found a deserted beach to test my new abilities. Now, my 100-meter dash only took 3.64 seconds. My vertical jump could reach 6.98 meters, and I could lift a car weighing about 1,600 kilograms with one hand, compared to when I had just broken through to Ordinary Tier 4. This improvement was very significant. With this gain, Xian Qinghan and I began our high school life together. Due to my outstanding grades, I attracted the attention of many girls as soon as I started school. Is that Student Zichen? He's so handsome in person. It turns out Student Zichen is on duty the same day as us. So lucky. It was indeed lucky. I didn't expect that on my day of duty, I would trigger a new mission, achievement, cumulatively complete 1,000 tasks with the cooperation of multiple people, reward, acquire biological trait, social animal, cumulative completed tasks, 1 to 1,000. I wondered what effect a social animal trait would have. It was quite intriguing, since there wasn't much to do right after school started. I took the opportunity to go to the supermarket again. After all, the phantom squid was unlocked, so it was time to set a new target. Just then, I suddenly saw a type of beast meat. This is a rampage eagle, only 1,998 yuan per catty. A smile appeared on my face. I'll choose this one. The rampage eagle's vision was exceptionally good, 30 times that of a normal person. So its hunting ability was also extremely strong, capable of accurately catching even a mutated rabbit that moved like a blur. I looked at the eagle meat in my hand. Both vision could also greatly enhance one's combat power. This rampage eagle was undoubtedly worth devouring. Secondly, it was the second cheapest option. As I placed my hand on the eagle meat, you have devoured a trace of the rampage eagle's life essence. Rampage eagle atlas, 1%. I then did a quick calculation. 1 catty of meat could increase the atlas's opening progress by 1%. At this rate, it would cost over 200,000 yuan to unlock the rampage eagle's atlas. It seemed I would have to work even harder in high school to win competitions and save money. Thankfully, the prize money for high school martial arts competitions was much higher than in middle school. I clenched my fists tearfully. I'll strive to unlock this rampage eagle's atlas before my second year of high school. On the first day of the new semester, the homeroom teacher and the subject teachers came to the classroom to introduce themselves. Hello everyone. I am your martial arts cultivation teacher, Han Yuanfeng, and also your homeroom teacher. Hello everyone. I am the cyborg modification teacher, Kai Yuanfei. Hello everyone. I am the wilderness survival teacher, Chung Bei. Hello everyone. I am the gene fusion teacher, Lu Diren. Then came the students' self-introductions. Hello everyone. My name is Zhu Yushi. My specialties are zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My name is Zhong Yijia. I like watching anime and cosplaying. Soon, it was Xian Qinghan's turn to introduce herself. Being stared at by so many people, Xian Qinghan was extremely nervous. Hello everyone. My name is Xian Qinghan. I usually like to draw, and please take care of me in the future. My self-introduction was probably the shortest in the entire class. Hello everyone. My name is Lin Zichen. Please take care of me in the future. After the entire class finished their introductions, the bell for the end of class rang. Xian Qinghan, what was your score on the high school entrance exam? Xian Qinghan looked over to see a girl with pigtails asking her. Xian Qinghan replied politely, I got 709. What about you, Chu Xian? Chu Xian's eyes lit up, more than 10 points higher than me. I only got 698. She then continued to ask, so what was your score on the physical fitness test? I didn't perform well during the entrance exam and only got a 95. It was a really bad score. This made Xian Qinghan feel awkward. The maximum score for the physical fitness test was 100. A score of 95 was already at the level of a top student among top students. I only scored 79 on the physical test, which is 1 point short of getting into this advanced class. This score was too embarrassing to say out loud, so she stammered in reply, I didn't score as well as you. Chu Xian pressed on relentlessly. So what was your score? Was it 94 or 93? Xian Qinghan's voice got even lower, a little lower than that. Chu Xian continued her pursuit. Is it 92 or 91 or maybe 90? I slammed a hand on the desk, unable to watch any longer. I deliberately leaned closer to Chu Xian and said, Can I get your contact info? Chu Xian instantly blushed. A handsome guy is actually asking for my contact info. What kind of divine walk am I having today? She quickly said, I'll scan your code. Xian Qinghan looked at me with gratitude. Thank goodness Shichen helped me out of that situation. If she kept asking, I wouldn't have known how to answer. It was so embarrassing. I then looked at another boy. Let's add each other too. You can scan my code. After adding them as friends, I casually created a 4-person group chat. You have successfully created a 4-person group, meeting the standard for completing a task with multiple people's cooperation. Cumulative completed events, 2/1000. I was surprised. I didn't expect to have completed a multiplayer cooperative task just like that. Doesn't that mean this achievement mission is super easy? After creating the group, the 4 of us also got to know each other. He was from the neighboring Nanwan city. His family had run martial arts schools for generations, making him the young master of a martial arts family. Li Chuxian's family owned a clothing store with several branches in the district, making her a bona fide rich girl. Xian Qinghan and I also introduced our situations to everyone. Soon, the four of us became a small group that could talk about anything. Just as we were about to run out of topics, Hugh brought up a curious question. Guess who's the strongest in our class? You'll never guess. Li Chu Xian pointed at me. I guess Xian Qinghan is the most amazing. He's the top scorer of the high school entrance exam in our district. You know, Hugh was shocked. Damn, Xian Qinghan, you're that awesome? But then he added, but the district's top scorer might not be enough. You might not believe this, but we have two beasts in our class that the principal paid a fortune to recruit from Nanwan City. That guy named Wang Xiujia in the third row by the window. He was the third-place scorer in Nanwan City's entrance exam, with a 100-meter time of 7.98 seconds. And that big guy, Lu Gang, sitting in the last row on the far right. He has innate divine strength and can easily lift a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand. Xian Qinghan was impressed without fully understanding. So amazing. Li Chu Xian covered her mouth. Oh my god. I let out a breath. Hearing this, I was relieved. A 100-meter dash in 7.98 seconds and lifting 300 kilograms. Both of these were at my elementary school level. The school bell rang again soon, and it was time to distribute the textbooks. There were only 4 books. Martial Arts Cultivation, Gene Fusion, Cyborg Modification, and Wilderness Survival, corresponding to the 4 main courses. Since I had self-studied all 4 books as a child during the free activity time, I found a secluded spot to train. After all, the threat of the rat god cult was still present. The police had only caught the cultists so far, but there was still no sign of the Rat King. So I had to improve as much as possible to reach Tier 6 or above, so that I could at least hold my own if I encountered a mutated rat. The first practical class in the afternoon was Wilderness Survival. The teacher pointed to a pile of wood and said, "Does anyone know how to make a fire by drilling wood?" You complained. This skill is basically useless in daily life. Who would be bored enough to learn it? The next second, Wang Xiujia and Lu Gang started drilling wood. He was instantly embarrassed. The teacher smiled. "What's this? You two are so amazing. You even know how to make a fire by drilling wood?" Lu Gang's lips curved upwards. "Teacher, when I was in middle school, I took an extracurricular class during the summer to learn this." Wang Xiujia's face was full of pride. "I learned it online myself when I was in elementary school." The other students then started practicing on their own, while I quickly taught the members of the Dawnbreaker group the trick to drilling wood for fire. After that was the Martial Arts Cultivation class. Today, I will teach everyone a special breathing cultivation method. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the duo from Nongguan City began to show off again. Although it was a bit comical, they did manage to do it. Even though I had long known this knowledge, keeping a low profile was my habit. Unconsciously, more than a month passed, and it was time for the monthly exam. The homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses. For this exam, I've set up rewards. First place gets 888 yuan in cash. Second place gets 666 yuan. And third place gets 333 yuan. I immediately perked up. There's prize money. First place gets 888 yuan. That's a generous reward. Almost enough to buy half a caddy of Rampage Eagle meat. The exam began. With rewards on the line, everyone naturally put in their best effort. An hour later, the exam was over. Coincidentally, the Gene Fusion teacher, Lu Diren, also arranged an exam with the exact same rewards. After 2 exams, he was already exhausted. The other students started discussing. Damn, why is this so hard? It even asked for the energy wavelength of a laser cannon. How am I supposed to remember that? What's the use of remembering it anyway? Exactly. The questions are too difficult and obscure. That last problem was ridiculous. It asked about the relationship between a retro thruster device and atmospheric pressure, and even asked us to calculate the specific values. Damn, with so many decimal places, how are we supposed to calculate that? I was hoping to get 90 points, but now I'll be lucky to get a passing grade of 60. Just as everyone was complaining about the difficulty of the questions, the Nambuan City show-off duo started their mutual praise session again. Wang Xiujia asked first. That paper just now was a bit difficult. How did you do? Lu Gang smirked. Probably around 95. I only couldn't solve the last question. Same here. I only couldn't do the last sub-question. I'll probably get 95 too. Hiyu, hearing this, couldn't hold it in. Damn, they're flexing again. Will they die if they don't show off? I really want to punch them. The first results to be announced were for the Cyborg Modification test. Gue Yenling, 52 points. Xian Qinghan, 61 points. Xian Qinghan turned around happily. Little Chun, I passed. I smiled in affirmation. Hard work pays off, as it should. Hiyu, 88 points. The whole class gasped. You're so amazing. Hiyu sat up incredibly straight, but inside he was ecstatic. Team members, once I get the third place prize of 333, I'll treat everyone to a good meal. But the teacher's next words poured cold water on him. Lu Gang, 95 points. Wang Shujia, 95 points. Amazing. You too. You were just one question away from a perfect score. Wang Shujia said proudly, Teacher, the last question had a lot of calculations. If you gave me another 10 minutes, I could definitely figure out the answer. Lu Gang grinned. Same here. He was instantly annoyed. Damn it, they showed off again. But no matter what, third place should still be mine. But the teacher's next words extinguished his hope. This exam was very difficult, but you might not believe this. Someone in our class got a perfect score. Lin Zichen, 100 points. The most surprised were the show-off duo. 100 points. He actually got 100 points. How is that even possible? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Hiyu exclaimed internally. What the hell? Lin Zichen is that strong. Hanin looked at me. Zichen is so amazing. Li Qixin pumped her fist. Glory to Shanghai. I, on the other hand, raised my hand and asked, Teacher, when can I get the 888 yuan prize money for first place? The teacher replied, Don't worry. I'll send the prize money as a personal red envelope to the class group chat. Next were the results for the gene fusion exam. Of the Nangguan duo, Lu Gang scored 81 and Wang Shujia scored 83. For an exam where most students failed, barely passing the excellent mark was already impressive. But the two were clearly not satisfied with the result they couldn't show off. Xian Qinghan, on the other hand, got a 78, a score that would place her in the top 5. As for me, I steadily got a perfect score. Once again pocketing the prize money, Wang Shujia and Lu Gang suffered another blow. The Nangguan duo simultaneously raised their hands to question. This paper is so difficult. How could anyone get a perfect score? I think he might have known the answers in advance. The teacher immediately denied it. Absolument impossible. I designed all the questions for this paper myself. You can't find the answers online, so there's no way to cheat. The Nangguan duo had nothing more to say. Next was the wilderness survival exam in the afternoon. The rewards were the same as the other subjects, and the content mainly consisted of 3 items: climbing plus tree climbing and drilling wood for fire. Wang Shujia said to Lu Gang, we didn't beat him in the 2 theory exams this morning. In the afternoon's wilderness survival and martial arts cultivation, we must get our face back. Lu Gang clenched his fist. You don't have to tell me. I'll definitely go all out to crush him later and avenge our shame. Soon, the exam began. The first test was rock climbing, with scores determined by climbing speed. I left the Nangguan duo far behind and took first place. Next was the tree climbing competition. Unsurprisingly, the Nangguan duo were still left in my dust. Wang Shujia was in despair. No way. This Lin Zichen is too exaggerated. I gave it my all. Lu Gang shouted internally, Damn it, I can't even see his shadow. But at this moment, I was more concerned about Xian Qinghan. She hadn't even finished the rock climbing yet, and unsurprisingly, came in last. In the following fire-making segment, for the sake of the prize money, I could only continue to crush the Nangguan duo. I managed to start a fire in 58 seconds. I clearly remember that he wasn't this fast during the fire-making class before. How is this Lin Zichen so fast at everything? His hand speed is insane. The swimming event was the last one. This time, Xian Qinghan also crushed the Nangguan duo, which probably dealt another heavy blow to their spirits. I can understand that Lin Zichen is still fast. But how did this Xian Qinghan suddenly explode with power? Impossible. I must be too nervous, and am having hallucinations. After the wilderness survival exam, Wang Shujia and Lu Gang became exceptionally quiet and didn't speak for a long time. Next was the martial arts test, which was to be conducted through sparring on the platform. This rekindled the Nangguan duo's hope of showing off. So what if he's skilled in written tests and wilderness survival techniques? In a martial arts class, the most important thing is the martial aspect, the competition of physical fitness and martial arts skills. If his martial arts strength is lacking, all other achievements are useless. In the martial arts sparring, I must reclaim the first place I lost. Before the sparring began, the teacher arranged a physical fitness test for the class. As a warm-up, the test measured 3 data points: 100-meter dash speed, the weight one could lift with a single hand, and the height of a standing vertical jump. My 100-meter dash was 7.78 seconds. I lifted 330 kilograms with one hand, and my vertical jump was 2.18 meters, all three being the top scores. To not seem too outrageous, I didn't go all out, just a little better than the data Wang Shujie and Lu Gang produced. But this still stunned them, faster than me in the 100-meter dash, and his entrance exam score was only the top in the district. This isn't scientific at all. Stronger than me? Lindsay Chin doesn't even look that muscular. Could it be that he hadn't fully developed during the entrance exam? But then they encouraged each other. Lu Gang, don't panic. Losing the physical test doesn't mean losing the sparring. Real combat depends not just on physical fitness, but also on martial arts skills. We still have a chance. You're right. Losing the physical test doesn't mean losing the sparring. Our martial arts skills are far superior to our peers. We still have a chance. After the physical test, everyone moved to the platform to begin sparring. To complete the natural selection achievement as quickly as possible, I was the first to step onto the stage. But because my physical test data was good, no one dared to come up. The Nanwan duo also chose to observe. Seeing this, the teacher had to call someone out. Lu Wei, you go up and spar with Zichin. Lu Wei was stunned, but he still nervously got on the stage. To save time, I had to make it quick, and I defeated my opponent with a single punch. And in order to finish everyone in the class before the end of the period, I had to speed up and one-shot my opponents, not even showing mercy to the female students. At this point, the Nanwan duo were dumbfounded. No way. Is this Lin Zichin that strong? I suspect that kid wasn't even going all out during the physical test. How is anyone supposed to compete with that? Just then, you proactively jumped onto another platform. He pointed at Lu Gang. I'm all warmed up, and I'm at my physical peak. Do you dare to come up and fight me? Lu Gang jumped onto the stage, inwardly delighted. If he hadn't challenged me, I would have had to fight Lin Zichin. I might not be confident in beating Lin Zichin, but am I not confident in beating you? You then rushed towards Lu Gang, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. But Lu Gang took them all head-on. Just then, Lu Gang found an opportunity to grab you's leg. He then used both hands to throw you into the air, and with a powerful toss, you flew off the platform. Lu Gang said proudly, among all the people I've fought, your physical techniques are the best. In terms of physical techniques, I'd call you the strongest in the class. Unfortunately, I'm still a cut above. Seeing this, I jumped over from the other platform. It was a good opportunity to get another point of progress. Otherwise, no one would dare to come up. I said to Lu Gang, let's have a match. Lu Gang forced a smile. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? He then rushed forward first. Take this. Lu Gang used to move from an old acquaintance, but just as he was about to reach me, I sidestepped and dodged. What the hell? I then followed up with a punch, and Lu Gang was knocked off the platform. Someone in the crowd started to jeer. Wang Shujie, your brother Lu Gang just got wrecked. Aren't you going to go up and get revenge? Yeah, the glory of the Nandwan City top students needs you to protect it. Wang Shujie jumped onto the stage. What are you shouting about? I was going to go up anyway. All of you shut up. What's coming will come. I will definitely find a way to defeat him. At this moment, I was like a great mountain pressing down in front of Wang Shujie. He had attacked me under immense pressure, but his punch was caught by my single hand, and then I punched him in the body. Wang Shujie fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, incapacitated. Next, I successively knocked down the other boys in the class. According to the rules of the natural selection mission, defeating the same opponent multiple times only counts as one, which meant that from now on, I could only spar with the girls. Just as I was wondering if the girls would be willing to get on stage, the girls below were already looking expectant, some even eager. A bold female student was the first to raise her hand. Student Zichin, I challenge you. She then flipped onto the stage and pounced at me. Luckily, I dodged quickly and gently slapped her on the back. The female student, lying on the ground, wasn't angry at all, but rather looked regretful. So close, I almost got to hug him. Unexpectedly, the other girls also proactively came on stage to challenge me. Of course, I went easy on the girls, mainly to complete the mission as quickly as possible. Soon, all the girls were defeated, but I was still far from completing the mission. I was a little disappointed, but then the teacher immediately announced some good news. In a month, our class will challenge the strongest ordinary class in the second year. Just as I was worrying about not being able to quickly increase the completion progress of natural selection, a competition was served up on a silver platter. It was truly a timely help. The bell rang, and as Lu Gang passed by, he spoke harshly to me. I used to worry that I wouldn't have any opponents after coming to Shanghai Middle School. It seems I underestimated Shanghai Middle School. Yu Lu Gang will be my rival for all 3 years of high school. Wang Xiujie quickly followed Lin Zichen. Losing now doesn't mean losing in the future. I will definitely avenge this shame before graduation. But I wasn't listening to what they were saying at all. I was thinking, I earned over $3,000 in prize money today alone. I can buy another caddy of beast meat. What a great deal. That evening at home, I started typing on my keyboard. Although I had earned a little prize money today, it was far from enough to buy beast meat and unlock the atlas. So to earn more money, I opened a novelist account and began my writing career. I didn't expect that when I woke up, I would receive a contract offer from the website. After signing the contract in the novel's backend, a news article from that day caught my eye. Just 2 hours ago, a giant mutated rat had attacked a refrigerated beast meat warehouse on the outskirts of the city. This giant mutated rat was over 5 meters tall. A semi-cyborg's body was bitten in two by it. The semi-cyborg immediately activated its hidden backup energy source and self-detonated to kill the enemy, and a giant mutated rat was killed on the spot. This raised a doubt in my mind. Just how many giant mutated rats are hidden in Shanghai City? And with these giant mutated rats being so large, where on earth are they hiding that they haven't been discovered yet? A month later, it was the day of our sparring session with the second-year ordinary class. The teacher was discussing tactics with a few of us top students. Soon, the competition began. To complete the natural selection achievement as quickly as possible, I requested to go first. But the female student on the opposing side was not happy. Teacher, they're sending out their strongest right at the start. I'm the weakest in our class. How am I supposed to fight this? The opposing teacher, with a displeased look, found Han Yuanfeng. Brother Feng, according to the customary rules of class sparring, the weakest goes first. Why did you send your strongest student for the first match? This is against the rules. Teacher Han had no choice but to call me down and have the weakest student go first. I could only step down helplessly. Teacher Han pointed at a female student. Yun Tong, you go first. The female student, however, frantically waved her hands, saying she wasn't ready yet. Just then, Hanin proactively walked over. Teacher Han, I'm the weakest. I should go first. A short while later, Hanin was on the stage, and everyone could see her nervousness. Yuanli Qixin cheered for her from below. Hanin, Hanin. Hearing them, Hanin became even more flustered. Just then, the female student from the opposing side rushed over. Facing her opponent's punch, Hanin could only raise her hands to block. Her thought was, although I can't win, I can last as long as possible to wear down my opponent's stamina. 3 minutes later, the opposing female student was already panting. She realized that if this continued, her stamina would be depleted sooner or later. She had to end it quickly, so she threw a heavy punch, sending Hanin flying. Hanin landed heavily below the platform. Having lost the match, Hanin quickly got up and ran towards me. Teacher Han encouraged her. Qing Han, you did well. You knew to focus on defense to wear down your opponent's stamina. Very smart. I also encouraged her. Not bad. You managed to last for over 3 minutes against a senior who was trained for an extra year. That's a lot of progress. Next, the second female student went on stage. She thought her opponent's stamina was low and wanted to take her down. This female student swept her leg, but the senior girl dodged with a sidestep. The senior then seized the opportunity to counterattack, punching the female student in the face and then pinning her down. The female student quickly tapped the floor to surrender. After getting up, the senior girl said proudly, "Coming in all offense and no defense, are you looking down on the ordinary class?" The female student could only grit her teeth and endure it. The senior girl continued to taunt. "It's true I'm not as talented as you, but I've trained for a year longer. You should train for another year before you come and fight me." Just then, a girl walked onto the stage. Li Chuxin clenched her fist, and then, "I'll get revenge for you. Watch me beat up that senior." Li Chuxin went on stage to avenge her classmate. Her first punch was a heavy blow to her opponent, winning the match on the spot, and then pumped her fist. Chuxin is so amazing. I patted her head and encouraged her. You're amazing too. If you hadn't worn down that senior's stamina earlier, Chuxin wouldn't have won so easily. 2 hours later, the second-year martial arts teacher looked at us. Brother Feng, martial arts teacher of the first-year advanced class. Your class only has 4 people left. It seems I'm going to win the meal we bet on. Han Yuanfeng, however, smiled. Don't be so sure yet. Let's wait and see. Wang Xiujie, Lin Zicheng, Lu Gang, and you were the real strength of the first year. First class. The real showdown was just beginning. He then looked at you. You're up next. You immediately jumped onto the platform. He then began to show off. My fists are already itching for a fight. Are you ready to face my hard fists, senior? The senior tilted his head. Kid, can you not be so cringe? You, however, kicked him in the face. You ruined my moment. The senior was kicked off the platform on the spot. You taunted. Seriously, that's all you've got? You have the nerve to insult people? With a thud, another person jumped onto the stage. The watermelon-haired senior said, "You brat, you're so arrogant." With that, he threw a punch at you. Let me show you some real intensity. But the next second, you dodged his punch. The senior was shocked. You can actually dodge my attack. You seized the opportunity, did a flip kick, and hit the senior on the chin. The senior immediately fell out of the ring. Li Qixin and Han cheered from below. Awesome. Go for it. Crush them. After Han knocked down several more opponents in a row, he panted, "Next one, hurry up. I can still take down 10 more." Although he wanted to keep going, after knocking down 5 consecutive opponents, his stamina gave out, and he was ultimately defeated by the 6th. At this point, the first year, first class only had 3 people left, while the second year, 6th class still had 13. After he used defeat, Han Yuanfeng sent out Wang Xiujie. Wang Xiujie went on stage and took down 10 people in a row. It wasn't until he fought the 11th person that he lost due to exhaustion. Next up was Lu Gang, who in less than 10 minutes quickly dispatched 2 of the opponent's main fighters. At this point, Han Yuanfeng taunted back, "Your class only has 1 person left. Want to surrender in advance?" The opposing teacher was also confident. "I don't think so. Go on. Wang Jina, it's your turn to perform." A 500 catty fatty then stood on the platform. Lu Gang was completely unafraid. "Just a taller, fatter guy? I'll still knock you down." With that, he charged at Wang Jina with a punch. He landed a heavy blow on Wang Jina's stomach. Lu Gang was stunned. "Why does it feel like I'm hitting rubber?" He refused to believe it and threw several more punches at Wang Jina, but the other party seemed unaffected. Lu Gang stopped, panting. "I can't. Too much fat. The flesh is too thick. I can't hurt him at all." Just then, Wang Jina extended his hand. "Are you done? If you're done, it's my turn." He grabbed Lu Gang by the neck, and Lu Gang couldn't break free no matter how he struggled. This guy's strength is terrifying. Wang Jina threw Lu Gang, and Lu Gang was tossed off the platform. Han Yuanfeng looked at the opposing teacher. "I don't remember your class having such a strong student." The opposing teacher smiled smugly. "Sorry, he just transferred in this semester. It's understandable that you don't remember him. It looks like you're going to lose this time. Remember our bet. The loser has to treat the other class to a meal." Han Yuanfeng turned away, tears in his eyes. Damn it. So he had an ace like Wang Jina up his sleeve. No matter how amazing Len Zichen is, he can't possibly beat this monster. I was careless. He got me good. He then found me. Zichen, it's your turn. Spar well. You can gain a lot of valuable experience. Don't worry too much about winning or losing. But I smiled. Don't worry. Teacher Han, I will win. A moment later, I stood opposite Wang Jina. Wang Jina was a little puzzled. Is this junior the last hope of their class? He looks a bit skinny. So he said, "You're too skinny. I'm afraid I'll kill you with 1 punch. You should just surrender." This immediately angered the little fangirls below the stage. "Don't be so arrogant. Zichen will definitely beat you. Fatty will turn you into a meat patty. Go. Zichen, teach this fat pig a lesson." Hearing these words, Wang Jina's face immediately darkened. So he deliberately said, "Junior, I'll stand still and let you have 10 moves. So you and your little fangirls won't be salty afterward and secretly curse me for being a bully." Since he had said so, I quickly replied, okay. Wang Jina spread his arms and patted his stomach. "Come on, Junior, I'll stand still. You can attack me with all your might." The next second, I slammed a punch into Wang Jina's stomach. Wang Jina immediately flew high into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. The entire audience fell silent watching the scene. Then came a burst of cheers from my classmates. Great, we won. When Wang Jina got up, he was disoriented. How did I get here? What just happened? This isn't reasonable, is it? It's not scientific at all. The opposing teacher came over and patted our teacher's shoulder. "Brother Feng, your class's Zichen is too amazing." He took down Wang Jina with 1 punch. It feels like he's almost as good as Wu Tiancheng was in his first year. Han Yuanfeng said modestly, "Not quite. That kid Wu Tiancheng is not even human. Back in his first year, he almost scared the principal to death with how strong he was." Just then I walked over. "Teacher, Who is this Wu Tiancheng? Han Yuanfeng explained. Wu Tiancheng was a senior who graduated a few years ago. In his first year, he defeated the entire third-year advanced class, which scared a lot of the school leaders. When Wu Tiancheng was in his first year, he could run the 100-meter dash in 6.12 seconds, had a standing vertical jump of 3.96 meters, and could lift a 650-kilogram barbell with one hand. Isn't that amazing? I scratched my head and replied inwardly, it's indeed amazing. Soon we arrived at a restaurant. Han Yuanfeng raised his glass. Thanks to Zichen, we were able to defeat the second-year ordinary class. Their homeroom teacher honored the bet and is treating us all to dinner. Everyone, let's toast to Zichen. The students all raised their glasses. Zichen is awesome. Brother Chen is mighty. After taking down the second-year ordinary class, I also became famous within the school. Students came up to get close to me, which made me a little uncomfortable, and however, was always the same. Afraid that I would be too busy socializing with classmates to eat, she kept putting food in my bowl. Suddenly, she stopped, then immediately got up from her seat and said, "Little Chun, I'm going to the restroom." I watched her hurried figure and thought to myself, unchanged, and so was her uncontrollable urge to pee. Just as she was about to leave the restroom after finishing, she heard two girls discussing outside. Xian Qing Han is always pouring drinks for Len Zichen and peeling shrimp for him. She's such a suck-up. She looks like a maid, constantly waiting on her master. With her skills, how could she get into our advanced class without sucking up to Len Zichen? It probably won't last long. With such a big gap in their strength, they're destined to drift apart, and then appeared beside the two girls. I'm not a suck-up. I'm his childhood friend. With that, she turned and walked away. After the banquet, I saw that she was in low spirits and asked, "Han In, you seem a little down. Did something happen?" She looked down and replied, "When I was little, my mom always told me that I would grow out of it, that I wouldn't wet my pants anymore. But even now, I still wet the bed at night. I have to wear a diaper to sleep every night, and it's really annoying. Little Chun, I feel like a disabled person who can't hold her pee." But I refuted her. You're not disabled. Not being able to hold it is your superpower. It's just that this superpower hasn't been fully developed yet. And Un's mouth dropped open in astonishment. A superpower? That's right, a superpower. Your talent for water is so good because it's a manifestation of your superpower. And then looked at me. Then Little Chun, you've been so amazing since you were little. Do you have a superpower too? To give him confidence, I affirmed, just like you, I have a superpower, and then immediately became expectant. If I really have a superpower, I wonder what kind it would be. I encouraged her. It must be a very amazing superpower. Just then, we witnessed a sudden situation. The rat extermination team was about to enter a supermarket to deal with rats, but they were blocked by the owner. He waved a broom and shouted, "Stop, stop it, don't kill my brothers. If you kill my brothers again, I'll fight you." With that, he charged at the security officer with the broom, and then said nervously, "Little Chun, is this person crazy? He looks so scary." I stood in front of her. He's probably mentally ill. That's how mentally ill people are. Let's go home. I pulled her away, not wanting to get involved. Back home, I watched the news with my parents. A young female teacher went missing after leaving school last week, and her whereabouts are still unknown. My mother's expression was serious. How can another young woman be missing? This seems to be the fourth one this month, right? My father corrected her. You're mistaken. It's the fifth. The news then reminded, all 5 missing persons this month were young and beautiful women. Young and beautiful women are advised to avoid going out at night. If they must go out, it is best to go in groups and avoid secluded places. My mother looked at me. Little Chun, it's not safe outside lately. Don't let Henan go out alone, you know. I quickly replied, Mom, don't worry, I'll look after her. Meanwhile, the supermarket owner had been taken to the security station. The security officer asked, how's the examination going? Is he mentally ill? The doctor replied, it's not certain yet. I've been trying to communicate with him, but he hasn't said a word. He seems to be mute. The security officer frowned. He's not mute. He was shouting non-stop at the market earlier. Just then, the security officer suddenly looked at the supermarket owner. The owner's body began to swell, and the next second, he transformed into a man, into a giant mutated rat. A fierce firefight then broke out between the police officers and the giant mutated rat. Just then, Little May ran over to report, Chief. Headquarters responded that all the cyborgs are out on missions. They can only send support in about 10 minutes. We don't have enough ammunition. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for reinforcements. The chief left 2 people to continue firing and led the team to retreat. Quick, to the car. We'll lure this rat man to the outskirts and buy time for reinforcements to arrive. Little May then got into the police car, with another officer in the driver's seat. The car started and headed towards the mountains. The giant mutated rat was indeed lured over. As the car passed through a tunnel, the giant mutated rat suddenly rushed out from the side, directly flipping the police car. Little May, who was in the car, also tragically died. As the giant mutated rat roared, several missiles slammed into its body. It turned out the cyborgs had arrived. Missiles continued to bombard the giant mutated rat, but in the end, it still managed to escape. The giant mutated rat actually dug a hole and ran away. These guys seem to have gotten smarter, but judging from the pieces of flesh on the ground, it must be seriously injured. It probably didn't get far. We have a chance to find and kill it. It was 3 a.m., and I was still writing my novel. After writing for more than half a month, with a stable update of over 4,000 words daily, I had now written nearly 100,000 words, and my paid income had exceeded 10,000 yuan. Since I couldn't sleep, I found a small alley with no surveillance cameras to test my recent training results. My 100-meter dash only took 3.43 seconds, and my vertical jump reached 7.22 meters. The improvement was quite obvious. If I could keep improving like this, I felt like I could eventually achieve physical sainthood. Just then, I heard a noise nearby. I looked towards the sound and found a person squatting by a garbage heap. The person was talking to a rat in his hand. "Brother, I'm sorry. You have to forgive me. I didn't mean to eat you. I'm just too hungry. When I'm full, I'll pay my respects to you every year." I was startled. A rat man? Could it be the escaped giant mutated rat mentioned in today's news? Did he transform into a rat man? I turned and ran. I had to leave quickly and notify the police. Just then, the rat man also spotted me. "Brother, I don't have to eat you. I can go eat people." The rat man then charged at me. It was very fast and caught up to me in an instant. I couldn't escape, so I had to turn and fight. I kicked the rat man, sending it flying back. After getting up, the rat man's mouth was bleeding. It was shocked inwardly. This person clearly looks like a weak student. How does he have so much strength? The next second, a stone directly hit its head. I then continued to throw stones, and the rat man was instantly riddled with holes. It wasn't until it became a pile of remains that I stopped. I then walked over and touched the remains with my hand. "You have devoured a trace of the giant mutated rat's life essence. Giant mutated rat atlas, 7%. It only increased by 2%, which was indeed a bit low. Last time it was 5%. Could it be related to the difference in the amount of Rat King's genes ingested by the cultist?" I then quickly left. It was almost dawn. It wasn't safe to stay here. A short while later, the female cyborg arrived. "He's dead. Who killed this rat man?" Meanwhile, a man in black, carrying a woman, arrived at the edge of an altar. He placed the woman in the middle of the altar, then knelt and kowtowed. "Lord Rat God, please enjoy the offering I have brought for you." An unsatisfied voice rang out. "Just one woman? Are you trying to starve me? This isn't even enough for a snack. Or perhaps you are also part of this offering." The man immediately explained in a trembling voice. "Not at all. Not at all. Lord Rat God, please let me explain. Lord Rat God, the young women outside are very alert now. They don't go out at night, and when they do go out during the day, they go in groups." A moment later, the voice rang out again. "Then next time, catch young men." The man was as if granted a pardon. "I understand, Lord Rat God." A piece of meat then fell in front of the man. "Thank you for your grace, Lord Rat God." He grabbed the meat from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth like a starving ghost. Meanwhile, a long, slender tongue curled around the woman on the ground and was then sent into the rat god's mouth. This was followed by a chilling, chewing sound. A moment later, the rat god spoke again. "Next time, don't catch ordinary people. They're too bitter and don't taste good. I want to eat those high and mighty people. They are usually pampered, and their meat is very tender." The next day, to help Xian Qing Han improve her martial arts scores as quickly as possible, we would have special training at her house whenever we had time. "Your punching angle is too high. Lower it a bit. It's better for generating power. Keep your waist straight. Pay attention to using your whole body's strength and adjust your posture. Don't face your opponent straight on. Have a slight tilt. Let's practice. Attack me with all your might. Here I come." She threw a punch at me. Not bad. The punching angle is very standard. The power you generated is much greater than before. Henan kicked out again. I blocked and commented, Your sweeping kick posture is wrong. Don't clamp your legs so tightly before you kick. Spread them a little. Try the same move again. Correct it as I just showed you. Henen followed my instructions and threw another punch at me. A moment later, Henen was tired and sat down. So tired, but I can feel my martial arts strength getting stronger. She requested, "Little Chun, I don't think 3 times a week is enough. Can we have special training every day?" I said there was no need. 3 times a week is already a lot. If you come every day, you won't be able to take it. Henen finally accepted. Then 3 times a week it is. Just then my phone rang. I opened it to see a special news report. The Mechagod Corporation has announced on its official website that it will provide free treatment for the former genius cyborg girl who became disabled due to premature mechanical modification. A genius from Capital University has successfully fused with the genes of a 1,000 silk spider mutated beast, breaking the university's record for the youngest second-time gene fuser. I was surprised. A genius from Capital University? Could it be the Capital's prodigy from back then? Night came, and I was still writing my novel. But the dual blessings of practice makes power and divine intellect. After a month of typing and training, I could now easily type 10,000 words in an hour. My dad, after reading my novel, also praised it. "Little Chun, your book is doing really well. If you can consistently write 10,000 words a day, and the plot doesn't fall apart, you could probably earn around 50,000 in royalties in the first month. Once you have more words, a monthly income of 100,000 wouldn't be a problem." Hearing this, I was overjoyed. 50,000 a month, or even 100,000. With this income, I won't have to worry about the funds to unlock the Beast Atlas anymore. The next day in martial arts class, Han Yuan Feng organized a class-wide sparring session to check on the students' learning progress. As usual, I dominated the field, beating everyone with no resistance. Not only did I earn 888 yuan, but I could also advance the progress of the natural selection mission, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In contrast, Xian Qinghan still couldn't beat anyone, and as usual, came in last in the class. But unlike before, she had some ability to fight back against her opponents. Last time, facing the second-to-last student in the class, Wen Yuntong, she was kicked off the platform in less than 3 seconds. This time, she managed to hold on for nearly 3 minutes against Wen Yuntong, not by turtling, but by exchanging blows with her, landing several punches and kicks. Han Yuan Feng, watching this, praised her for her great progress and encouraged her to keep it up. Han Yuan Feng then announced a piece of news. In a month, we will challenge the strongest advanced class in the 2nd year. The goal is to defeat everyone except their top 3. Do you all have confidence? The students shouted in reply. Yes, Han Yuan Feng clenched his fist in a flash. My novel had been on the shelves for over a month, and my savings had reached 80,000. I went to the mutated beast meat supermarket. I'd like to buy some rampage eagle meat. How much would you like? We have a promotion right now. If you buy 100 caddies at once, you can get a 5% discount. I thought about it for a moment and decided not to buy it just yet. I'll wait until I have enough money to buy 100 caddies at once. It'll probably just be next month anyway. The next day at noon, Henan and I were having lunch. Someone tried to cut in line, but was stopped by Hiyu. Henan, seeing this, asked Little Chun. Hiyu was arguing with someone. Should we go over and see? I said we probably wouldn't be needed. Hiyu was being very aggressive. The person who tried to cut in line has already been shut down. But then the person ran over and said something to 3 others, and then those few people cut in front of Hiyu. Hiyu tried to push them away, but he was shocked because he couldn't move them at all. Seeing this, I quickly got up, then patted one of them on the shoulder and said, "Excuse me, please go to the back of the line." But that person pointed at me. "I won't. What are you going to do about it?" I took out my phone and smiled. "I'll report you." That person immediately cowered. "You'd actually resort to reporting? Despicable." I retorted. "I think cutting in line is even more despicable." The 4 of them then left in Hof, inside a villa in Shanghai City's wealthy district. The man sitting on a stool said, "Silly Chong is dead. He went crazy a while ago and provoked the security team over at the market and ended up losing his life." Someone below responded, "Good riddance to that dumb dog. He was always causing trouble everywhere. I've wanted him dead for a long time. Otherwise, he would have dragged us all down with him sooner or later." The man then pointed to someone beside him. "This young man is new. He'll be taking Silly Chang's place from now on. Everyone, get to know each other. The Lord Rat God told me that ordinary people are too bitter and don't taste good. From now on, we're to eat the high and mighty. Everyone be aware of this." Don't offer the wrong sacrifice. Someone below immediately raised an objection. Catching the high and mighty is too risky. Yeah, cult leader. 1 or 2 ordinary people missing doesn't matter. But if a high and mighty person goes missing, it'll probably be a big deal. The cult leader replied, just try to catch the sons of wealthy but powerless merchants. That way the risk will be lower. He then looked at the newcomer. You're still new, so you don't have to catch the high and mighty. You'll offer a sacrifice to one of the Lord Rat God's divine sons. Start by catching a handsome, ordinary young man to practice. The newcomer said confidently, don't worry, cult leader. I will offer the most handsome sacrifice in the entire city to the divine son. Today was the day my first year. First class was challenging the strongest advanced class of the second year. And among our opponents were the same people who had cut in front of you last week. One of them even gave you the middle finger, and he who immediately returned the gesture. Soon, both classes had warmed up, and the sparring began. Just like last time, Xian Qinghan was the first to fight. As the duel began, the senior girl kicked at Xian Qinghan. Xian Qinghan chose to defend, but she was still sent flying and landed below the platform. Xian Qinghan had lost. Next was the second female student, who was also instantly defeated by the senior girl. Then came the third, and the senior girl took her down with a high kick. Even Li Chuxin was completely powerless against the senior girl. It wasn't until a slightly more muscular, short-haired female student stepped up that the senior girl was finally defeated. But the next senior girl who came on stage quickly took control of the situation. In less than 10 minutes, this senior girl had taken down 9 people in a row, including 3 boys. Before long, the first year, first class was down to just me, Wang Shujie, Lu Gang, and Yu. The second year, third class, on the other hand, had only lost 5 people, with a staggering 36 yet to fight. The 5 who had been defeated were all girls. Not a single boy from their side had even stepped on stage. Teacher Han Yuanfeng gritted his teeth. The difference in strength is too great. It's completely unwinnable. He then looked at you. You're up. They still have 6 girls left. Go take them all down. Can you do it? You confidently went on stage, his mind already fantasizing. 6. I'd be willing to fight even more senior girls. 10 minutes later, you lived up to expectations. With a little effort, he had taken down all 6 of the opposing girls. The boy who had cut in front of you then jumped on stage. Taunting, ready to die, you retorted. Not only do you have no manners, you also have no self-awareness, he calculated in his mind. He's the first boy from their class to fight. He must be a scrub. This is my chance for revenge. The next second, the boy rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and you, who couldn't react in time, took a heavy punch. You clutched his stomach so fast, and that punch was so powerful. Just then, the boy humiliatingly stepped over him. You're too weak. Just give up. You immediately threw a punch, but the boy dodged it. Then, the boy did a back kick, and you was kicked off the platform. You clutched his stomach. His strength is definitely not at the bottom of the boy's list. It's actually very high. He deliberately jumped out to get revenge on me. Damn it. I was careless. The boy looked at me and beckoned with his finger. You like to meddle, don't you? Come at me if you have the guts. If you don't, then forget it. Without a second thought, I jumped on stage. I was just worrying about not getting a chance to fight, and here it was. My classmates immediately got excited. Brother Chun, crush him. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Humiliate him and get revenge for you. The boy rushed over just like in the last match. He came at me and threw a high kick. I casually raised a hand and blocked his kick. Then, I pressed a hand on his head and slammed him to the ground. In just one round, my opponent was beaten into a dog on the street. I also stepped over his body, then kicked him off the platform. The students of the second year, 8th class, were stunned. She used strength as in the top 5 of our class, and he was just taken out like that? Is that junior cheating? Han Yuanfeng was also thinking to himself at this moment. This kid Lindsay Chen is so good at hiding his strength. I worried for nothing. The show-off duo was also shocked. Damn, Lindsay Chen is already so strong usually, but that's not even his full strength. Is this guy even human? He must be cheating. I looked at the remaining people in the second year. 3rd class. Who's next? They were so scared they took a step back. Half an hour later, the remaining 29 people in the second year. 3rd class were all wiped out. Social selection. Cumulative eliminated opponents. 119/1000. This is progressing too slowly. Every time there's a class sparring session, I'm the last one to go. I can't let this continue. My strength far surpasses the high school level. There's no need to follow high school rules. From now on, I will make my own rules. On Monday, I went to the principal's office. The principal was surprised. You want me to arrange a personal challenge competition with a reward for you? I replied, I want to challenge the entire school. I told the principal I wanted to fight the whole school, but she just held her forehead, saying I was only a first year and had no right to challenge the entire school. To prove my strength, I asked the principal to come with me to the gymnasium. Soon, we arrived at the gymnasium. The principal was curious why I had brought her here. I directly took off my jacket and said, to show you my strength, of course. Then, right in front of her, I lifted a 700 kilograms dumbbell with one hand. The principal was instantly shocked. 700 kilograms? That's even stronger than the school's strongest student. Wu Tiancheng was in his first year. The principal immediately agreed to my request. No problem. I'll arrange a personal show for you to challenge the entire school right away. I suggested, Principal, please remember to set a reward. Without a reward, no one will be motivated. It's best to set two kinds of rewards. One for participation, to encourage everyone to come on stage and challenge. And another cumulative reward, a prize pool that grows with the number of challenges. The principal agreed to my proposal. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll do it all as you say. I then made another request. Principal, about my strength, you have to keep it a secret for now. Otherwise, if everyone knows, they won't be motivated to challenge. The principal patted my shoulder. All right. The principal will listen to you. A short while later, the principal came up with a plan. Zichen, what do you think about holding the challenge competition according to this plan? After reading it, I said, no problem at all. Thank you for your hard work, principal. The principal said politely, not at all. It's no trouble. As long as you can become the top genius of our school, it's all worth it. This scene was witnessed by my two teachers, who were both rubbing their eyes. What's going on? What is this upside-down world? The school's she-devil principal, who always has a sour face. Why is she smiling so obsequiously in front of Len Zichen? At 2 p.m, in the gymnasium marina, the principal, as planned, began to introduce my basic personal information, recent achievements, and the rules and prize money of the challenge competition in detail. As expected, the crowd below was in an uproar. Principal, are you serious? The principal has gone crazy. Are you a first-year high school student, setting up a stage for the entire school to challenge you? Where'd you get your confidence? You're already so arrogant after just beating the strongest advanced class in the second year. Anyone who didn't know would think you beat the third-year advanced class, arrogant and ignorant of your own limitations. Do you think you're the school's strongest student, Wu Qianqing? Having provoked public anger, I wasn't scared at all. In fact, I was quite satisfied. Excellent. It seems there are quite a few people who want to beat me up. Completing natural selection ahead of schedule is looking promising. Then I said, starting from tomorrow, during the 2-hour lunch break every day, I will be defending the stage in the gymnasium. Everyone is welcome to come and spar. At night, on a street near the school, a yellow-haired guy was drinking a beverage by the roadside. Just then, 2 girls came up to him. Hey handsome, all alone, interested in joining us for a drink at the bar. The yellow-haired guy looked at them with disdain. Not interested, get lost. The 2 girls turned and walked away, annoyed, no sense of fun, destined to be a single dog. The yellow-haired guy, however, sighed. I give up. Is Shanghai City this lame? I'm just looking for a 10 out of 10 handsome guy. How come I haven't found one after so many days? Not a single guy who passed by was good-looking. If I can't complete this sacrifice mission perfectly, what will the cult leader think of me? Are you ostracized in the cult in the future? I had thought about catching a male celebrity, but those people are surrounded by bodyguards. I'm just a newcomer to the rat god cult. I simply don't have the ability to catch one. The deadline for the mission is almost here. What should I do? Just then, I ran past the yellow-haired guy. He just glanced at me and was immediately captivated by my heaven-defying good looks. What the hell? So handsome. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, and it just fell into my lap. Gee, it's you. He followed me all the way to a deserted alley. There's no one around here. This is the perfect opportunity for me to strike. Ratman. The next second, a brick slammed into his head. The newly transformed Ratman was instantly stunned. What's going on? I held a brick and said coldly, I didn't expect to pick up a Ratman while out for a run. The mutated Rat Atlas can be upgraded again. At this point, the Ratman was already unsteady and knelt on the ground. This person is terrifying, and he's saying things I don't understand. How am I so unlucky? With that, it collapsed. I was stunned. That's it? I just picked up a stone and threw it, and it died. There are actually such weak rat god cult followers. I walked over and touched him with my hand. No time to ponder. Better absorb the life essence quickly before someone comes. You have devoured a trace of the giant mutated rat's life essence. Giant mutated rat atlas, 8%. I was not satisfied. Only a 1% increase? So little. No wonder this rat man was so pathetic. But for safety's sake, I won't be going out for night runs in the near future. After all, not all followers are this pathetic. Some of the more powerful rat god followers have incredibly strong bodies after transformation capable of even withstanding firearms. I then returned home. I had just come out of the shower when I heard a news report. Last night at 3 a.m., the Municipal Security Headquarters, in collaboration with the mentors of Shanghai University's Evolution Academy, completely annihilated the rat god cult. The one who defeated the Rat King this time was Wu Tiancheng, a mentor from Shanghai University's Evolution Academy. He is a gene fuser with an advanced biological rank, and the biological gene he fused with happens to be of an avian type, which is a perfect counter to the Rat King. The operation took only half a minute and resulted in a crushing victory. I sighed inwardly. So this is the strength of an advanced level being? Truly powerful. Meanwhile, inside a large building, a man holding a teacup asked, "Tiancheng, is there still no contact with the teacher?" The man named Tiancheng replied, "Still out of contact." The group of powerhouses who went to suppress the riot at Source Site 36 are still missing. The man then asked, "What's the situation at Source Site 36 now?" Tiancheng replied, "It's relatively stable. Otherwise I wouldn't have time to come here and clean up the small fry that ran out during the chaos." Small fry. The Rat King that the entire Municipal Security Headquarters was helpless against. In front of you, a genius advanced level being, is indeed just a small fry. He then put his arm around Tiancheng. "Since you're here, why not go back to your alma mater and give a lecture?" Tiancheng said embarrassingly, "Big brother, I'm not an idle person. I have a proper job." The man continued to persuade, doing ideological work for the cute juniors is also a job. You know. Meanwhile, inside a cave, a terrifying voice echoed within the cave. "First you ate beggars and homeless people, then young and tender people, and later you wanted to eat the high and mighty, the pampered. I went to so much trouble to bring you out to expand your race and dig tunnels, but you're running around eating people and making such a big scene. Tell me, do you deserve to die?" The Rat King trembled all over, as weak as a mouse. "Please give me another chance." The green-skinned orc looked down. "Of course I can give you a chance, but you'll have to pay a price." With that, he reached for the Rat King's face. The next second, blood splattered, and an eyeball appeared in the green-skinned orc's hand. The eye of a sewer rat smells bad. He bit down on the eyeball, but it tastes quite good. He then lifted the Rat King. "But you were a little clever, knowing to hide behind the scenes and enjoy yourself, letting your younger brother pretend to be the Rat King and die in your place. But if you don't honestly dig tunnels for me," with that, 2 more eyeballs flew out of the Rat King's eyes, "you will still die." Then came the sound of chewing again. The next day, I went to school as usual. The students around me, however, were all talking about me. Is he that Lindsay Chin who wants to challenge the whole school? He's only a first year, so ignorant of his own limitations. Is he going to the gymnasium to start now? Let's go watch the show. At this moment, I was looking at my phone screen. On it were the portraits of 9 rat god cult remnants. A reward of 5,000 to 500,000 yuan was offered for providing clues. I was a little tempted, a walking 500,000, but I restrained myself. It's better to develop stealthily for now and avoid danger before thinking about the bounty. The area around the fighting stage was already crowded with people. Quite a lot of people have come. It seems the promotion was effective. At this moment, Hanin was still holding a megaphone and announcing, "Participate in the challenge and get a lottery ticket. The prizes are generous, first come, first served." The male students below the stage were all enthusiastic. "I heard there's the latest game console and also an Apple phone. Can I touch Xin Qinghan's hand during the lottery?" With that, a male student was about to go on stage to challenge. However, a female student was even faster. "I'll go first." She stomped on the male student's face. Then, more female students rushed over. "I want to go too." Junior Shichin. "Me too." A moment later, 10 female students had surrounded me. A female student wrapped her arms around my arm excitedly. I touched it. This powerful arm. I touched it too. This handsome face. And so, the development of events began to get a little strange. Although I didn't want to hit girls, for the sake of my achievement, I had to make a move. I sent one girl flying with a palm strike and another with another palm strike. Soon, all the girls around me were sent flying. Natural selection, 309/1000. However, the girl who had just been knocked off the stage was not satisfied and raised her hand again. I want to challenge again. But I said, defeated challengers cannot challenge again. The girls below the stage instantly let out a chorus of complaints. How can this be? I wanted to get closer. At this moment, many boys below the stage were already rubbing their fists. Lin Shichin, right? I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time. Let me teach you a lesson. But as soon as he got on stage, he was sent flying by my punch. Several more boys got on stage, and they were all knocked off by my punch. Time flew by, and now a pile of people lay at my feet. Natural selection, 419/1000. Who else? Me. A boy stood up. With that, he leaped onto the stage. A student recognized him. It's Yen Xiaoxian, the overlord of the second-year advanced class. Someone asked, who do you think will win between these two? Yen Xiaoxian, probably. After all, the second-year advanced class and the advanced class are not on the same level. Xiaoxian also single-handedly defeated an entire class. But wasn't he still taught a lesson by Chen Wuxing, who was a year above him? After getting on stage, Yen Xiaoxian said, Junior, I was once as arrogant as you. But it was only after being beaten that I learned what it means to have someone better than you, a world beyond this world. Today, I will give you your first lesson in life, teaching you how to be a genius without being arrogant. After all, your senior year also took many wrong turns to get where I am today. I really can't bear to see you repeat my mistakes. But as the saying goes, you learn from your mistakes, so I have to sacrifice myself to teach you. I'm ready now. When we start our duel, you will understand my good intentions. This guy was a bit of a chatterbox. I asked the teacher, can we start now? The teacher indicated that we could. The next second, I kicked him in the face. Yen Xiaoxian was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall and creating a large crater before stopping. I cleaned my ears. Finally, some peace and quiet. The students below the stage, however, were not calm. Yen Xiaoxian was actually taken out in one hit. Is Lin Zijin that insane? Just then, a sound of applause was heard. Look, it's Chen Wuxing. He must be here to get revenge for Yen Xiaoxian. The school's #1 is here to challenge him. This is going to be a good show. I looked at Chen Wuxing. The school's #1, so the big boss came after the little one was beaten. Chen Wuxing jumped onto the platform. I never thought Yen Xiaoxian would lose to a kid like you. Another chatterbox. I looked directly at the referee. Teacher, we're ready. Can we start now? Chen Wuxing was so angry, he jumped on his feet. You brat, let me finish talking. The teacher waved his hand. Begin. This time, Chen Wuxing was the first to charge. Looks like I'll have to beat you first, and then make you listen to me slowly. I stood still and met his punch with my own. The second after the collision, he flew backward. I'm really sorry. I'm in a hurry. Chen Wuxing's expression twisted. How is that possible? The entire audience below was stunned. I pointed at a student below. Don't just stand there. Get on stage and fight me. The student pointed at himself dumbly. I affirmed. That's right. You haven't fought me yet, have you? In the end, the student still got on stage. He thought since he was already here, challenging would give him a chance at the lottery. But he still said, please go easy on me. I replied, of course, of course. The next second, he was sent flying by my heavy punch. Natural selection achievement progress +1. At this moment, all the students below had the same thought. Since I'm already here and Lin Zicheng is so awesome, losing to him is not shameful. I want to win that Apple phone. And so a continuous stream of people came on stage to challenge. Natural selection achievement progress +1. As I continued to defeat people until the very last one, in a formal competitive setting, using the most primitive biological methods, cumulatively eliminate 1,000 different competitors. Acquired biological trait, natural selection, increases the damage you inflict on other creatures. I pondered a simple and crude damage increasing attribute. Very practical. It just doesn't specify the exact damage increase value. Since the mission was already accomplished, the challenge had lost its meaning. I jumped off the stage and said, the challenge competition is now over. Everyone can disperse. The girls below were not happy. Why so fast? I wanted to watch a little longer. Ignoring everyone, I pulled Han in and left the fighting stage. A short while later, in the principal's office, the principal said happily, haha, congratulations. You actually managed to claim the title of #1 in the entire school. You even took down Chen Wuxing in one hit. You must have been hiding your true strength, right? I replied modestly. It was okay, just a little bit. But the principal said, I don't think it's just a little. Chun Wuxing just recently participated in the special recruitment exam for Capital University and could lift a 690 kilograms barbell with one hand. Your data must be at least 800 kilograms, right? I went along with the principal's words. The principal is as wise as a god. My data is 795 kilograms. I thought to myself, I still can't let her know my true strength. The principal smiled, haha, I knew it. Just then, I raised my hand. When can I get the 8,810 yuan from the prize pool? The principal opened her phone. All right, I'll transfer it to you now, you little money grubber. As the money arrived, the principal continued, all right, are you satisfied now? Hearing this, I pointed at Han En, Xian Qing Han, and I need to swim to improve our water skills. So, that swimming pool in the gymnasium, can we use it? We need to be able to use it at any time. And when we are using it, it cannot be open to the public. The principal agreed without hesitation. I didn't expect the principal to agree so readily. I then made another request. I don't like to be spied on when I'm wearing a swimsuit, so when we are using it, I will cover the cameras there. Hanen's face immediately turned red. The principal, however, gave a knowing smile. No problem. She then took a key out of her drawer and whispered in my ear, from now on, that place will be your exclusive swimming pool. A moment later, Han En and I left the principal's office. I looked at the key and thought, now, I can start exploring what Hanen's ability really is. It was the day Han En and I had agreed to go swimming. I was the first to arrive. I first checked the cameras and found that the principal had already sealed them as I requested. Just then, I heard someone coming from outside. It was Han En, but I never expected that Hanen would wear a 3-point swimsuit. Although I appeared calm on the surface, my heart was already racing. I quickly looked away. Let's go. Let's get in the water and train. We then got in the water and started swimming. However, after swimming for a while, Han En suddenly felt something strange. She tapped my shoulder, signaling me to swim up. I immediately brought her to the surface. Soon, we emerged from the water. I asked her what was wrong. She told me nervously, water. Water can pass through my body. I saw her cup her hands with water, and the water passed right through her palms. She looked at me nervously. This is so strange. Why is my body leaking water? A thought came to me. Could this be Hanen's superpower? I quickly took her hand to check, but I found that besides water being able to pass through, there was nothing else unusual, so I pulled her towards the shore. Let's go up. I'll help you check your body to see if other parts can also be penetrated by water. Hanen agreed with a blush. She then lay down on the mat. I first poured water on her face, then her abdomen, and finally her legs. After repeated tests, I came to a conclusion. The rest of her body was normal. I helped Hanen up. It seems that currently, only your hands have this ability. We then sat on the shore and talked. Hanen said, Little Chun, do you think the reason I've been unable to hold my peace since I was little is also because some part of my body is permeable to water? I said it was a possibility. I told her, next time you feel like you can't hold it, remember to let me know. You should pay attention yourself and see if any parts of your body feel the same as your hands. My face darkened. I almost said something perverted. Han En, however, became excited. So, I'm not some useless girl, but a superpower user related to water. Then she glanced at me. Maybe one day, when my ability is fully developed, I can stand by Little Chen's side and be his most suitable other half. After swimming, I went to a large shopping mall. What kind of beast meat do you need? I threw down a bank card and said, I want 100 caddies of Rampage Eagle meat delivered to this address. The saleswoman took the card and address as if in a dream. Okay, she didn't recover until I left. Whose young master is this? So generous? A short while later, the saleswoman delivered the goods. I was signing for them. The saleswoman asked, could you please give my service a good review? After taking the goods, the truck left. Looking at the Rampage Eagle meat in the box, I decided not to wait any longer. I immediately reached my hand towards the meat. Let's see what surprise unlocking its atlas will bring me. You have devoured a large amount of the Rampage Eagle's life essence. Rampage Eagle Atlas, 100%. The next second, a Rampage Eagle appeared. It then swooped down and dived into the water, and a phantom squid was caught by it. You have successfully unlocked the Rampage Eagle Atlas, acquiring the biological trait Sky Eye. Sky Eye, your field of vision and dynamic motion capture vision have been greatly enhanced. I tried it out for a moment and found that my field of vision had expanded. As I focused my vision, I could see the contents of a man's phone clearly. Afterward, I returned home. My parents were watching TV. Recently, a 3-time gene fuser mutated in public, causing hundreds of casualties. A martial artist on stage spoke, "Gene fusion is a wrong path. Throughout history, only demons have desired to take human form. No human would want to become a demon. As long as we find the right way to develop human potential, we can also evolve into advanced beings." A doctor below the stage objected, "That's all fantasy. At this stage, if we don't rely on gene fusers, are we supposed to rely on you traditional martial artists who can't even block a bullet to fight against mutated beasts?" After watching the news, my dad said, "To be fair, gene fusers are indeed like uncontrollable bombs. They mutate. It's a catastrophe." My mom, however, thought he was worrying too much. The country's control over this is very strict. The probability is minuscule. Instead of worrying about mutation, you should be worrying about gene fusers having children, since they've lost their fertility. My dad agreed. That's true, so it's best to save up a lot before gene fusion, or find a partner and have a child in advance. Just then, my mom saw that I had returned. She immediately blushed. "Little Chin is back." My mom was a little flustered inside. What kind of inappropriate things did we just say in front of our son? My dad quickly changed the subject. "Since Little Chin is back, let's eat first." During the meal, I told my parents, "Our school is holding a campus singer competition tomorrow, and Hanin has also signed up." My mom said happily, "Then our whole family must go to the scene to cheer for Hanin." I nodded. "Then you guys should come." The next evening, the campus singer competition was held as scheduled. My parents did indeed arrive, and they were even holding a sign. Meanwhile, I was doing Hanin's makeup. As I was applying blush to her cheeks, she suddenly asked me, "Little Chin, why do you keep staring at me?" I said bluntly, "Because you're pretty." Hanin immediately blushed and said nothing. Just then, Li Chushin suddenly pulled open the curtain. "Are you two done with your lovey-dovey show?" Hanin hurriedly explained. "I just asked Little Chin to help me with my makeup, because he's good at it. It's not a lovey-dovey show." Li Chushin covered her mouth. "You old married couple are still playing the pure love game. Because of divine intellect, I had also learned makeup. After all, you can never have too many skills." Li Chushin then waved and left. "I don't want to be a third wheel anymore. I just came to remind you that we're up after the next 2 performers." And in replied that she knew. As the door closed, I also said, "Then I'll walk you out to get ready." Hanin stood up from her seat, but she was trembling all over and accidentally bumped into me. Then she started crying. "Little Chin, I'm so useless." I couldn't hold it in again. She was crying her eyes out. "Little Chin, it's almost time for me and Chushin to perform." I wiped the tears from her face and told her not to worry, that I would think of something. I then looked at the curtain on the side. "I have an idea." I took a pair of scissors from the drawer, then pulled down the curtain and started cutting. A moment later, I had made a white evening gown. I said to Hanin, "It's done, go. Hurry to the restroom and change." But Hanin blushed and said, "And no need, Little Chin, you turn around, I'll change right here." Hearing this, I also immediately blushed. She then changed her clothes behind me. A moment later, Hanin had changed her clothes. "Little Chin, you can turn back now." I turned my head and saw Hanin in her new clothes. She smiled at me. "Little Chin, thank you. Maybe it's because I just had a good cry, but I'm not nervous anymore." I patted her head. "I hope your performance goes well." After that, Xian Qinghan and Li Chushin went on stage to sing. In the end, they won the championship of the campus singer competition. At this moment, I was also clapping in the audience. Meanwhile, a teacher came to the classroom. When he saw the curtain, he cursed, "Which little brat cut up the curtain?" The next day, Hanin and I proactively cleaned the classroom as an apology for cutting the curtain. Just then, a notification popped up. Cumulatively completed 1,000 tasks with the cooperation of multiple people. Achieved, acquired biological trait, social animal. Within a certain range, combat power increases with the number of fellow clan members present. A slight smile appeared on my lips. I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. In the following days, due to the singer competition, Hanin regained her confidence. As her confidence returned, her martial arts skills also steadily improved. As for me, I won the championship trophy for Shanghai Middle School for the first time in 5 years. Afterward, I won many martial arts competitions and prize money, and then signed with the Yu's family's martial arts school as a spokesperson. The advance payment for the endorsement, plus the royalties from writing novels, added up to 900,000, so I unlocked the next Beast Atlas. This time, I chose the stealth dragon, a lizard famous for its stealth abilities. As I placed my hand on the beast meat, you have devoured a large amount of the stealth dragon's life essence. Stealth Dragon Atlas, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Stealth Dragon Atlas, acquiring the biological trait, Natural Camouflage. Natural Camouflage. You can reduce your presence by lowering your life force, and you can also use this to hide your biological rank. I didn't expect this biological trait to have two effects. Reducing presence can be used to evade or ambush enemies, and hiding my biological rank allows me to play the pig to eat the tiger. After devouring the stealth dragon's life essence, I was about to go buy something else, but I ran into some police officers escorting a prisoner. One of them recognized me. Zichen, what a coincidence. I also recognized him. Senior Zhang Kai. Then I looked at his leg. Your leg, Zhang Kai explained. I didn't get into high school back then, and was a delinquent for a while. I ended up losing my leg in a motorcycle accident. Luckily, I participated in the Mechagod Corporation's mechanical modification experiment, and unexpectedly, I went from a disabled person to a cyborg. I then asked, so who is this person? Zhang Kai explained. That woman. She's a remnant of the rat god cult, the only female among the 9 remnants. Just then, his teammate turned around. Zhang Kai stopped chatting. Zhang Kai replied, coming. He waved at me. Let's chat again when we have time. Watching them leave, I thought to myself, the security department has been making an all-out effort to capture the rat god cult remnants for so long without any results, yet the Mechagod Corporation caught one so easily. It seems this Mechagod Corporation is not to be underestimated. Just then my phone rang. It was my mom asking if I had bought the cake yet. Because Hanin and I were born only a day apart, our two families always celebrated our birthdays together. This year's 18th birthday was no different. As we were exchanging gifts, the house suddenly shook. I felt that something was very wrong. At the same time, deep beneath Shanghai City, many rats appeared. The next day's news reported the 4.2 magnitude earthquake in Shanghai City was just a normal small earthquake. According to relevant departments, Shanghai City is not located on a plate boundary, and the possibility of a major earthquake is low. Citizens are advised not to panic. In the following days, Hanin and I continued to go to school as usual, but the college entrance exam was fast approaching. And during this time before the exam, I had saved up enough money to unlock the Void Eel Atlas. You have devoured a large amount of the Void Eel's life essence. Void Eel Atlas, 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Void Eel Atlas, acquiring the biological trait Danger Perception. To test his new power, he goes to a busy shopping mall. As he walks through the crowd, he uses his Danger Perception and can now see the power levels of everyone. He observes most people are ordinary Tier 1 or Tier 2, confirming the vast majority are normal people. While browsing the supermarket, he decides on his next target for the codex. He sees packages of life and death toad meat, which he speculates could grant a self-healing ability. However, his enthusiasm fades when he sees the price, a staggering 100,000 yuan per jin. He realizes his monthly income from his web novel isn't enough to afford it. With a determined look, he concludes he must find a way to increase his income after the exams. The story moves to the Nanjiang Provincial Education Department, inside the minister's office. A striking woman with light purple hair and antler-like horns, Mo Dongji, the vice principal of Shanghai University and Minister of Education for Nanjiang Province, sits listening to a report. A male subordinate is finishing a presentation on the educational situation across the province. Mo Dongji calmly sips her drink and thanks him. She then asks about the status of Origin Site number 36. Her assistant replies the situation has finally stabilized, expressing great relief. He explains that if it hadn't, the entire province would have been doomed. With nothing else to discuss, Mo Dongji tells him he can go. After he leaves, Mo Dongji is alone with her thoughts. She muses to herself that it has been many years since she last accepted a disciple. She walks to the large window, which looks out onto a beautiful tropical beach, and stares at her own reflection. The Martial Arts College entrance exam is an intense, 9-day ordeal. The first day consists of a written exam in the morning and a physical fitness assessment in the afternoon. From the 2nd to the 8th day, students are sent into a forest for a week-long practical combat and survival test. The final 9th day is dedicated to an aptitude test for gene fusion and mechanical modification. The story picks up on June 7th, the first day of the exam. Lin Zicheng and Shin Qinghan walk together. but she is clearly on edge. She nervously tugs on his sleeve, confessing how tense she is, her primary fear being that she might lose control of her bladder again. Lin Zicheng looks at her with a warm smile. He pulls her into a comforting hug, telling her not to be nervous. Holding her close, he reminds her that her theoretical knowledge is solid, and she has already taken precautions by wearing a diaper, so she just needs to do her best. His closeness makes her blush. Flustered but comforted, she promises she will do her best, and tells him he needs to do his best as well. He agrees. During the written exam, Lin Zicheng sits with a confident expression, easily filling out the test paper. He finishes long before time is up. With nothing else to do, he rests his head on his hand and brainstorms new plot ideas for his web novel. After the exam, he notices Shun Qinghan walking with her head down, looking upset. He worries she might not have done well. He approaches to comfort her, putting a hand on her shoulder and reminding her they only need to pass the written portion. However, Shun Qinghan quickly tells him she did very well and doesn't need his comfort. Confused, Lin Zicheng asks why she looks so unwell. Blushing furiously, Shun Qinghan quietly confesses she had an accident and wet her pants again. She quickly tells him to wait while she runs to the restroom. Lin Zicheng reminds her to be quick, as the physical fitness assessment is about to begin. Later, during the weightlifting portion, Lin Zicheng demonstrates his overwhelming power. An announcer declares his final score as he effortlessly lifts a massive 950 kilograms barbell with one hand, leaving the other students speechless. His classmates erupt in shouts of disbelief, recalling his other incredible results, a 5.12-second 100-meter dash and a 4.91 m vertical jump. After completing her own tests, a tired Shun Qinghan in her gym clothes approaches Lin Zicheng. He asks how she did. With a weary but proud smile, she reports her impressive scores, a 9.32-second 100-meter dash, a 1.62 m vertical jump, and a 125 kilograms lift. She adds with a small sigh that her results are still nothing compared to his. Lin Zicheng praises her, telling her that with scores like that, she is a top-tier female student. He gives her an affectionate pat on the head, and she looks up at him with a happy expression. Sometime after, their classmate Heiyu runs up, excitedly announcing their written exam scores are available. He tells them he heard Wang Shuajia and Lu Gang scored in the high 80s, and he himself got an 80. As he asks about their scores, a nervous Shun Qinghan checks her phone. Her face lights up with joy as she exclaims she got an 82. Heiyu is stunned. They both turn to Lin Zicheng. He calmly holds up his phone, showing a perfect score of 100. Shun Qinghan cheers for him, while a dumbfounded Heiyu mutters that Lin Zicheng is as freakishly talented as ever. Later as they walk home, Shun Qinghan expresses her nervousness about the next phase, the week-long practical test in the forest. Lin Zicheng takes her hand and reassures her, telling her not to worry because he will stay by her side and protect her. Comforted, she agrees to stick close to him. Meanwhile, in a private room, two mysterious figures discuss the exam. One man in a formal suit and a sinister plague Dr. Mask hands a small wooden box to a younger man. The masked man instructs his subordinate to make good use of his position as a safety officer. The young man takes the box. Inside are 10 dark, seed-like objects, which the masked man calls demon seeds, that will aid him in his mission. The masked man promises that if the young man succeeds, he will be recommended to become a full member of their organization. The young man seems more interested in a different reward, stating he would prefer a rare, different fruit. The masked man scoffs, calling him short-sighted. He explains a single fruit could only help him evolve to a mid-tier rank, whereas joining their organization opens the door to evolving into a truly advanced being. After a moment, the young man is convinced, agreeing that becoming an official member is the more valuable prize. A convoy of buses travels through a dense, foggy forest. An announcement informs students they are about to arrive at the practical exam location. Inside a bus, Shun Qinghan is sleeping on Lin Zicheng's shoulder. He gently wakes her, letting her know they have arrived. An automated voice directs students from entrance 9 to get off the bus and proceed to the assembly point. Students gather at a large staging area, where the rules of the week-long exam are explained. Numerous score tokens are hidden throughout the forest, some in hard-to-reach places, and others carried by beasts. Safety officers are stationed near dangerous creatures, but calling for their help results in immediate disqualification. The most powerful beasts and the highest scores are located deep within the forest. A student's final grade is determined by the points from tokens and a performance review based on camera footage. With 100,000 students competing for 50,000 tokens, at least half will fail to score any points. The exam encourages both cooperation and competition. Students can team up to share tokens or steal them. An official announces they have 1 hour to prepare. Immediately, students begin trying to form alliances. One student loudly tries to recruit teammates by boasting about his father. Their attempt is quickly shut down by a strict female instructor who warns them against such open recruiting. Nearby, Lin Zicheng and Shen Qinghan are snacking when a group of female students asks Lin Zicheng to team up. He bluntly refuses. Just then, another student, a young man with brownish red hair, walks up and asks if he could buy some of their food. Instead, Lin Zicheng tosses him a package of toast as a gift. Impressed, the student suggests they team up, introducing himself as Hong Junping from a top high school. While eating his snack, Lin Zicheng politely rejects the offer. A bit dejected, Hong Junping thanks him for the food and walks away. Seeing him leave, Shen Qinghan comments on how strange the guy was. Lin Zicheng gives her a knowing smile and explains that the man's true intention was not about the food, but about the great beauty with him. Realizing he was trying to hit on her, Shen Qinghan blushes. With their break over, Lin Zicheng takes Shen Qinghan's hand and they set off into the forest. As they enter the vast wilderness, Lin Zicheng decides on a cautious strategy. To help Shen Qinghan acclimate, they begin by searching for score tokens in the safer, outer regions. To aid their search, Lin Zicheng activates his Eye of the Sky ability, his eyes glowing with golden light. His enhanced vision lets him instantly spot a target. He tells Shen Qinghan he has found a token at the top of a nearby tree and instructs her to get it. Eagerly, Shen Qinghan leaps high into the air with incredible agility. A moment later, she triumphantly holds up a token with the number 1 on it, happily shouting to Lin Zicheng that she got it. With his Eye of the Sky active, Lin Zicheng systematically scans the area, directing Shen Qinghan from one hidden token to the next. Soon, she has collected a small handful of 1-point tokens. Overjoyed, Shen Qinghan throws her arms around Lin Zicheng in an excited hug, exclaiming how amazing he is. Their celebration is cut short as they are surprised by an unexpected arrival. It is Hong Junping who greets them with a smile. He holds up a large score token, stating he has already gathered 28 points. He claims he wants to repay Lin Zicheng, but internally, his motive is to get to know the incredibly cute Shen Qinghan. He formally offers to team up, suggesting they split all points evenly among the 3 of them. Lin Zicheng flatly rejects the offer. He tells Hong Junping that if he is serious about repaying them, he can simply hand over all his score tokens. Hong Junping is visibly shocked and angered by this outrageous demand. His friendly demeanor vanishes, and surrounded by a surging aura, he charges forward, shouting that they have chosen the wrong path. As Hong Junping charges, yelling they have chosen the wrong path, Lin Zicheng calmly smirks, agreeing that Hong Junping is the one who has chosen wrongly. The fight is over in an instant. Lin Zicheng lands a single devastating punch to Hong Junping's stomach, causing him to double over in agony and spit up blood. With their opponent defeated, Lin Zicheng and Shen Qinghan walk away arm in arm, with Lin Zicheng now casually holding Hong Junping's score token. Behind them, their attacker lies unconscious. A concerned Shen Qinghan asks if he will be alright, but Lin Zicheng nonchalantly reassures her that he didn't even use any real force. Over the next few days, Lin Zicheng continues to guide and train Shen Qinghan. He helps her find more score tokens, pushes her to improve her strength by having her lift massive boulders, and teaches her practical survival skills like hunting wild boars. Their time is not all work. They also enjoy simpler moments, like gathering fresh fruit. They work as a perfect team, easily fending off other students who try to ambush them. When tired, they rest together under a makeshift roof. As Shen Qinghan sleeps on his shoulder, Lin Zicheng looks at her fondly, wishing the peaceful moment could last longer. Finally, they arrive at the central area of the forest. Shen Qinghan points out a wooden sign that ominously reads, "Danger, Aberrant Beast Zone." However, as they venture deeper, they find it eerily quiet. Shen Qinghan observes that they might have arrived too late, as there are no aberrant beasts in sight. The only evidence that anything was ever there are large, unsettling bloodstains splattered across the path. As they walk through the forest, Shen Qinghan is disappointed, lamenting that if they'd arrived earlier, she could have earned the genius title by killing aberrant beasts. Lin Zicheng comforts her with a pat on the head, telling her the title doesn't mean much and it's time to go back. He reflects that with cameras everywhere, hunting beasts is impossible, so it's more practical to focus on training Shen Qinghan's survival skills. After the combat assessment, the students are taken to the next phase, the gene fusion compatibility test. They are bused to a high-security facility on an island, the Island Gene Research Institute, where they are told to get in line for the test. Inside the lab, the students wait to have their blood drawn. Shen Qinghan asks Lin Zicheng if the reagents in the test tubes are for the test. He confirms they are flowing cloud jellyfish genetic reagents. This jellyfish's genes have a high affinity with the human body and easily cause a special chemical reaction with human blood, making them the ideal reagent. The procedure involves injecting the student's fresh blood into the jellyfish reagent to observe the chemical reaction, which determines if a student is suitable for gene fusion. While waiting, a nervous Hiyu expresses his hope to pass the gene fusion test, not wanting to go through the mechanical modification test. Chu Rui adds that the mechanical test is rumored to be painful, like being burned, as it involves implanting special metal alloys into the body. This thought terrifies Hiyu, who begins praying. After their blood is drawn, the students wait about an hour for the results. As scores come in, a girl celebrates her 8% compatibility, which qualifies her to be a gene fuser, while another is dejected over a 4% score. Another classmate is relieved to have barely passed with 6%. The students discuss the grading scale. 6% is passing, 8% is excellent, and 10% is required for top universities. They also mention the famous Kyoto prodigy has a compatibility of 16%. Hearing this, Lin Zicheng silently wonders what his own score will be, thinking that since his physical attributes are superior, perhaps he could reach 20%. Shen Qinghan, growing anxious, grabs Lin Zicheng's arm for support. He calmly takes her hand, telling her it's normal to be nervous, while thinking she might not be able to continue with him if her compatibility is too low. Suddenly their friend Chu Rui exclaims in joy that she scored 10%, high enough for the top universities. Hiyu, however, seems slightly disappointed with his 11% score, feeling it should have been higher. Seeing that others have results, Lin Zicheng turns to check his phone. Shen Qinghan, too scared to look at her own score, asks him to check his first and then hers. He agrees and looks at his phone. The result is an impressive 15%. Overjoyed, Shen Qinghan immediately throws her arms around Lin Zicheng in a celebratory hug, exclaiming that with a score like that, he is surely the top scholar in the province. Despite Shen Qinghan's joy, Lin Zicheng is internally disappointed his 15% compatibility is lower than the Kyoto prodigies, leading him to conclude that physical strength isn't the only factor determining aptitude for gene fusion. He then gently tells Shen Qinghan it's her turn to check her results, and she nervously agrees. He tries to reassure her, saying that if someone like him can get a good score, she certainly can too. However, as he brings up her results, his expression turns to shock. Shen Qinghan and Chu Rui, looking over his shoulder, mirror his astonishment. The phone screen displays an unbelievable result. Shen Qinghan has a gene fusion compatibility of 21%. The scene shifts to the Nanjiang Provincial Ministry of Education headquarters, where Mo Dongji is in a meeting with other officials, including the principal of Shanghai High. Mo Dongji announces the gene fusion compatibility results are in. First, they see Lin Zicheng's profile, noting his impressive 15% score, making him the provincial top scholar. The other officials congratulate the principal of Shanghai High, and while she acts modest, she is inwardly proud. Just as everyone believes the top student has been identified, Shen Qinghan's results are displayed. Her 21% compatibility score sends a shockwave through the room. The officials exclaim in disbelief, questioning if such a high number is possible. The principal is just as surprised, recalling Shen Qinghan as Lin Zicheng's seemingly ordinary childhood friend. The extraordinary result piques Mo Dongji's interest, who asks for more information on Shen Qinghan. The principal of Shanghai High nervously suggests to Mo Dongji that Shen Qinghan's result must be a mistake, as her school performance has always been ordinary. With a sigh, Mo Dongji decides there's no other way and that she must go see for herself. Back at the testing facility, students are in an uproar over the 21% result, questioning if the test was wrong. Shen Qinghan herself turns to Lin Zicheng in disbelief, asking if there was a mistake. Lin Zicheng calmly tells her he doesn't think it's an error. He leans in close, explaining she has a natural high affinity for water. And since the test used a reagent from a water attribute beast, like the flowing cloud jellyfish, her result makes sense. Shen Qinghan's eyes light up with understanding. She excitedly realizes this means her body is highly compatible with water attribute beast genes, making her a natural genius. With newfound confidence, she looks at Lin Zicheng, thinking she is finally worthy of standing by his side. Lin Zicheng smiles warmly, happy for her. Their moment is suddenly interrupted when someone shouts for everyone to look outside. As they turn, they witness a massive whirlpool of water rising from the ocean, and standing atop it is Mo Dongji. The students watch in awe as she stands powerfully on the surging wave. The other students panic, wondering if she is a heretic and fearing she is about to destroy the entire facility. Mo Dongji lands gracefully, the water receding around her. The Research Institute staff immediately recognize her, bowing and calling her name. They identify her as Mo Dongji, Vice Principal of Shanghai University, from a prestigious martial arts family with a 1,000-year history. Staff members whisper rumors that her family once tamed dragons and fused with their genes, which would explain her incredible ability to manipulate water. Ignoring the staff, Mo Dongji walks directly to Shin Qinghan and asks if she is the one. To verify the extraordinary test result, she orders a scientist to draw Shin Qinghan blood and retest it 3 more times. Afterward, a drained Shin Qinghan sits with her friends. The EU expresses his concern, and she admits her arm is a bit numb after the repeated blood draws. Soon, a scientist calls for Shin Qinghan to follow him, and she complies. She is led to a private office where Mo Dongji is waiting. Mo Dongji smiles, announcing the results are in. She leans close to the nervous girl, exclaiming that all 3 tests consistently showed 21% compatibility. Getting straight to the point, Mo Dongji makes a life-changing offer. She wants to take Shin Qinghan as her disciple. Shin Qinghan is completely stunned, stammering at the sudden request. To demonstrate the power she could learn, Mo Dongji effortlessly levitates water from a glass on her desk, swirling it in a controlled vortex. She tells Shin Qinghan that as her student, she will easily be able to perform such feats. Overwhelmed, Shin Qinghan asks for time to think, wanting to consult Lin Zicheng first. Mo Dongji dismisses her hesitation, stating there is nothing to consider, as becoming her disciple offers only advantages, while continuing her impressive display of water manipulation. Mo Dongji asserts her authority, stating that as Provincial Minister of Education and Vice Principal of Shanghai University, she has decided Shin Qinghan will attend her university now that they have a master-disciple relationship. She leans in close, asking the nervous Shin Qinghan if she has anything to say. Overwhelmed and intimidated, Shin Qinghan meekly replies that she has nothing to add. Feeling completely railroaded, she nervously adds Mo Dongji's contact info to her phone. Mo Dongji then informs her that she has another disciple, who will be Shin Qinghan's senior sister. She explains this student is of a similar age, but began her training over 10 years ago. Mo Dongji sends a photo to her phone, saying she'll introduce them when the time is right. Shin Qinghan is shocked when she sees the picture of a white-haired girl with a spear, surrounded by skeletal remains, and standing over a monstrous carnivorous plant. She immediately recognizes her as her old friend, Bai Shui. She asks Mo Dongji for her senior sister's name. Mo Dongji reveals it is Luo Qianxue and asks if Shin Qinghan knows her. Shin Qinghan explains that she had a friend in elementary school named Bai Shui, who looked just like her, but she transferred away suddenly. She wonders if they could be the same person. Mo Dongji dismisses the idea as impossible. Still puzzled by Shin Qinghan's score, Mo Dongji tells her that her gene fusion compatibility is beyond anything she has ever seen. She decides to conduct a physical examination to see if there is anything special about her body. As she places a glowing hand on Shin Qinghan's chest, she becomes visibly surprised, muttering that something is strange. A worried Shin Qinghan asks if something is wrong with her body. Mo Dongji explains that, on the contrary, her body is too normal, which is odd for someone with a 21% compatibility score. To protect her from unwanted attention and potential harm from those with malicious intent, Mo Dongji decides to publicly report Shin Qinghan's score as 16%. Shin Qinghan quietly agrees to the arrangement. With their business concluded, Mo Dongji dismisses Shin Qinghan, telling her it is getting late and she can go home. Shin Qinghan nervously says goodbye to her new master and leaves the office. Once alone, Mo Dongji makes a phone call. The man on the other end, her father, tells her the new disciple is extraordinary and destined for greatness, which will bring them unimaginable rewards. He sternly warns her that her student's incredible talent must be kept a secret from everyone. Mo Dongji agrees, telling her father she understands. Later, as Lin Zicheng gives Shen Qinghan a ride home on his bicycle, he remarks how strange it is that she so suddenly acquired a master. She agrees the situation feels very abrupt. Lin Zicheng decides they should adopt a wait-and-see approach. He tells her if Mo Dongji proves to have no malicious intent, then it is fine to accept her as a master. However, he adds, if she turns out to be a bad person, they will end the relationship once Shen Qinghan is strong enough. Shen Qinghan agrees with his plan as she gets off the bike. As they arrive, their mothers, Zhang Wangxin and Su Meng, greet them with great excitement. They announce they are all going to a restaurant to celebrate their children's success. They are overjoyed that Shen Qinghan is the provincial top scholar and that she and Lin Zicheng can attend the same university together. At the restaurant, both families raise their glasses in a toast, celebrating Shen Qinghan and Lin Zicheng for achieving the top 2 scores in the province. After the joyful dinner, the families part ways, wishing each other a safe trip home. That night, under a full moon, there is a knock at Lin Zicheng's door. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, opens it to find Shen Qinghan standing there in her pink pajamas, looking flustered. Zhang Wangxin smiles and teasingly asks if she has come to sleep with Lin Zicheng again. Flustered by Zhang Wangxin's teasing, Shen Qinghan quickly denies any romantic intentions, insisting she has something very important to discuss with Lin Zicheng in person. She tells Zhang Wangxin she's going to find him and rushes into his room. Amused, Zhang Wangxin watches her go, wondering to herself if the important matter is a love confession. Shen Qinghan knocks on Lin Zicheng's door, telling him she has something important to say. When he opens the door and asks what's wrong, she explains it is about the matter with her new master from earlier that day. Inside his room, she sits on his bed, hugging a pillow for comfort. She tells him that her master, Mo Dongji, performed a full physical examination on her, but found nothing out of the ordinary, concluding that her body was no different from a normal person's. Shen Qinghan reveals the crucial detail. Even with her power, Mo Dongji was unable to detect her strange ability to let water pass through her body. Lin Zicheng is internally stunned by this revelation. He reflects on Mo Dongji's immense power, capable of controlling massive waves, yet she was unable to uncover the secret of Shen Qinghan's body. He concludes that her physical constitution is far more mysterious than he had ever imagined. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, advising her that they must keep this ability a secret from everyone for now, as they cannot predict the consequences if it were to be revealed. He suggests they can slowly study it later, when they are stronger and more experienced. Shen Qinghan agrees, telling him she will follow his lead. She then brings up another topic, remembering that her master mentioned she has a senior sister. Shen Qinghan explains that she saw a photo of this senior sister and was shocked by how much she looks like her old friend, Bai Shui. She then shows the picture on her phone to Lin Zicheng. He takes the phone and examines the photo of Luo Qianxiu. He acknowledges the resemblance, but notes that her aura is completely different from the Bai Shui he remembers. His attention, however, is drawn to the strange, forested background of the image. He asks Shen Qinghan if she has any idea where the photo was taken. Shen Qinghan tells Lin Zicheng she doesn't know where the photo was taken, but she will ask her master. She sends a text to Mo Dongji, asking about the location. Mo Dongji gives a one-word reply. Source cite when Shen Qinghan asks for more details, her master cryptically responds that she will find out when she becomes stronger. Shen Qinghan relays this information to Lin Zicheng, telling him she couldn't get any more details. Lin Zicheng decides they should put the matter aside for now and revisit it in the future. Later, as they lie on his bed, both looking at their phones, Shen Qinghan quietly watches him for a moment. She then asks him if men like women who wear kiangsams. The question catches Lin Zicheng off guard, and he internally wonders if she was influenced by her master, Mo Dongji, who wears a similar traditional dress. He blushes as he imagines Shen Qinghan in a kiangsam, thinking to himself that it would look very good on her and admitting that it depends on the person. Sensing his response, Shen Qinghan leans in closer, pressing him on whether he likes them. A completely flustered Lin Zicheng stammers that he supposes he does. She continues her questioning, asking about stockings and whether he prefers black, white, or nude-colored ones. He wonders why she is asking such strange questions. Night down on the bed, he finally relents, admitting that if he had to choose, he would pick black or white stockings. Satisfied with his answers, Shen Qinghan immediately sits up and starts ordering a kiangsam and stockings on her phone, leaving a bewildered Lin Zicheng to wonder what just happened. Their conversation is interrupted by a knock at the door. It is Zhang Wangxin who has brought a bag for Shen Qinghan. She explains that Shen Qinghan's mother sent over some toiletries and told her to just sleep over for the night. A completely flustered Shen Qinghan takes the bag, stammering that she never asked her mother to send anything and wondering why she would act on her own. As she leaves, Zhang Wangxin cheerfully tells them not to worry, as they are both adults now, so it is perfectly fine for them to sleep over together before closing the door. An awkward silence fills the room as both Shen Qinghan and Lin Zicheng blush, unsure of what to do next. Resigning herself to the situation, Shen Qinghan sits on the bed and opens the bag, stating that she will just change her diaper and go to sleep. However, as she looks inside, she pulls out an object with a surprised expression, asking what it is. To her absolute horror, she realizes she is holding a box of those things for safety. Utterly mortified, she wonders what on earth her mother was thinking by packing such an item in her bag. In a complete panic, she stammers that she is going to change her diaper and scrambles off the bed, tripping over her own feet and falling face first onto the floor in her haste to escape. Lin Zicheng is left sitting on the bed, completely bewildered by the chaotic scene and wondering what is going on. Lin Zicheng and Shen Qinghan have been accepted into the Evolution Academy of Shanghai University. Lin Zicheng tells Shen Qinghan, who is sitting on the back of his bicycle, to hold on tight because they are about to get going. She obliges, wrapping her arms around his waist. They have both also signed up for the He family's martial arts gym and are on their way to a promotional event today. As they ride through the bustling city streets, Lin Zicheng suddenly notices that a strange group of people is blocking their path. A man in black and gold robes, accompanied by several men in white karate uniforms, stands before them and asks if he is Lin Zicheng. Surprised, Lin Zicheng stops the bike and asks them who they are. The man introduces himself as Lu Chuanwu, the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. However, he clarifies that he is not there in his official capacity, but as a representative of an organization called Tianren-ge. Tianren-ge is a conservative organization that opposes gene fusion and mechanical modification, preferring to fight threats with traditional martial arts. Lin Zicheng recalls hearing about them, but internally dismisses them, thinking their ideology is misguided and deludes its followers. Lu Chuanwu formally invites Lin Zicheng to join Tianren-ge. Ignoring him, Lin Zicheng simply asks them to get out of his way. As Lin Zicheng tries to pass, Lu Chuanwu places a hand on his shoulder to stop him, asking for a moment to talk. Attempting to persuade him, Lu Chuanwu offers him a new phone as a gift, but Lin Zicheng is clearly made uncomfortable by the insistence. Later, Lin Zicheng, Shen Qinghan, and Lu Chuanwu are sitting in a cafe. Lu Chuanwu explains that his organization, Tianren-ge, researches how to unlock the potential of pure-blooded humans without gene fusion or mechanical modifications. He passionately claims that their goal is to help humans break through the ordinary biological barriers and evolve into advanced, rare, or even epic beings. To prove his point, he tells Lin Zicheng that they have already achieved some results and shows him a video on his phone. In the video, Lu Chuanwu, who states his own biological level is ordinary Tier 9, is seen facing a formidable opponent. He explains that the video shows him defeating a high-level gene fuser. Lin Zicheng is shocked to recognize the winged man in the video as Wu Tiancheng, the powerful prodigy who had single-handedly taken down the rat god cult. The fight in the video unfolds, showing Wu Tiancheng leaping high into the air and unleashing a deadly shower of sharp feathers down on Lu Chuanwu. The feathers pierce Lu Chuanwu's body, leaving him bloodied, while Wu Tiancheng lands gracefully back on the fighting stage. Despite his injuries, Lu Chuanwu charges forward with incredible force and lands a devastating punch on Wu Tiancheng, sending the powerful gene fuser flying out of the ring. As the video ends, Lu Chuanwu passionately argues that the human lineage is already invincible and does not need to borrow power from other species, proclaiming that pure-blooded humans who follow their path of cultivation are the true future. Lin Zicheng looks at the phone, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He wonders if the video could be fake, questioning if it was edited or if Wu Tiancheng was paid to lose on purpose. Lu Chuanwu dismisses his doubts, stating firmly that the video is completely unedited. He adds that he will continue to challenge other high-level gene fusers and invites Lin Zicheng to come and watch anytime. Lin Zicheng then asks why they don't just post the video online to better promote Tianren-ge. Lu Chuanwu explains that they would like to, but those in power do not allow it. With a surge of anger, he He elaborates that the authorities believe that as long as a method doesn't raise a person's biological level, it has no future and is not worth promoting. He slams his fists on the table in frustration, arguing that without wider promotion, they cannot attract more people to their research, which makes achieving a breakthrough incredibly difficult. After all, he says qualitative change requires quantitative change. He then looks at Lin Zicheng with hope, telling him that if a genius like him joined them, he wouldn't get stuck at ordinary Tier 9 for 50 years like he has. Lu Chuanwu is certain that Lin Zicheng would be able to evolve into a high-level being. Lin Zicheng is taken aback by this information, internally noting that Lu Chuanwu has been stuck for 50 years but only looks about 50 years old himself. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Lu Chuanwu reveals a startling secret. He tells Lin Zicheng not to be fooled by his appearance, as he is actually almost 100 years old. He explains that he has been able to maintain his youthful appearance thanks to their special cultivation methods. Skeptical, Lin Zicheng searches online for the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. The results confirm Lu Chuanwu's story. An encyclopedia entry lists his birth date as March 1929. Lin Zicheng is surprised their cultivation method can grant such longevity and briefly wonders if his parents could learn it. He continues to scroll and learns that in his youth, Lu Chuanwu was the young master of the Lu family, a top martial arts clan. When the era of gene fusion began, his family's refusal to adapt led to their decline, with their dojo falling into ruin. The information also reveals a personal tragedy. Lu Chuanwu's insistence on the traditional path resulted in his wife and children leaving him as they chose to embrace gene fusion. Looking at the article, Lin Zicheng thinks about his relationship with Shen Qingan, confident she would never leave him. His research is interrupted when he scrolls further and sees something that shocks him. Under the relationships section, it lists his ex-wife as Yuan Dongji, which Lin Zicheng recognizes as another name for Shen Qinghan's new master, Mo Dongji. He also sees that the profile pictures for his son, Yuan Shuxing, and daughter Yuan Xiaoi, are grayed out, making him wonder if they have both died. Lin Zicheng looks up from his phone at Lu Chuanwu, concluding this man should not be underestimated. Noticing the intense stare, Lu Chuanwu smirks. He proudly states that maintaining his youthful appearance at nearly 100 years old is proof of the great potential of pure-blooded humans, and it is for this reason that Tianren exists. He passionately declares that Tianren means humanity will conquer the heavens. He argues that those who rely on gene fusion will never surpass the beasts they take their power from and will eventually be destroyed by them. He makes the same argument for mechanical modification, stating that because many materials come from aberrant beasts, it is also a path that can never truly surpass its origins. He slams his fists on the table, clarifying that Tianren is not completely against these methods, but is against humanity betting its entire future on them. He believes they should be used as an early-stage solution while they research a better long-term path. With great passion, Lu Chuanwu extends his hand, sincerely inviting Lin Zicheng to join Tianren and work for the future of humanity. However, Lin Zicheng holds up a hand, silently declining. Undeterred, Lu Chuanwu expresses his firm belief that Lin Zicheng has the potential to become the first pure-blooded human to break through the ordinary biological barrier. Lin Zicheng, however, remains practical and asks what exactly this cultivation method is. Lu Chuanwu proudly explains their technique is the blood-tempering art, a method from ancient ruins. He describes it as a way to use one's own qi and blood to temper and strengthen the body, increasing combat power. He boasts that ancient records claim at its highest level. This art allows a practitioner to become a saint in the flesh, capable of shattering mountains and tearing apart giant steel beasts with their bare hands. However, Lu Chuanwu reveals a critical limitation. The art can only be practiced by pure-blooded humans. He explains that gene fusers have impure blood, while mechanically modified individuals have incomplete bodies that prevent the necessary circulation of qi and blood. This, he argues, is why he believes humanity's future lies with pure-blooded individuals. He once again formally asks Lin Zicheng to join Tianren. Lin Zicheng thoughtfully replies that he feels he knows too little about this path and would prefer to just observe for now. Being more insistent, Lu Chuanwu leans forward, telling Lin Zicheng he can take his time learning, but it would be a great shame to waste his incredible physical talent. Leaning in close, Lu Chuanwu tells him that from Tianren's perspective, the supposed top scholar with 16% gene fusion compatibility is nothing compared to him. He goes so far as to say she can't even compare to a single hair on Lin Zetian's head, causing a shocked Shin Qinghan to spit out her drink. Surrounded by a fiery aura of conviction, Lu Chuanwu declares they have always believed that Lin Zetian, with his #1 physical test data, is the true top talent in the province. He tells Lin Zetian that if he chooses their path, he will undoubtedly be able to crush Shin Qinghan in the future. This leaves Shin Qinghan looking dejected, wondering why she is being dragged into the conversation. Lin Zetian raises his hand to interrupt Lu Chuanwu's speech. He points directly at the downcast Shin Qinghan, clarifying that she is the top scholar with the 16% gene fusion compatibility he was just talking about. Shin Qinghan gives an awkward wave as Lu Chuanwu begins to sweat nervously. Deciding to end the conversation, Lin Zetian announces it is getting late. He picks up the phone Lu Chuanwu had offered him earlier. Standing up, he takes Shin Qinghan's hand, thanks Lu Chuanwu for the phone and drinks, and informs him they are leaving. In a panic, Lu Chuanwu reaches out desperately, pleading with them to wait and offering a trial period of half a year. As they walk away hand in hand, he shouts after them, offering to double whatever benefits the Evolution Academy gives him. When that doesn't stop them, he becomes even more desperate and raises his offer to triple the benefits. The word triple makes Lin Zetian stop, his eyes wide with shock. The scene changes abruptly as Lin Zetian is suddenly back at the table, telling Lu Chuanwu he has always agreed with Tianren's philosophy. With a fiery look of determination, Lin Zetian clenches his fist and declares he has decided to bring his talent to Tianren and contribute to the cause of pure-blooded humanity. Lu Chuanwu is left stunned and speechless, while a small, chibi version of him cries over the vast amount of money he has just promised. Having made his decision, Lin Zetian tells Lu Chuanwu he has a question. He asks if he knows what the source site is. Lu Chuanwu is visibly surprised, wondering how a young student could know about such a place. His expression turns solemn as he explains that the source site is believed to be the origin of all life. He elaborates that all the aberrant beasts in the world originate from there. Lin Zetian reflects on the information, realizing the source site is the origin of all aberrant beasts. He asks Lu Chuanwu if the beast meat sold in markets also comes from there. Lu Chuanwu confirms this, explaining the meat on Earth isn't enough to feed the general population. Lin Zetian then asks about videos of the place. Lu Chuanwu shakes his head, explaining that no electronic devices function there, so the only way to record anything is through realistic drawings. This triggers a memory for Lin Zetian. He recalls the image of Shin Qinghan's senior sister, Luo Qianxue, and realizes what he thought was a photograph was a highly detailed painting. Their conversation is interrupted by Lin Zetian's phone ringing. It is their friend Heiyu asking where they are, as the promotional event at the gym is about to start. Lin Zetian assures him they are on their way. He stands, puts on his backpack, and tells Lu Chuanwu they have matters to attend to and must leave. Before they go, Lu Chuanwu hands Lin Zetian a blue book titled Blood Tempering Art, explaining it contains the detailed cultivation methods. However, he offers a caution, stating there's a threshold for practicing it. One must reach ordinary tier 4 and have sufficient qi in blood. He suggests that since Lin Zetian's physical test data is close to tier 4, he should study the book over the summer and begin practicing once he advances. Lin Zetian takes the book and casually stuffs it into his bag. To Lu Chuanwu's surprise, Lin Zetian reveals that he has already reached ordinary tier 6, so he plans to start practicing as soon as he gets back. The scene shifts to a high-rise building. Inside, a young woman with a ponytail is training intensely, delivering a powerful kick to a heavy bag that sends it swinging. She stops when she hears someone whistling happily. Turning, she sees Lu Chuanwu walking in with a spring in his step. Curious, she asks the dean what has made him so happy. Lu Chuanwu boasts to the young woman with a proud expression. He claims that thanks to his charisma, he recruited the student with the top physical test scores in the province into Tianren. The young woman is shocked and asks if it is true. Lu Chuanwu shows her his phone with Lin Zetian's contact information, claiming it was all his personality, but she demands the truth. Under pressure, Lu Chuanwu nervously admits he had to offer Lin Zetian triple the benefits the Evolution Academy was offering. The young woman screams in horror, reminding him their organization is already heavily in debt. Lu Chuanwu tries to calm her by massaging her shoulders, reassuring her he has set up dates with 3 wealthy women to cover the costs, while she looks annoyed. Changing the subject, Lu Chuanwu asks how long it took her to sense her qi and blood when she first practiced the blood tempering art. She recalls it was 10 years ago, and says it took about a week. He then asks how long it took to master blood control, and she replies 2 months. Lu Chuanwu strokes his chin, praising her talent as expected of the former Kyoto exam runner-up. He admits that even he, a self-proclaimed genius, took 2 weeks to sense his qi and blood. The young woman looks sad, asking him not to mention her past title. She laments that since giving up gene fusion to join Tian Renjie, she hasn't evolved into a high-level being in years, and feels people mock her for fading into obscurity. Lu Chuanwu places a comforting hand on her shoulder, telling her to let them laugh. He assures her that in a few years, when she evolves, she will be the one beating them up. The young woman sighs, noting she has tempered her body twice, but still hasn't opened an acupoint. She asks about Lin Zicheng, wondering how long it will take him to sense his qi and blood. Lu Chuanwu estimates that since Lin Zicheng's physical data is exceptional, it should take him about 10 days. Hearing this, the young woman gets a mischievous look, declaring she will have to properly teach this new genius junior. Later that night, the city is quiet. In his room, Lin Zicheng sits cross-legged on his bed, meditating with the blood-tempering art book open. He thinks to himself that sensing qi and blood was simple, noting he did it in just 3 seconds. Reading the book, he decides the next step is to control the qi and blood to temper his body, starting with his right arm. He focuses his energy, and his right arm becomes engulfed in a flame-like aura. A system notification confirms he is using qi and blood to temper his skin, increasing his skin strength and proficiency. Half an hour later, Lin Zicheng tests the results. He takes a knife and swings it forcefully against his arm. To his satisfaction, the blade bounces off without a scratch. He realizes one session of tempering has made his skin impervious to blades, understanding now how Lu Chuanwu withstood Wu Tiancheng's attacks. Wondering how strong he will become after 5 sessions, he continues his cultivation. 3 hours later, an exhausted Lin Zicheng sits on his bed, sweating. He calculates that at this speed he can finish tempering all the skin on his body within a week, noting that while his arms are done, it consumed 1/3 of his qi and blood. His rest is interrupted by a phone notification late at night. He checks it and sees a message from Shun Qinghan. She asks if he is asleep and says she has a surprise, inviting him to her room. Curious, he agrees to go over immediately. As he leaves, he wonders what kind of surprise this could be. In the hallway, he runs into his mother, Zhang Wangxin. She knowingly asks if he is going to see Shun Qinghan, explaining the girl had messaged her about the surprise. With a teasing smile, she tells him to hurry up so Shun Qinghan doesn't get anxious. Lin Zicheng knocks on Shun Qinghan's door and announces his arrival. She invites him in. He opens the door and is stunned to find Shun Qinghan on her bed, completely wrapped in a thick duvet, her face flushed red. When he asks what is going on, she shyly replies that this is the surprise. His imagination runs wild, and he wonders if the surprise is that she intends to offer herself to him, visualizing a scandalous scene involved with caution tape. Taking off inappropriate thoughts, he nervously jokes to himself that she surely just wants to show him a glow-in-the-dark watch. However, Shun Qinghan insists he just needs to come over and look. Still blushing, Lin Zicheng walks over and sits on the edge of the bed. She softly tells him to lift the cover and see. He looks down and sees her face is a deep red, her eyes looking up at him with a shy, almost seductive expression. Lin Zicheng feels his heart racing, his face equally hot as the atmosphere becomes tense and ambiguous. Unable to wait, he reaches out and lifts the white duvet to reveal the surprise underneath. When he lifts the quilt, Lin Zicheng is left completely stunned by the surprise waiting for him. Shun Qinghan is lying on the bed, blushing, wearing the tight white cheongsam she bought online. Lin Zicheng's face turns bright red at the sight of her, utterly shocked. Shyly, Shun Qinghan asks him if the outfit looks good on her. Nervous and unable to look away, he manages to nod and say she looks great. Encouraged by his reaction, she admits that she also bought black stockings and asks if he'd like to see how they look on her. Sweating nervously, he agrees with excitement, telling her to put them on so he can see. As Lin Zicheng watches, Shun Qinghan slowly begins putting on the black stockings, which makes him blush even more. Once she's done, she asks again if she looks good. He assures her she looks stunning and that the outfit suits her perfectly. Playfully, she tells him the stockings feel very nice and invites him to touch them. He approaches and gently touches her leg, agreeing that they feel very comfortable. Looking down on the bed, Shun Qinghan moves closer to him and asks which feels better to the touch, her legs or the stockings. Blushing but smiling, Lin Zicheng replies that her legs definitely feel better, something she seems to agree with. Suddenly, their intimate moment is interrupted by Zhang Wangxin's voice from the other side of the door. She shouts that Shun Qinghan's mother just brought her some toiletries and hung them on the doorknob for her to pick up later, startling a confused Lin Zicheng. Startled by her sudden appearance, Lin Zicheng stands up and heads to the door to answer her. With a puzzled expression, Lin Zicheng picks up the bag her mother left at the door. When he looks inside, he blushes upon seeing a box of those things for safety that Shun Qinghan's mother prepared for him, confirming his suspicions. Embarrassed and a bit annoyed, he puts the box back in the bag, thinking to himself that they haven't even kissed yet and wondering why the rush. Shun Qinghan tells him it's already late and that he should stay the night. Then shyly she asks him to turn around so he doesn't see her while she puts on her diaper. Blushing, Lin Zicheng turns around while she changes clothes at the back of the room. Once she's done, she approaches him and says she's ready. They can turn off the light and sleep. Both of them are visibly nervous. Later, the two lie in bed, side by side under the same quilt. Unable to sleep, Lin Zicheng asks Shun Qinghan if she used any perfume since he notices a pleasant scent in the bed. With her eyes closed and a playful smile, she replies that it's her natural scent that perfumed the bed and invites him to smell if he doesn't believe her. Skeptical, he murmurs that that's impossible. Opening her eyes, Shun Qinghan gives him a seductive smile, leaving him speechless. He blushes intensely, captivated by the moment. Slowly, she moves closer to him and kisses him passionately. During the kiss, Shun Qinghan's eyes suddenly open, showing surprise. She immediately pulls away gently, asking him in a breathless voice to wait a moment. Shocked, Shun Qinghan gets out of bed and puts on her slippers, while a confused Lin Zicheng asks what's wrong. Her face burning with shame, she turns around and confesses that she just wet herself again. She stands next to the bed, mortified, while Lin Zicheng watches from the mattress. Suddenly an idea occurs to Lin Zicheng, and he asks her to wait. He asks how she felt right before it happened and whether she experienced a strong mental fluctuation. Embarrassed, she explains that her heart was racing. She felt a jolt in her chest, her body grew warm, and as a result, she lost control of her bladder. Hearing this, Lin Zicheng confirms that her mental fluctuations were extremely intense and that everything fits what he suspected. He explains his theory to her, recalling her innate water ability, and tells her he suspects her unknown superpower is linked to her mental power and is controlled by it. Shun Qinghan listens in amazement, realizing that if her mental strength is high enough, she might be able to fully develop and control her ability. With a new idea to test his theory, Lin Zicheng takes her hand and suggests they keep kissing to see if her mental fluctuations trigger the same effect again. Shun Qinghan asks Lin Zicheng to wait so she can change her diaper, but he tells her not to worry, arguing that she'll end up wetting herself again in a moment anyway, so they might as well continue their experiment. She agrees, and they resume kissing passionately on the bed. After the kiss, Lin Zicheng gently holds her face and asks how she felt this time. Completely red, she confirms that it was exactly like before. An intense surge of mental fluctuation followed immediately by the loss of bladder control. Having tested it several times, Lin Zicheng tells her he's now convinced that her superpower is activated through her mental power. Shun Qinghan, drenched and embarrassed, says she has sweated a lot and is going to take a shower as she gets out of the bed. From the bathroom, she shouts that she forgot her pajamas and asks him to bring her a set. He agrees without hesitation. Lin Zicheng goes to Shun Qinghan's wardrobe and opens it, looking through her neatly folded clothes. While searching, he finds a cute pair of underwear with a pink bow and is surprised, thinking to himself how pretty it is. He quickly puts it back, blushing and reasoning that she probably doesn't wear underwear when she sleeps with a diaper. Finally, he grabs a light blue pajama set and decides it will do. Later, the two are in bed, ready to sleep. Lin Zicheng lies awake with a thoughtful expression and turns to look at Shun Qinghan, who is already fast asleep, even drooling a little. He smiles tenderly and gently strokes her cheek. The next morning, Lin Zicheng quietly leaves her room, closing the door carefully so as not to wake her. Just as he's about to leave, he runs into her mother, Su Meng, in the kitchen. She tells him that breakfast is almost ready and suggests he stay and eat before going home, and he gladly agrees. Lin Zicheng has breakfast with Shun Qinghan's parents, Shun Jianya and Su Meng. Her father asks if Shun Qinghan is awake yet, and Lin Zicheng replies that she is not, and that they should let her sleep a little longer. Su Meng comments that she wishes her daughter were as disciplined as Lin Zicheng, but Shun Jianya defends her, saying that after becoming the top student in the province, she deserves to rest during the holidays. After breakfast, Lin Zicheng says goodbye to Su Meng at the door, telling her there's no need to walk him out. Once he leaves, she closes the door with a sly and satisfied smile. Su Meng goes to her husband and tells him that last night she got up to use the bathroom and heard the shower running upstairs, hinting that their daughter and Lin Zicheng were to get together. Xun Jianya, thoughtful, agrees with her conclusion. Excited by this major progress in their relationship, Su Meng grabs her phone to immediately share the good news with Zhang Wangxin. Meanwhile, Lin Zicheng arrives home and gets ready to wash the clothes he wore the previous day. Just as he's changing, his mother, Zhang Wangxin, appears. Seeing him, she gives him a knowing smile and a thumbs up, telling him he's very capable, leaving Lin Zicheng completely confused by her sudden praise. The scene shifts to a building that appears to be a university. A muscular man with sunglasses and long hair, followed by a group of equally strong men, bursts into a dojo shouting Lu Chuanwu's name and demanding an explanation regarding Lin Zicheng. Calmly, Lu Chuanwu pretends not to know what he's talking about. Furious, the man yells that Lin Zicheng had already enrolled in his Evolution Academy and accuses Lu Chuanwu of using dirty tactics to steal the student for his martial academy. Lu Chuanwu angrily retorts, asking why only the Evolution Academy should have the right to recruit students. The argument intensifies, with both deans shouting at each other about recruitment principles and prior agreements, which Lu Chuanwu brazenly disregards. With an air of superiority, Lu Chuanwu states that his recruitment method was completely reasonable and part of fair competition. He challenges the other dean, telling him that if he's dissatisfied, he's free to try recruiting Lin Zicheng back. Enraged, the Evolution Academy dean shouts at him, questioning how someone as contemptible as him can talk about fair competition, and challenges him to a fight on the spot as the true measure of justice. Lu Chuanwu scoffs at the idea, asking if he thinks he's an idiot. The argument escalates further. Lu Chuanwu points out the massive difference in their power levels, explaining that the dean is a level 5 advanced, while he is only a level 9 ordinary, which would make the fight unfair. The dean counters that he is 48 years old, while Lu Chuanwu is 95, accusing him of taking advantage of his youth. Lu Chuanwu fires back, accusing him of trying to bully an old man, leaving the dean speechless with rage. Defeated in the argument, the dean turns around and leaves with his group, shouting that as long as Lu Chuanwu refuses genetic fusion, he'll remain weak forever and can continue playing with his pureblood humans who are no better than insects. Later, the dean is in an office speaking with Mo Dongjie. She advises him not to worry, assuring him that in time, Lin Zicheng will see how his classmates surpass him through genetic fusion and mechanical modification, and then he will naturally want to switch majors. He insists the real problem isn't that, but that Lu Chuanwu broke the rules and must be punished for it. Finally, Mo Dongjie suggests that if he feels so wronged, he should repay him in kind by stealing his best student. Nervous but convinced, the dean agrees to follow her advice. Once the dean leaves, Mo Dongjie closes the office door. Holding her cup, she reflects that although Ma Zhenhe is usually a calm person, he always loses his composure and becomes irrational when dealing with Lu Chuanwu. As she takes a sip, she thinks about Lu Chuanwu, noting that after so many years, he hasn't changed at all, and his mouth is still as sharp as ever. She regrets that he chose the wrong path in his youth, believing his body was as formidable as his tongue, and that if not for his choices, he could have been at least a school principal by now. The scene shifts to an outdoor scene, where Lin Zicheng and Shen Qinghan are running together along a street beside a canal. After a while, Shen Qinghan stops, completely exhausted and out of breath, saying she can't keep running anymore. Lin Zicheng approaches and hands her a bottle of water to rehydrate. As she drinks, he suggests they finish training for the day and go to a nearby bench to relax their muscles. Soon after, Shen Qinghan is lying face down on a wooden bench, and Lin Zicheng sits beside her to massage her legs and relieve the muscle tension. Grateful, she turns to look at him and thanks him. He smiles and tells her that, given how close they are, she doesn't need to thank him. His words make Shen Qinghan blush deeply. She sits up and, timidly, asks him directly what their relationship is at that moment. She wonders aloud whether they are simply friends, childhood friends, or if she is his girlfriend. Lin Zicheng smiles at Shen Qinghan and confirms that he considers her family. Blushing, Shen Qinghan asks what kind of family he has in mind, and then asks him what kind of family he would like them to be. Shyly, she suggests that they could be fiancés, to which he agrees, filling her with joy. Happily, she sits closer to him on the bench. Shin Qinghan then proposes that they get married right after they graduate from university. Lin Zicheng happily agrees to her plan, and they both seal their agreement with a pinky promise. Later that night, at Lin Zicheng's house, he is sitting on the living room sofa with his parents, Lin Yanqing and Zhang Wangxin. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Lin Yanqing goes to open it, and is surprised to see who it is. It is Dean Ma Jinhe who greets him and apologizes for the late visit, explaining that he wanted to talk about Lin Zicheng's choice of academy. Lin Yanqing is confused, wondering why the dean would come to talk about that so late when the matter was already decided. Ma Jinhe hands him a gift, 2 fish, explaining they were a present from a student. Lin Yanqing invites him in, telling him they can talk in the living room where Lin Zicheng is. In the living room, Ma Jinhe tries to persuade Lin Zicheng, pointing out that his 15% gene fusion compatibility promises an incredible future, and it would be a waste of his talent to pursue the path of a pure-blooded human. He continues, arguing that while Tian Ren's intentions may be good, their theories have shown no real progress and are a trap that will only harm Lin Zicheng in the long run. He urges Lin Zicheng to listen to his advice, forget the pure-blood path that will only lead to mediocrity, and choose the Evolution Academy instead. Lin Zicheng listens to the dean's plea with a serious and unreadable expression. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, is confused by the conversation and asks for clarification, stating that she thought her son had already enrolled in the Evolution Academy. At this point, Lin Zicheng addresses his parents, admitting he forgot to tell them that he joined Tian Ren a few days prior. He explains that he has already transferred to the Budo Academy to follow the path of a pure-blooded human, leaving his parents utterly shocked by the news. His mother anxiously asks him what is going on. Lin Zicheng explains his reasoning, stating that he agrees with Tian Ren's philosophy. He says that because the dean of the Budo Academy, Lu Chuanwu, showed great sincerity by offering him triple the benefits, he agreed to join for a 6-month trial period. He clarifies that if he doesn't see any progress after half a year, he will return to the Evolution Academy and the gene fusion path. His parents seem to be processing his logical plan. Ma Jinhe, however, is furious, silently questioning how the poor old Lu Chuanwu could possibly afford such an offer. He turns to Lin Zicheng and says he has some advice for him as a young man. He argues that triple the benefits is a small, short-term gain that will result in a huge long-term loss. He warns that in those 6 months, Lin Zicheng will miss out on precious knowledge and experience that he can never get back, pleading with him not to waste his time. Lin Zicheng remains firm, thanking the dean for his advice, but reiterating that he truly believes in Tian Renjia's ideals. He explains that if he doesn't at least try this path, he knows he will regret it for the rest of his life. Internally, however, he admits to himself that the triple benefits are just too good to refuse. Seeing that Lin Zicheng's decision is final, Ma Jinhe lets out a sigh of resignation. He stands up, stating that since Lin Zicheng is so insistent, there's no point in talking further. He announces he has other matters to attend to and prepares to leave. Lin Yanqing quickly offers to see him out as he walks toward the door. The next morning, Lin Zicheng is at home, sipping a drink while checking the news on his phone. He is shocked by what he sees. A news headline claims that the provincial top scholar, Lin Zicheng, has been brainwashed by Tian Renjie and has chosen the pure-blood human path, effectively wasting his talent. The article even mentions a female genius from a decade ago who supposedly ruined her future after joining the same group. He scrolls through the comments and finds a wave of negativity, with people mocking his intelligence and calling for Tian Renjie to be shut down. Lin Zicheng is deeply concerned, realizing his personal information has been leaked. He worries that this publicity could attract the dangerous attention of heretics. He wonders if Ma Jinhe or another group hostile to Tian Renjie could be behind the leak. Deciding that the immediate priority is damage control, he makes a phone call to report a news outlet for leaking a student's private information. 2 hours later, Lin Zicheng is sitting on his couch, relieved that the article has been taken down. However, his phone starts buzzing with notifications. He sees messages from a group chat where his classmates are questioning why he joined the misleading Tian Renjie. They also mention that his photos have been leaked online, and the internet is buzzing with discussions about him. He looks stressed, realizing that with his face now public, his situation has become even more complicated and dangerous. That night, Shin Qinghan appears at Lin Zicheng's door in a pink nightgown, cheerfully announcing she will be sleeping there. Later, as they lie in bed, she sees him reading the negative news about himself and remarks on how awful people are. Lin Zicheng calmly explains that in power struggles, those who follow the rules are at a disadvantage, while those who ignore them gain the upper hand. Shen Qinghan suggests asking her powerful master, Mo Dongji, for help. Lin Zicheng dismisses the idea, pointing out the conflict is between the gene fusion and pure blood factions, so her master would have no reason to help him. Undeterred, Shen Qinghan insists on trying and messages her master. A short while later, she shows her phone to Lin Zicheng. Mo Dongji has replied that the problem is solved. Shen Qinghan is amazed it was handled in just half an hour, and Lin Zicheng is equally shocked. A quick online search confirms all news related to him has been completely erased. Lin Zicheng is left wondering why Mo Dongji would help him, speculating if it's because she's doting on her new disciple or due to some sentiment for her ex-husband. Regardless, he acknowledges he has benefited. He asks Shen Qinghan to thank her master for him. Playfully, she leans in close and asks how he plans to thank her. When he asks what she wants, she tells him to kiss her. The two lean in for a kiss, both blushing. Later, Lin Zicheng sits cross-legged on his bed, meditating as a white, misty energy swirls around him. He takes a deep, controlled breath. A system notification announces his biological level has increased to ordinary Tier 7. He opens his eyes, powerful and covered in sweat, exclaiming he has finally finished tempering his entire skin. After his training, Lin Zicheng checks his updated status. It confirms he is 18 and at ordinary Tier 7 with a long list of 9 biological attributes. The screen also notes he has completed the first stage of body tempering for his skin. He feels confident, thinking that having 9 attributes must be equivalent to 10 gene fusions. With a confident smirk, he believes he is now strong enough to overpower the famous Kyoto prodigy. His thoughts are interrupted by a message from Shen Qinghan, asking him to accompany her and their friend Chu Rue to retrieve their eggs next Monday. He understands that since she plans to follow the gene fusion path, which often leads to infertility, she is preserving her eggs so they can have a test tube baby in the future. He quickly replies, agreeing to go. The following Monday, they arrive at a large, modern hospital. Inside a room, Shen Qinghan lies on a hospital bed in her underwear, school shirt, and stockings. A nurse gives her an ovulation induction shot and tells her to return the next day for the retrieval procedure. Shen Qinghan thanks her. Later, as they walk down the hospital corridor, Lin Zicheng comments on how troublesome the process is. Shen Qinghan admits she still feels a bit nervous. Following this, Chu Rue puts an arm around her shoulder and suggests they go shopping to take her mind off things. Shen Qinghan happily agrees. The girls ask Lin Zicheng if he wants to join them, but he declines, explaining he has other things to do. Chu Rue is thrilled to have a fun day alone with Shen Qinghan. The two girls wave goodbye and walk off happily. Back in his room, Lin Zicheng decides it's time for the next stage of his training, tempering his muscles. As he meditates, system notifications confirm his muscle strength and blood tempering art proficiency are increasing. He notes the burning sensation is more intense than when he tempered his skin, but it's a pain he can endure. After an entire afternoon focused on tempering just his right arm, he lies on his bed, exhausted. To recover, he eats a large amount of bread to replenish the qi and blood he consumed. Afterward, he tests his new strength with a hand gripper and is amazed to find tempering just one arm increased his power by 50%. Suddenly, there is a knock on his door. Shen Qinghan enters and explains that Chu Rue suggested they all hang out with Heiyu before school starts, and she is already accepted on his behalf. Lin Zicheng takes her hand and assures her that if she is going, he will definitely go too. However, Shen Qinghan looks worried and explains that Chu Rue wants to go to the beach. She doesn't want to go but feels bad for wanting to refuse. She reminds him of her past trauma, recalling the terrifying, mysterious voice she heard in the ocean, and admits she is scared. Lin Zicheng comforts her, promising to protect her. He suggests that if she is too afraid, they won't go in the water. Reassured, she agrees. The scene shifts to a dark, fiery cavern, with a large circular platform covered in glowing runes floating above lava. On this platform, a secret meeting is taking place. The giant green monster is reporting to an enigmatic figure, a man in a fine suit and a sinister plague doctor mask. The monster informs him he has successfully made his stinky rats dig all 108 required tunnels. The monster instructs the man in the plague doctor mask to set a biological coordinate in that spot. The masked man agrees. He then raises a strange, powerful staff with a single glowing red eye and slams it into the ground, releasing a surge of dark energy. To complete the ritual, the masked man slices his own wrist and lets his blood pour onto the staff, where it is absorbed by the red eye. As tendrils of red and black energy erupt from the ground, the masked man explains the coordinate has been set. He states his next step is to find a corresponding point at the source site and place another coordinate there. He concludes that once the two coordinates resonate, the tunnels will be fully connected to the source site, completing their plan. The friends are on their way to the beach, driving along a beautiful coastal road. Inside the car, Chu Rue asks Haeyu when he got his driver's license. He explains that his father pulled some strings to get him into a crash course right after summer break started. When he offers to get the others into the same program, they enthusiastically agree, much to Haeyu's delight. Soon they arrive at the beach parking lot. Haeyu is ecstatic, running onto the sand and shouting about his love for the sea breeze, the ocean, and most of all, the women in bikinis frolicking in the water. Annoyed by his perverted comment, Chu Rue hits him on the back of the head. She then grabs Shin Chinghan's arm and announces they are going to change, ignoring Haeyu's protests. Behind, Haeyu puts his arm around Lin Zichen and suggests they should get changed as well, saying he can't wait to go diving. As they walk away, a group of guys on the beach recognize Lin Zichen, identifying him as the runner-up in the Nanjing province's Gaokao exam. They begin to gossip, mentioning that he is the one who joined Tianrenj. They speculate that he must have been brainwashed or was brain damaged to begin with, concluding that he has completely ruined his future. Haeyu overhears their conversation and becomes furious. He confronts the gossips, angrily demanding to know who they think they are to judge the provincial runner-up and yelling at them to keep talking. The group is left speechless and terrified by his sudden outburst. Just as Haeyu is about to escalate the confrontation, Lin Zichen calmly grabs his arm, telling him to forget it and not waste his breath on them. Haeyu expresses his frustration, saying that Lin Zichen has a good temper and that he would have punched the guys. Lin Zichen explains that he simply doesn't care about their opinions, but if they had said something he truly cared about, he would have definitely gotten physical. When Haeyu asks what he cares about, Lin Zichen just gives him a look and glances to the side, as if the answer is obvious. Just then, Chu Rue and Shin Chinghan return, now changed into their beach attire. Chu Rue cheerfully points out that obviously, the person Lin Zichen cares most about is Shin Chinghan, who is holding a tube of sunscreen. Haeyu scratches his head, admitting it was a pointless question, while Chu Rue tells the boys to hurry up and get changed. A short time later, Lin Zichen and Haeyu reappear in their swim trunks, showing off impressive, muscular physiques. Lin Zichen teasingly offers to apply sunscreen for Shin Chinghan. From their lounge chairs, Shin Chinghan happily accepts the offer. As Lin Zichen rubs sunscreen onto her back, she confirms that he is doing a good job. Haeyu watches with a jealous blush, thinking to himself that Lin Zichen has some serious moves. Inspired, he tries the same line on Chu Rue, who bluntly tells him to get lost. As Lin Zichen continues to apply sunscreen, now on Shin Chinghan's lower back and buttocks, she thinks about how amazing he is. Suddenly, she hears a mysterious, powerful voice in her mind. Her eyes snap open in shock, and she quickly sits up, muttering about a revival and the source of the sea. She turns her head toward the ocean, a look of fear on her face, and exclaims that she hears that voice again, catching Lin Zichen's immediate attention. Lin Zichen holds a frightened Shin Chinghan, asking what's wrong. She explains with a terrified expression that she heard the creepy voice again, talking about a great god, revival, and the source of the sea. Lin Zichen listens intently, speculating that the voice might be connected to the Origin Land's source's site. He concludes that they don't know enough to understand what's happening, and must learn more first. He suggests that once they start university, she should try to indirectly ask her master, Mo Dongji, about it, and Shin Chinghan agrees to the plan. Sometime later, Lin Zichen is back in his room, continuing his training. Having finished tempering his muscles, he has now begun the arduous process of bone tempering. The training is incredibly painful, far more so than muscle tempering, as he focuses his energy on strengthening his bones. After a grueling session, he lies on his bed, completely exhausted and covered in a strange residue, but triumphant, having successfully tempered all 206 bones in his body. His hard work is rewarded with a system notification congratulating him on evolving to ordinary creature rank 9, leaving him just one step away from becoming an advanced creature. Lying on his bed, he studies the blood tempering art book, understanding that he now needs to open the apertures in his body to achieve the next evolution. However, he finds the instructions in the book to be vague. With a determined look, he closes the book, resolving to figure out the method on his own. The scene shifts to the impressive campus of Shanghai University, where Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan have finally arrived to begin their college life. One of their parents calls out to them, announcing they are here. As they walk through the campus with Lin Zichen's parents, Shen Qinghan, now dressed in a stylish new outfit, excitedly points out an old ice cream shop that is still there. As they walk through the bustling university town, Lin Zichen confirms Shen Qinghan's nostalgic observation that the ice cream shop is indeed the same one they used to visit when they were children. His mother, Zhang Wangshan, suggests they stop for a treat since it's still early, and Shen Qinghan happily agrees. Inside, Shen Qinghan enjoys a large bowl of strawberry milk-flavored ice cream, delighting in how delicious it is. She then sweetly offers a spoonful to Lin Zichen, who takes a bite while his parents watch the tender moment with smiles. Their peaceful outing is interrupted by a commotion from a nearby bar, which catches Lin Zichen's attention. He looks through the window and overhears a man complaining to a woman named Jessen that her skirt is too long, making it difficult for him to grope her. Inside the bar, Brother Yang has Jessen sitting flirtatiously on his lap. She suggests he can just slide his hand underneath her skirt, as she wouldn't mind. Another man at their table urges Brother Yang to stop touching the woman and focus on their game. Outside the ice cream shop, two other men are talking about a girl named Huang Jessen. One of them mentions that she acts like a goddess at the Art Academy, but is now letting men from the Evolution Academy get close to her. The other man comments that students from the Evolution Academy have bright futures, making them attractive to women. This conversation makes Lin Zichen think about the university's structure. Shanghai University is divided into two distinct areas, an outer campus for arts and culture students, and a heavily guarded inner campus for those studying evolution, mechanical modification, and martial arts. The inner campus is a high-security zone, closed to the public, and even students from the outer campus, due to the sensitive nature of gene fusion and mechanical modification research. It is constantly patrolled by armed guards and surveillance drones. Back at the table, Lin Zichen's mother, Zhang Wangxin, advises him and Shen Qinghan that even though university life offers more freedom, they must remain focused on their studies and not get distracted. Her husband, Lin Yanxing, reassures her that their children are responsible. He tells Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan it is time for them to head to the inner campus. Since the parents cannot enter the restricted area, Lin Yanxing reminds his son to take good care of Shen Qinghan, and Lin Zichen promises he will. At the heavily guarded entrance to the inner campus, a guard asks them to present their admission notices. Lin Zichen hands his over, but as Shen Qinghan searches for hers, the guard stops her. He recognizes Lin Zichen as the top student from the provincial exams who recently made news for joining Tianreng, and allows them to pass without further checks. Inside the campus is bustling with gene fusers and cyborgs, a common sight in this specialized area. After they both complete their registration paperwork, it is time to go to their separate dormitories. Shen Qinghan waves goodbye to Lin Zichen, promising to see him that evening before heading to her dorm in the Evolution Academy. Upon arriving at the Budo Academy, Lin Zichen is immediately swarmed by a group of enthusiastic female upperclassmen. They shower him with compliments about his good looks, offer to carry his bags, and eagerly ask for his contact information. Just then, a confident blonde senior steps forward, telling the others to back off and volunteering to personally escort Lin Zichen to his dormitory. He gratefully accepts her offer. As they walk, the senior asks if he'd like to see the school's combat power rankings. She leads him to a display with two lists, the peak ranking for the top 500 students school-wide and the new student ranking for the top 100 freshmen. She explains that the top 3 students on the peak ranking are all powerful fourth years from the Evolution and Mechanical Academies. In contrast, only 3 students from the Budo Academy are on the list, and their ranks are much lower. The senior then tells him about a former star student from their academy, who, like him, was a top scorer on the entrance exams and even made it to 6th place on the peak ranking. However, because she was a pure-blooded human, her progress eventually stalled, and she was surpassed by gene fusers and cyborgs. The senior reveals this person's name is Song Yuyen, and she is now an instructor at the academy and a key researcher for Tianreng, working as an assistant to Dean Lu Chuanwu. Soon, they arrive at his room. The senior leads him inside, revealing a spacious private apartment instead of a standard dorm room. She remarks with envy that being the top scorer comes with amazing benefits. Defining herself, She then comments on how hot it was walking outside and suggestively asks if she can use his shower. Lin Zichen, however, seems to miss the hint. He thanks her for her help and offers to buy her a milk tea from a shop across the way. The senior is left completely confused by his response but agrees, wondering to herself why he didn't take the bait. After the senior student leaves, Lin Zichen stands alone in his new room, thinking to himself that by treating her to a drink, he has repaid the favor of her showing him the way. He then receives a text message from Shun Qinghan, who asks to see pictures of his dormitory. She has already sent him photos of her own accommodations, which are incredibly luxurious and even include a private gym. Comparing her lavish apartment to his simple single room, Lin Zichen feels a pang of envy, realizing how much wealthier the Evolution Academy is. He reluctantly takes a few pictures of his own modest room to send her. Upon seeing them, Shun Qinghan is surprised by how small his dorm is and immediately suggests he move in with her, telling him her bed is even bigger than the one she has at home. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zichen grabs his suitcase and phone, declaring that he is on his way over immediately. As he leaves the Budo Academy dorms, he grumbles to himself about the stark difference in funding between the academies, feeling that his room, the best his school had to offer, is nothing compared to the student housing at the Evolution Academy. As he walks, he lets out a sigh, momentarily wondering if Dean Lu Chuanwu will truly be able to deliver on his promise of triple the benefits. When the elevator doors open at her floor, Shun Qinghan is there to greet him with a bright smile. She happily welcomes him into her spacious, air-conditioned apartment. Looking around the clean, luxurious space, Lin Zichen comments that her master, Mo Dongjie, must care for her a great deal to provide such a place. Shun Qinghan agrees, saying her master treats her very well. Shun Qinghan stretches her arms out wide, joyfully declaring that this is now their little home, a place where they can be free without their parents around. A blushing Lin Zichen quickly tells her not to get too carried away with the idea. Announcing that she is sweaty from the move, she says she will shower first and begins to undress on the spot, leaving her clothes in a pile on the floor. Lin Zichen can only watch, asking her not to leave a mess. As she showers, a flustered Lin Zichen picks up her clothes. He decides to use the free time to check out the new university campus app he downloaded. He discovers an in-app store where students can use school credits to purchase resources for gene fusion and mechanical modification. He learns that there are 3 ways to earn these credits: placing on the school's power rankings, completing official school tasks, or achieving outstanding results in competitions. He realizes that for him, this will be even easier than earning money. His exploration is interrupted when Shun Qinghan calls out from the bathroom, asking him to bring her clothes in. He walks into the bathroom to give them to her, only to find her relaxing in the large bathtub. With a blush, she comments on how comfortable the water is and invitingly asks if he wants to join her. A blushing Lin Zichen hesitates, then decides it would be a waste of so much hot water for one person. He agrees to join her and takes off his clothes. In the tub, he offers to wash her back, and she happily accepts, promising him it will be her turn to wash his back afterward. Later, after their bath and a meal, Lin Zichen meditates on the bed while Shun Qinghan lies beside him. He begins the second stage of tempering his skin using the blood tempering art. The process is grueling. He finds it much harder than the first time, taking 2 full hours just to temper his right hand. Curious, he asks Shun Qinghan for a sewing needle to test his skin's new strength. To her amazement, he presses the sharp needle against the back of his hand, but it cannot pierce the skin. A system notification confirms his skin's toughness is increasing. When he applies more pressure, the needle shatters against his hand. Shun Qinghan is in awe, exclaiming the blood tempering art is so incredible, it makes her want to pursue the pure blood path too. Lin Zichen then announces the next test, heat resistance. He calmly holds his hand over a lit stovetop flame. A system notification confirms his heat resistance is increasing. He reflects that it took over a minute before he felt a slight burning sensation and concludes that with the blood tempering art and his system's attributes, he is on his way to achieving a saintly body. Just as Lin Zichen is relaxing, his phone buzzes with a new message from Lu Chuanwu, the dean of the Budo Academy. The dean asks if he has settled in and invites him to visit the Tianren-Gay headquarters to familiarize himself with the environment and meet the other members. Lin Zichen agrees, and the dean instructs him to wait downstairs for someone to pick him up. Since he is not at his own dorm, Lin Zichen replies with Shun Qinghan's address. After receiving confirmation, he sighs and decides to head downstairs. He informs Shen Qinghan he has to go out for a while, explaining the dean invited him to the organization's headquarters. She encourages him to go ahead. Outside, he finds a shady spot under some trees. While leaning against a tree, he is noticed by a young man with spiky orange-brown hair. The young man approaches and recognizes him as Lin Zichen, the top provincial exam scorer who joined Tianren-ge. Lin Zichen greets him, thinking to himself that he has become well known. The young man expresses his admiration for Lin Zichen's decision to forego gene fusion for the pure-blood path. He shares that he is also a freshman and grew up near Kyoto, where a similar research institute for pure-blooded humans once existed, but was shut down after 20 years of little progress. He passionately expresses his hope that the research at Shanghai University will succeed. Lin Zichen finds the guy a bit too talkative. The young man gives him a final thumbs up and an encouraging good luck before walking away. Shortly after, Lin Zichen hears the roar of an engine. He turns to see a woman in a helmet pulling up on a sleek red motorcycle. She asks if he is Lin Zichen, and after he confirms, she dismounts. Removing her helmet, she introduces herself as Song Yuyen, an instructor from the Budo Academy and a researcher for Tianren-ge, explaining she has come to take him to their headquarters. As they shake hands, Lin Zichen internally recalls her story as the former top student who chose the pure-blood path. He gets on the back of her motorcycle, and she playfully advises him to hold on tighter. As they speed off, she asks if he is happy that a beautiful senior came to pick him up, to which he replies that it is an honor. Curious, she then asks why a student from the Budo Academy was waiting outside the luxurious dorms of the Evolution Academy. Lin Zichen casually explains that his girlfriend lives there, and he has moved in with her. Hearing this, Song Yuyen laments her own love life, complaining that she has never even lived with a boy. Soon, they arrive at a large modern building. Song Yuyen leads Lin Zichen to a building with a sign that reads, Pure Human Research Institute. She beckons him inside, and he asks if it is an abbreviation for the Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute. She shows him a common area for researchers to relax and offers him free drinks from a stocked refrigerator. As they walk through an empty hallway, Lin Zichen asks why no one else is around. Song Yuyen explains with a sigh that Tianren-ge is not well regarded by the university, so their funding is limited, and they can't afford a large staff. She reveals the entire organization consists of only Dean Lu Chuanwu, herself, Lin Zichen, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. This shocks Lin Zichen, who now understands the large group of men in karate uniforms with the dean when they first met were just hired actors. Feeling a bit let down, he thinks that as long as he gets the promised triple benefits, nothing else matters. Song Yuyen then calls out to the dean, announcing she has brought Lin Zichen. A disheveled and exhausted-looking Lu Chuanwu appears and invites them into his cluttered office. Lin Zichen comments on the dean's haggard state. The dean explains he has been there for almost half a month, struggling to make a breakthrough in his research on the aperture-opening chapter of the blood-tempering art with no progress. Despite his research struggles, Dean Lu Chuanwu gives Lin Zichen an encouraging thumbs up, confident that Lin Zichen's involvement will lead to great progress for the pure-blood path. Lin Zichen playfully boasts that his senior, Song Yuyen, was once the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, and that his own physical test scores from his youth were even higher. Song Yuyen casually chides him to stop bragging. The dean's tone turns serious as he explains that with Song Yuyen's help, he finally broke through a decades-long plateau and completed his third body tempering. This breakthrough gave him the power, as an ordinary Tier 9 human, to defeat a high-level gene fuser. Putting his hands on both their shoulders, he assures Lin Zichen that with time, he has the potential to surpass even Song Yuyen. Changing the subject, Lu Chuanwu asks about Lin Zichen's progress with the blood-tempering art. He questions if Lin Zichen has managed to learn blood control and reach the required ordinary Tier 4 to begin skin tempering. Lin Zichen calmly confirms he has. Pleased, the dean assigns Song Yuyen as his mentor, explaining that with her guidance, he should be able to complete his first skin tempering by the end of the semester. He notes that she herself accomplished this in just 3 months. Song Yuyen confidently accepts. However, Lin Zichen interrupts, plainly stating a mentor won't be necessary. He reveals that he already completed the first round of skin tempering during his summer vacation. This shocking announcement leaves both Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyen completely stunned and speechless, wondering if they heard him correctly. Song Yuyen finds it impossible that Lin Zichen could have mastered the complex art of skin tempering on his own over the summer. Lin Zichen casually explains that the book had detailed instructions, and he just studied it for a few days, though he internally admits it only took him half an hour. Still skeptical, Dean Lu Chuanwu asks to examine his hand to confirm. Before presenting his arm, Lin Zichen discreetly activates his natural camouflage ability, deciding to mask his true power. He sets his visible biological level to ordinary Tier 5, just high enough to be consistent with having completed one round of skin tempering. He then allows the Dean to inspect his arm. The moment Lu Chuanwu touches him, both he and Song Yuan are left speechless. The Dean confirms in amazement that Lin Zichen has indeed completed a full skin tempering. Still shocked, Lu Chuanwu asks what his current biological level is. Feigning nervousness, Lin Zichen tells him it is ordinary Tier 5. This revelation sends the Dean into pure ecstasy. He throws his hands in the air and shouts that Lin Zichen is a peerless genius, and the future of the pure blood path is secure. Overjoyed, he pulls a surprised Lin Zichen into a tight hug, declaring that with such a talent, they will surely break through the limits of ordinary beings. Watching them, Song Yuan reflects that there is always someone more talented. She smiles, thinking it is good to have a more capable person leading their cause. Filled with renewed hope, she excitedly suggests to the Dean that they should immediately publicize Lin Zichen's potential to attract more talented individuals and secure more funding. However, Lu Chuanwu immediately rejects the idea. He sternly explains that Lin Zichen's abilities must be kept a secret for now, as suddenly revealing his progress on the pure blood path could expose him to danger. The Dean elaborates that their strategy should be quality, not quantity. Now that they have a prodigy like Lin Zichen, they must concentrate all their resources on helping him break through the ordinary biological barrier. When Song Yuan raises concerns about finances, the Dean reassures her. He promises to use all his connections to gather the necessary evolution resources. His plan is to wait until Lin Zichen's power is undeniable, find him a powerful backer, and only then begin to promote the ideals of Tianren Ge. Song Yuan praises the Dean's thoughtful planning, and he proudly accepts the compliment. Lin Zichen listens quietly, thinking how shocked they would be if they knew his true power, that he is already at ordinary Tier 9, has completed tempering his flesh and bones, and is in the middle of his second tempering cycle. The Dean then informs Lin Zichen that he no longer needs to attend basic classes at the Budo Academy. Instead, he will work directly at the Research Institute with Song Yuan as his assistant. An annoyed Song Yuan clenches her fist, protesting that making her an assistant to a junior is an insult. The Dean dismisses her concerns, telling her pride is worthless in their research. Managing the subject, he announces that the following afternoon, the university will hold a freshman trial to determine the new king, the strongest first year. He confidently tells Lin Zichen that with his abilities, the title is practically his. He encourages him to participate, to bring honor to the Budo Academy, offering a reward of 10 qi and blood pills. When this fails to elicit a reaction, he adds that the winner will also receive 10 school credits. The mention of credits immediately grabs Lin Zichen's full attention. Soon, the day of the freshman assembly arrives, and a large crowd of students gathers in the university auditorium. As Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan sit together, they become the subject of gossip among other students who recognize Lin Zichen as the top scorer who joined Tianren and wonder about his relationship with their goddess Shin Qinghan. Their conversation is interrupted by a familiar face. The talkative, spiky-haired freshman from before approaches and asks if Lin Zichen remembers him. Lin Zichen confirms he does. Leaning in, the freshman points at both of them and bluntly asks what their relationship is. Holding a blushing Shin Qinghan's hand, Lin Zichen plainly tells him they are engaged childhood sweethearts who plan to marry after graduation. This news seems to disappoint the freshman, who can only manage a forced smile. As the assembly continues, the auditorium fills with other first-year students. In the crowd, a girl with dark hair, purple tips, and cat-like ears sits quietly. She turns and gives Lin Zichen an intense, somber stare. He notices her gaze, feeling a slight sense of unease. Meanwhile, the talkative freshman has returned to his seat and is chatting animatedly with his neighbors. Soon, a man at a podium announces the start of the ceremony and calls for the freshman representative to come to the stage. To everyone's surprise, it is the talkative, spiky-haired freshman who stands up. As he confidently walks toward the stage, other students murmur in disbelief. They question why he, with his dyed hair and chatty personality, was chosen as the representative, a role usually reserved for the strongest student, whom they had assumed would be a gene fuser. The freshman is pleased by their reaction. He thinks this is the perfect opportunity to make a big impression. Taking the microphone, he begins his speech by asking the crowd if they have heard of Li Yijin. Lin Zichen internally scoffs, thinking that everyone knows about the famous genius from Kyoto. Continuing his speech, the freshman reveals that the famous prodigy, Li Yijin, has an equally talented younger brother. He explains this brother was the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, boasting a 16% gene fusion compatibility and the highest national physical test scores, tying with the top scorer from Nanjing province. With a confident smile, he then dramatically reveals that he is that very brother, Li Moyu. He goes on to declare that he and his older brother made a pact to dominate the records at Shanghai and Kyoto universities. To demonstrate his power, Li Moyu unleashes the full force of his biological pressure, announcing that this is the power of an ordinary Tier 5 being. The entire auditorium is overwhelmed by the immense aura, and the other students gasp in shock, realizing the vast gap between their own abilities and those of a true genius. Pleased with their reaction, Li Moyu smugly tells everyone to remember his name. Back in the audience, Shun Qinghan whispers to Lin Zichen, mocking Li Moyu's arrogance and commenting that he has no idea Lin Zichen could defeat him with a single finger. Lin Zichen simply tells her to keep a low profile, and she playfully agrees. After Li Moyu's speech, the announcer invites the next speaker to the stage, Zhou Hong, the president of the student council. A young man with dark blue hair walks to the podium, where the announcer hands him a script. Addressing the crowd, Zhou Hong introduces himself and states he has 3 important things to share. First, he explains that student discipline is managed by the student council, which holds significant authority. Second, he announces the student council will recruit 10 new members from the freshman class next semester, with the sole requirement being strength. He advises them to use the next few months to prove their abilities. Finally, he issues a stark warning. Shanghai University's inner campus is a ruthless environment where strength is everything. Bullying of lower-classmen by upperclassmen is common. He tells everyone to be mentally prepared. After delivering his main points, Zhou Hong's expression darkens. He declares that before he leaves the stage, he wants to give everyone a taste of the power of an advanced being. He then unleashes an overwhelming wave of biological pressure that crushes the entire auditorium. The freshmen are immediately overwhelmed, gasping for air and crying out in pain under the immense force. Lin Zicheng sits beside Shun Qinghan as the oppressive pressure from the student council president Zhou Hong lifts. Lin Zicheng notes that while the pressure from an advanced being is powerful, from this distance it's no threat to him, as he has reached ordinary Tier 9. Meanwhile, the other freshmen recover, expressing relief that the display only lasted for 5 seconds and remarking on how terrifying the strength of an advanced being is. Once Zhou Hong leaves the stage, Mo Dongji addresses the students. She announces a freshman trial will begin after the assembly. The rules are simple. In the center of the gym is a large stage, and the first student to remain on it alone for over 1 minute will be crowned this year's new king. The reward is 100 school credits, 10 times more than the previous year. In the stands, a couple of upperclassmen arrogantly comment that the top 10 spots are always taken by their genius class, and this year will be no different. This sparks a murmur among the ordinary class students. A special rule is then revealed. If a single student from outside the genius class places in the top 10, all non-genius freshmen will receive 1 school credit. The students get excited as they calculate that 1 credit is worth 10,000 yuan. Realizing if they work together, they all stand to gain. Seizing the moment, he gets on stage and takes the microphone. He introduces himself and reminds everyone that his classmate, Lin Zichen, is the province's top scorer and the strongest among the ordinary students. He proposes that all ordinary students join forces to attack the genius class, clearing a path to help Lin Zichen secure a top 10 spot. All eyes turn to Lin Zichen, who remains seated and composed, inspired the ordinary students rise with determination, shouting their support and vowing to clear a path for him. Meanwhile, a group of faculty, including Lu Chuanwu, Mo Dongjie, and Ma Jinhe, watch from a distance. Lu Chuanwu remarks to Zhou Hong that he was being too petty with his earlier display. Ma Jinhe interjects, asking Lu Chuanwu if it was necessary to take his anger out on Li Moyu's younger brother just because Wu Tiancheng defeated him. He adds sarcastically that when it comes to being petty, no one at the university can compare to Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu calmly replies that his pettiness is directed only at the person involved, never their family. Lu Chuanwu taunts Dean Ma Jinhe, asking if he heard his daughter performed exceptionally well on her entrance exams. Ma Jinhe replies she was the third highest scorer in Kyoto. Standing beside them, Zhou Hong suggests Ma Jinhe's daughter should join the student council, promising to personally cultivate her as a future leader. Ma Jinhe agrees, asking Zhou Hong to look after his daughter, to which Zhou Hong replies he takes care of any student with genius potential. Down in the arena, students speculate on who will become the new king, with most considering the two top freshmen, Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei, as the main contenders. One student argues Li Moyu is the clear favorite, as his biological level is already ordinary tier 5. However, another points out that while Ma Weiwei's scores were slightly lower, she successfully fused with Shadow Cat genes during the summer, so her actual combat strength might not be less than Li Moyu's. A third student dismisses this, believing her fusion was only partial and her power increase is limited. Their debate is cut short when Lu Chuanwu's voice booms, declaring that neither Li Moyu nor Ma Weiwei will become the new king. As the others look on in shock, Lu Chuanwu continues with a confident grin, proclaiming that the true new king will be a member of his Tianren Ge, Lin Zicheng. Ma Jinhe immediately fires back in anger, questioning how that could be possible. He points out that Lin Zicheng's physical test data didn't even place him in the top 10. He scoffs at the idea, accusing Lu Chuanwu of making baseless boasts. Lu Chuanwu calmly asks if Ma Jinhe does not believe him, and challenges him to a bet. Furious, Ma Jinhe immediately accepts, shouting that he's not afraid. They agree to wager 100 school credits, with Ma Jinhe warning Lu Chuanwu not to go back on his word. Hearing the challenge, Lu Chuanwu invites the other staff to place bets. A powerful-looking gene fuser asks a senior professor, School Director Qin, if he's willing to wager 1,000 credits, and the director agrees. Watching this, Ma Jinhe grows suspicious. He wonders how the old man can be so confident, speculating if he's trying to get Li Moyu to throw the match. He quickly dismisses the thought, remembering his own daughter is also competing. His face contorts in fury as he tries to understand Lu Chuanwu's strategy. A final, unsettling thought crosses his mind. Could Lin Zicheng actually become the new king? He immediately dismisses the notion as impossible. A figure in a sleek red and black cyborg suit, the dean of the Mechanical Academy, approaches Dean Ma Jinhe. She remarks that the provincial top scorer, Lin Zicheng, was originally his student in the Evolution Academy and asks if he isn't upset that Dean Lu Chuanwu poached him. Ma Jinhe replies dismissively, stating his academy has many students like that. The cyborg dean smiles knowingly. She points out that she heard Ma Jinhe also poached the only 3 senior students from Tianren, suggesting his claim of not caring is just a front for his planned revenge. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Lu Chuanwu thinks with glee about the bets. He calculates that with 9 people betting 100 credits and 1 betting 1,000, he is about to make a massive profit. As the faculty watches, the trial begins. A huge crowd of ordinary students rushes onto the main stage, shouting their intent to defeat the genius class. The floor erupts into a chaotic brawl. Lin Zicheng stands apart, calmly observing. He internally notes many genius class students rely on their hygiene fusion compatibility scores rather than actual skill. Suddenly, Lin Zicheng is surprised as his danger perception attribute activates, allowing him to see the students' power levels. He assesses that the strongest 2, Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei, are both at ordinary tier 5, while the other top 10 members of the genius class are at least ordinary tier 4. After the initial clash, the ordinary students cheer, having defeated several members of the genius class, who now lie on the floor. One student shouts that the genius class wasn't so tough after all. Fueled by their success, the remaining ordinary students charge forward, shouting at the genius class members still in the stands to come down and fight. In response, a very large and muscular student with white hair leaps down. He lands powerfully on the stage, arrogantly telling the mob to come at him, so he can make them understand how weak they are. The ordinary students don't hesitate and charge at him as a group, shouting that with their numbers, they can overwhelm him if they each land 1 punch. However, the muscular student meets their charge with a single, powerful sweeping kick. The attack sends a wave of students flying backward in shock, knocking them all out as they crash onto the floor. The muscular student remarks that ants will always be ants, and no matter how many, they can't harm an elephant. The remaining ordinary students are stunned. They turn to Lin Shichen, exclaiming that their opponent is too arrogant for calling them ants and urging Lin Shichen to defeat him. Hearing this, Lin Shichen calmly walks towards the stage, stating that since things have come to this, he will accept. He steps onto the stage with his hands in his pockets, looking unfazed. His opponent lands powerfully in front of him, cracking the ground, and expresses excitement, stating he has been waiting to fight the top physical test scorer from Nanjing province. The student introduces himself with great enthusiasm as Lu Qiji, the top scorer from Yuntian province. He proudly lists his own impressive stats: a 5.69-second 100-meter dash, a 4.52-meter vertical jump, and a one-handed lift of 1,150 kilograms. He then smugly asks Lin Shichen to announce his own physical test data. Lin Shichen calmly tells his opponent, Lu Qiji, there's no need to report his stats, saying he will feel it himself soon enough. Before Lu Qiji can react, Lin Shichen unleashes a single, fast kick that sends the muscular student flying across the stage. Lu Qiji crashes to the ground, defeated instantly. In the background, the ordinary class students erupt in cheers for his victory. On the viewing balcony, the faculty members are stunned. They expected a strategic fight, but instead witnessed a victory of sheer, overwhelming power. They wonder about Lin Shichen's true strength, noting that despite his gentle appearance, he is ruthless. Before the cheers fade, another challenger leaps onto the stage. He introduces himself as Luo Yongjian, the top scorer from Dajing province, and lists his accomplishments. His speech is cut short when Lin Zicheng meets him with a powerful knee to the face, ending the match instantly. Standing over his opponent, Lin Zicheng looks at the remaining genius class students, declaring this victory shows the ordinary class has its own geniuses too. His dominance prompts a voice to shout an alarm, calling for Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei to get on stage before the new king title is taken by an ordinary student. In response, a girl with cat-like ears lands on the stage. The genius class students recognize her and cheer for Miss Weiwei to defeat him. From the crowd, He Yu and the ordinary class students shout their support for Lin Zicheng, telling him not to hold back just because she's pretty. As he faces his new opponent, Lin Zicheng thinks this is a good opportunity to observe a gene fuser up close. The fight begins as Ma Weiwei charges Lin Zicheng with blinding speed. She follows up with a powerful high kick, but Lin Zicheng effortlessly dodges by leaning back. He wonders if her agility is from her Shadow Cat gene fusion. Ma Weiwei is shocked he dodged her attack so easily, realizing the massive gap in their abilities. Those continuing the attack is meaningless. She gracefully leaps backward, putting distance between them. She looks at him with determination and requests half a minute, explaining she needs time to fully activate the Shadow Cat genes within her before they can truly compete. Lin Zicheng, unfazed, calmly agrees, telling her to take her time. He thinks this is a rare opportunity to witness gene activation firsthand. As she prepares, Ma Weiwei undergoes a dramatic transformation. Crouching on all fours, a long furry tail sprouts from her back, and her fingernails elongate into sharp claws as a powerful aura envelopes her. Watching from the stands, the faculty is impressed. One comments to Ma Zhenhe on his daughter's incredible gene integration, praising her immense talent. Ma Zhenhe proudly agrees, stating her talent surpasses even the top scorers from other provinces. However, his expression shifts to concern. He worries that since her fusion was recent, pushing her body this far could cause a backlash. He sighs, noting she is just as headstrong as ever. With her transformation complete, Ma Weiwei lunges at Lin Zicheng, shouting he is too arrogant for waiting. She declares he will pay the price and attacks with newfound ferocity. She throws a powerful kick, which Lin Zicheng narrowly dodges. As he evades, he analyzes her new power, noting it jumped from mid-ordinary Tier 5 to nearly ordinary Tier 6. Ma Weiwei is shocked that even with enhanced power, she still can't land a hit. She unleashes a furious barrage of claw strikes and kicks, but Lin Zicheng effortlessly dodges every attack with fluid movements. After observing her, Lin Zicheng's expression turns serious. Surrounded by a blue aura, he thinks he has gathered enough data on Shadow Cat gene fusers. Deciding not to waste more time, he prepares to counterattack. As she lunges again, Lin Zicheng meets her with a single devastating punch to the face. The force is immense, sending Ma Weiwei flying backward. She crashes hard into the pile of defeated students, knocked out cold. The other students gather around her, remarking in disbelief how her beautiful face is now a swollen mess from his punch. Ma Weiwei sits up, crying and holding her face in pain. Her father, Dean Ma Zhenhe, rushes from the stands to console her. He turns to Lin Zicheng, furiously asking if he's a man for hitting a girl so hard. Lin Zicheng calmly replies that on the path of evolution, There is no distinction between men and women, only between the strong and the weak. From the crowd, Lee Moyu agrees, stating strength is all that matters. Seeing his chance, he dramatically leaps from the stands onto the stage. He lands with a powerful impact, and the genius class students erupt in cheers, calling him their only hope to avenge Ma Weiwei. Lee Moyu addresses Lin Zicheng, acknowledging he is also skilled at hiding his power, pretending to be ordinary only to reveal himself as a provincial champion. With a sinister grin, he declares Lin Zicheng isn't the only one who has been holding back. Lee Moyu unleashes his power, and his body begins to transform, growing larger and more muscular as a powerful aura surrounds him. The faculty on the balcony are shocked, realizing Lee Moyu is also a gene fuser. The Dean of Mechanical Engineering identifies the genes as those of a demon-eyed giant ape, which require immense physical strength for fusion. His biological pressure surges to ordinary Tier 6. As the transformation completes, Lu Chuanwu freezes in horror, realizing he is about to lose his bet of 1,900 school credits worth 19 million yuan. The scene shifts to a separate location, where Wang Shoujie and Lu Gang are given a mission by another student. He instructs them to retrieve a high-level demon seed from a nearby park and make Lee Moyu consume it. Lu Gang is concerned about the risk of targeting someone from the powerful Kyoto Li family. However, their superior assures them their organization is far more powerful and could easily destroy the Li family. When asked if they will carry out the mission, a resigned Wang Shoujie tells Lu Gang they have no other choice. The battle between the two top freshmen begins. Lee Moyu explains his transformation, boasting that the demon-eyed giant ape maximizes strength and defense. Though it is usually slow, his power level is far superior, creating a massive gap between them. He taunts Lin Zicheng, wondering if he can remain as relaxed now that he faces a true genius. Instead of replying, Lin Zicheng immediately attacks, charging forward with a punch. As they clash, Lee Moyu reacts to the attack, leading Lin Zicheng to note that his opponent's reaction speed is decent enough to dodge a blow controlled at ordinary Tier 6 speed. Deciding to push harder, Lin Zicheng increases his output to test ordinary Tier 7 speed. This increase is too much for Lee Moyu, and Lin Zicheng lands a heavy, direct punch to his face. Lee Moyu stumbles back, angrily accusing Lin Zicheng of a sneak attack. Lin Zicheng calmly analyzes that the beast's defense is indeed strong, comparable to a high-level ordinary Tier 6. Furious, Lee Moyu regains his stance, vowing Lin Zicheng's fists will not touch him again. Lin Zicheng continues his offensive, however. He internally notes that although his speed is superior, he has not yet managed to inflict any significant damage. The battle intensifies as Lee Moyu blocks a barrage of attacks. Lin Zicheng analyzes that while Lee Moyu is slower, his high defense gives him a large margin for error, whereas Lin Zicheng cannot afford a single hit, making it seem the winner is already decided. Testing his limits, Lin Zicheng engages in a rapid exchange, dodging Lee Moyu's heavy punches. He decides the test of reaction speed is sufficient. Lin Zicheng leaps backward to create distance. He prepares himself, deciding it is time to test the final attribute, strength. Lee Moyu smiles menacingly, admitting he underestimated Lin Zicheng's speed, but mocking his strength as too weak to cause harm, declaring that Lin Zicheng is destined to lose. Lee Moyu announces it is his turn and winds up a massive, energized punch. As the giant fist descends, onlookers scream for Lin Zicheng to dodge, but he stands completely still, ready to receive the blow. On the viewing balcony, the deans place their hands on Lu Chuanwu's shoulders in pity. Convinced Lin Zicheng is about to be crushed, the dean reminds a weeping Lu Chuanwu not to forget the 100 school credits he wagered. Back in the ring, a massive impact creates a shockwave as Lee Moyu punches Lin Zicheng's face directly. The result is shocking. The bones in Lee Moyu's hands shatter instantly on impact. He collapses to the ground in agony, clutching his hand and screaming that it has been broken. The audience is left in absolute shock, unable to process that Lin Zicheng has apparently won. They are in disbelief, finding the outcome too bizarre to be real. Standing over his defeated opponent, Lin Zicheng analyzes the situation. He realizes that while the demon-eyed giant ape fusion granted Lee Moyu immense strength, his body wasn't durable enough to handle the recoil. Essentially, Lee Moyu hit Lin Zicheng so hard that the impact shattered his own hand, because Lin Zicheng's defense was superior. Lin Zicheng calmly calls out to the medical team, informing them that Lee Moyu has likely suffered a comminuted fracture and needs immediate attention. The stunned medics awkwardly agree and rush onto the stage. Suddenly, a figure descends from the balcony. It is Emo Dongji. She lands gracefully and orders Lin Zicheng to step aside. She examines Li Moyu's arm and confirms the diagnosis. The entire right hand is shattered. She deduces with shock that this was caused by the rebound force of hitting Lin Zicheng's face. She takes out a glowing golden pill and feeds it to Li Moyu. As she does, she can't help but wonder just how hard Lin Zicheng's face must be to cause such damage. Suspecting there is more to him, Emo Dongji unleashes mental power to probe Lin Zicheng's strength. Following the intrusion, Lin Zicheng immediately activates his skill, Natural Camouflage, hoping to hide his true level. Emo Dongji analyzes him closely. Because of his skill, she perceives him as having a biological level of ordinary tier 6. She notes his skin, bones, and muscles possess a density far exceeding that tier, but finds nothing else unusual. She wonders if that physical toughness is his only secret. The other faculty members gather around her, eager for her assessment. Emo Dongji reports her findings. Lin Zicheng is simply at ordinary tier 6 with exceptionally high physical durability, and there are no other abnormalities. Hearing this, Lin Zicheng maintains a stoic expression, but internally breathes a sigh of relief, glad his camouflage successfully deceived them. Meanwhile, the pill Emo Dongji administered takes effect instantly. Li Moyu sits up, amazed. He exclaims the medicine was miraculous as he has recovered safely. He flexes his hand and smiles, confirming his injury is completely healed. With the battle concluded, Lin Zicheng decides Li Moyu no longer needs to be on stage. He calmly tells him he can go down now and delivers a casual kick that sends the newly healed Li Moyu flying out of the ring. Humiliated, Li Moyu shouts from the floor below, vowing that once his gene fusion progresses, he will return to defeat Lin Zicheng. In the stands, a heated argument erupts between the ordinary and genius students. The ordinary students mock the elites for having losers act so self-righteous. The genius students retort that Li Moyu lost to Lin Zicheng, not them, but the ordinary students drown them out, claiming Lin Zicheng's victory as a triumph for their entire class. On stage, the timer completes its countdown. A notification declares that 1 minute has passed. The announcer officially proclaims Lin Zicheng of martial arts class won as this year's new king. The ordinary students cheer wildly for Brother Chun, celebrating the glory he has brought them. However, Lin Zicheng is not finished. Thinking that since he has secured the top spot, he might as well go further, he suddenly leaps from the stage into the spectator stands. To the shock of the crowd, he lands near the genius class seating and scoops Shin Qinghan up into his arms in a princess carry. The students whisper in confusion, wondering why he is grabbing Shin Qinghan. Shin Qinghan blushes intensely as Lin Zicheng leaps back toward the stage with her in his arms. Her heart races, and she wonders if he intends to publicly announce their relationship. Lin Zicheng lands gracefully back on the ring. With Shin Qinghan standing behind him, Lin Zicheng faces the stunned audience and faculty. He boldly declares that for the remaining rankings, from 2nd to 10th place, he wants them all. The enraged genius class students refuse to accept defeat. Shouting that Lin Zicheng is bullying them, they charge together to crush him and the traitor Shin Qinghan. The stage erupts into a chaotic brawl. Lin Zicheng moves fluidly through the attackers, dominating the fight despite being outnumbered. He dismantles their formation with a flurry of punches and kicks, knocking students away with ease. Seeing an opening, Ma Weiwei lunges from the air, aiming her attack at a shocked Shin Qinghan and shouting at her to die for her betrayal. However, Lin Zicheng reacts instantly, intercepting her midair with a heavy kick to protect Shin Qinghan. The force of the blow sends Ma Weiwei flying off the stage. From the balcony, her father, Ma Jinhe, screams as he watches his daughter crash violently onto the floor. With the genius class wiped out, Lin Zicheng stands triumphantly over the defeated students. Immediately, a notification announces that Shin Qinghan has officially secured 2nd place in the trial. She looks pleasantly surprised. Lin Zicheng then turns to the ordinary students and outlines his plan. He offers them the remaining spots from 3rd to 10th place, on the condition that the school credits awarded for those spots belong to him. The students are ecstatic, cheering for Brother Chun, eager for the chance to be in the top 10. Shuhui calculates that the top 10 spots yield a combined 550 credits. Hiyu adds the participation rewards, bringing the total to 559 credits with a grin. On the balcony, Ma Jinhe is furious. He yells at Emo Dongji, arguing that Lin Zicheng's actions are improper, and questioning how the new king is allowed to control the entire top 10. A voice calmly interrupts, asking how it violates the rules. Lu Chuanwu steps forward to defend his student, challenging Ma Jinhe to point out where the regulations forbid such a strategy. Ma Jinhe is left speechless, forced to admit there is no rule against it, though he angrily insists Lin Zicheng is exploiting a loophole. Ma Jinhe stands sweating and defeated. Meanwhile, the plans of hidden conspirators shift. Wang Shuajie urgently grabs Lu Gang, informing him the plan has changed and they should no longer target Li Moyu. As they watch the celebrating students toss Lin Zicheng in the air, Wang Shuajie declares their new target is Lin Zicheng. Their goal is now to make him eat the high-level demon seed, so he joins their organization. After the trial, Lu Chuanwu runs excitedly toward Lin Zicheng with open arms, but is coolly dodged. Lin Zicheng simply asks if the dean has forgotten his promises. Lu Chuanwu immediately produces a bottle, explaining it contains 10 qi and blood pills, along with the triple benefits for the semester. He adds that he has transferred 300 credits to Lin Zicheng, happily noting the boy just helped him win 1,900 credits from other faculty members. Leaning in close, Lu Chuanwu whispers, asking Lin Zicheng his true strength and level. Lin Zicheng whispers back a partial truth, claiming he is at ordinary tier 6, has completed skin tempering once, tempered some facial muscles, and was born with naturally hard facial bones. Lu Chuanwu is shocked, screaming in disbelief that Lin Zicheng has already learned to temper his muscles. Overcome with emotion, he grabs Lin Zicheng's hands and cries, declaring that Lin Zicheng will evolve into an advanced creature with a pure human body before graduating. He urges the student to persist on the pure blood path, and Lin Zicheng calmly agrees. Later, in his room, Lin Zicheng sits on his bed holding a small red qi and blood pill. Curious, he puts the pill in his mouth to test its effects. Steam rises from his body as he metabolizes the pill, but a system notification shows a meager increase of 108 points. Disappointed, he realizes the pill is less effective than his usual training. Realizing the pills are of little use to him, he decides it would be better to give them to Shen Qinghan. Just then, Shen Qinghan walks in wearing athletic gear, sweaty from a workout. She asks when he got back, and he replies half an hour ago. Lin Zicheng calls her over and hands her one of the red pills, instructing her to eat it. Shen Qinghan curiously takes the pill and eats it. The effect on her is immediate. Steam erupts from her body as she blushes, exclaiming how hot she feels as her qi and blood surge. Seeing how effective it is, Lin Zicheng hands her the bottle. He explains the pills don't do much for him, so she should take the remaining 8, advising her to take only 1 per day. Shen Qinghan happily agrees. The next morning, at the Tianrenj Research Institute, Lin Zicheng greets Song Yuyuan. She is in the middle of a workout and playfully calls him the new king. While stretching, Yuyuan asks him to confirm what she heard from the dean. She asks if his biological level is truly ordinary tier 6, and if he has mastered muscle tempering. Lin Zicheng confirms the story he fabricated, for the dean is true. Hearing his confirmation, Yuyuan is overcome with excitement and rushes toward him. She exclaims that he is an absolute genius, and declares that with his membership, Tianrenj will shock the world. As she rushes him, Lin Zicheng agrees they will work hard together. Lin Zicheng is busy studying in the Research Institute. He realizes Lu Chuanwu and Yuyuan have failed to decipher the aperture opening chapter of the blood tempering art, so he decides he must find the answers in the original text himself. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, he finds researching such complex matters is easy for him. His study session is interrupted by Yuyuan, who informs him that people from the student council are waiting at the door. She deduces they want to recruit him after his outstanding performance. Lin Zicheng immediately dismisses the idea, stating he is not interested. However, Yuyuan adds that student council members receive monthly credit subsidies. Hearing about money, Lin Zicheng's demeanor instantly changes, and he is suddenly very interested. Lin Zicheng goes outside to meet the visitor. It is Zhou Hong, the president of the student council, who extends his hand in greeting. They shake hands, and Zhou Hong explains that he has come to invite Lin Zicheng to join, offering to groom him as a candidate to become the future president. Zhou Hong elaborates on the benefits, painting a picture of wealth and luxury. He explains that besides special meals and the power to participate in school decisions, members enjoy monthly credit subsidies. Motivated by the rewards, Lin Zicheng smiles and agrees immediately. However, Zhou Hong stops him, stating there is one condition. Zhou Hong demands that Lin Zicheng must give up the path of the pure-blooded human and choose gene fusion instead. Lin Zicheng looks confused and asks why. Zhou Hong arrogantly explains that the student council only accepts future geniuses. He declares the pureblood path has no future, calling Dean Lu Chuanwu and Yu Yen failures. He warns that without gene fusion, even Lin Zicheng's talent will fade into mediocrity. Lin Zicheng asks Zhou Hong, the president of the student council, if joining their organization requires gene fusion. After Zhou Hong confirms it does, Lin Zicheng calmly says he will not be joining and turns his back, surprising them. Internally, he weighs the student council's benefits against what he gets from Tianren Ge. Behind him, student council members mock his decision, questioning if the new king is wrong in the head for insisting on the pureblood path and predicting he will regret it. Lin tells Zhou Hong it was a waste of time as Tianren-ji's brainwashing is effective. Zhou Hong dismisses Lin Zicheng as a genius with no future, which he considers trash, and tells his group they will recruit other talented people. Later at the Tianren-ge Research Institute, an enraged Yu Yen slams her fists on a desk, complaining to Lin Zicheng about the student council's hopeless mindset. Her conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Dean Lu Chuanwu, who looks utterly exhausted. Yu Yen sarcastically praises him for his sacrifice for the pureblood cause, including working day and night and selling his body for investments. Annoyed, Lu Chuanwu asks if she must always include that last part. He then warns Lin Zicheng that women are a roadblock on the path of evolution and he should avoid them. Sitting in his office, Lu Chuanwu informs Lin Zicheng that the university provides housing for the families of geniuses. He offers to arrange jobs for Lin Zicheng's parents and asks if he wants to bring them to the city. Lin Zicheng says he will discuss it with his parents over the weekend. Finally, Lu Chuanwu tells Lin Zicheng he has granted him early access to school missions, meaning that with his current strength, there's no need to wait until next semester. Yu Yen explains to Lin Zicheng that she takes off-campus missions weekly for school credits. She suggests he could join her in the future to gain experience, and offers to take him on an aberrant beast extermination mission. Lin Zicheng politely thanks her. Deciding to explore his options, Lin Zicheng checks the school's app for missions. He finds the school-published tasks are minor chores for only 1 or 2 credits each. He then browses student-published missions and finds a peculiar request for a female gene fuser training partner with beast ears and long legs for 5 credits a month. Amused, he checks the off-campus missions instead. He finds the off-campus missions are numerous and offer higher rewards. One is to capture robbers for 30 credits, and another is to hunt a powerful aberrant beast for 200 credits, though both are far away. As he scrolls, a particular mission catches his eye. It is to capture a shadow cat girl, an out-of-control gene fuser at ordinary Tier 6 who has been killing men in the city's red light district. The reward is 50 credits, and he promptly accepts it. Yu Yen leans in close, startling Lin Zicheng. She asks if he accepted the cat girl mission and offers to join him. Surprised, he asks how she knew. Yu Yen explains the mission details page shows who has accepted the task. Checking his phone, Lin Zicheng is surprised to see 28 people have already accepted it, including 26 seniors and 1 other freshman Ma Weiwei. He finds it odd she would take this mission at only ordinary Tier 5 and assumes she has a helper. Telling Yu Yen it's getting late, Lin Zicheng announces he is heading home for lunch and waves goodbye. As Lin Zicheng walks through campus, he feels he is being followed. His danger perception activates, and he senses a hostile presence at ordinary Tier 7. Suddenly, a muscular guy in a blue tracksuit emerges and calls out his name. The guy confronts Lin Zicheng, angrily accusing him of targeting Ma Weiwei. He furiously lists Lin Zicheng's offenses, from slapping her during the trial to now competing with her for a mission, and questions if Dean Lu Chuanwu put him up to it. The guy continues his tirade, challenging Lin Zicheng to a fight and calling him a bully. Lin Zicheng looks on, annoyed. He asks if Ma Weiwei or her father sent him, but the guy insists he came on his own. When the guy repeats his challenge, Lin Zicheng simply asks, "So what?" Knowing he's dealing with a foolish simp, Lin Zicheng turns to walk away, but the guy grabs his sleeve, yelling at him to stay put. Fed up, Lin Zicheng turns and swiftly punches him in the face. The muscular guy is knocked unconscious. Looking over him, Lin Zicheng thinks to himself if he is satisfied now. Lin Zicheng arrives back at the apartment. From the kitchen, Shun Qinghan welcomes him home and says dinner is ready. She mentions that the 10 pounds of life and death toad meat he ordered were delivered. He takes the bag from the fridge, thinking he initially wanted to buy more to unlock the codex, but decided against it to avoid attention. He places his hands over the package and a surge of blue energy flows from it as a system notification confirms he has devoured a large amount of the toad's life essence, bringing his codex progress to 10%. Later, a confused Shin Qinghan finds Lin Zicheng putting the now spoiled-looking meat in a garbage bag. He explains it has gone bad. She finds this strange, as it looked fresh on delivery. He clarifies that he has already absorbed all its essence, which causes it to spoil rapidly. Shin Qinghan is surprised and asks if this is his superpower. He confirms it is, explaining he can absorb the essence from aberrant beasts to gain some of their abilities. She is shocked, exclaiming she finally understands why he chose the pure-blood path. With such a power, he doesn't need gene fusion. While eating dinner, Lin Zicheng brings up the dean's offer of housing and jobs for their parents. Shin Qinghan is thrilled, and they agree to visit their families over the weekend. During the meal, she mentions an interesting duel between peak-ranking students at the gym that afternoon. She suggests they go watch it, and Lin Zicheng agrees. At the university gym, a large crowd has gathered. Lin Zicheng notes that in addition to students and faculty, representatives from the Mechanical God group are also there. Shin Qinghan excitedly points to a woman in a large white cyborg suit in the VIP section, the famous mechanical genius girl they've seen online. In the center of the arena, two fighters face each other, a muscular bull-like gene fuser and a sleek cyborg. Shin Qinghan asks Lin Zicheng who he thinks is more powerful between the Kyoto genius and the mechanical genius girl. He replies they should get a good idea from this duel. He clarifies that if the 8th-ranked Evolution Academy student wins, the Kyoto genius is stronger, but if the 9th-ranked cyborg wins, the mechanical genius girl is more powerful. With an announcement, the duel begins. The cyborg immediately takes to the air with mechanical wings. From above, the cyborg unleashes a massive barrage of missiles, which rain down on the bull-like opponent below. The bull-like gene fuser is overwhelmed by the relentless missile attack, trying to shield himself from the explosions tearing up the stage. After the barrage, the cyborg lands. The bruised gene fuser sees an opportunity for close-quarters combat. Both fighters charge forward at incredible speed, meeting in the center of the arena. The cyborg easily blocks the gene fuser's punch and delivers a devastating counterpunch to his face. The blow sends the gene fuser flying, and he crashes to the ground, defeated. The cyborg raises its fist in victory as the crowd erupts. Meanwhile, in a private office, Mo Dongji archives a video report from a subordinate. She informs her that source site 0.36 has been quiet for months, and they are unsure if the enemy has abandoned it or is plotting something big. Mo Dongji asks for an update on Luo Qianshu. Her assistant reports that Qian Shui is adapting well, growing incredibly fast, and is close to evolving to advanced Tier 2. Curious, the assistant asks about Luo Qianshu's origins, noting her special constitution doesn't seem human. Mo Dongji sternly cuts her off, warning her not to ask questions that don't concern her. After the assistant apologizes, Mo Dongji dismisses her to watch a student duel. Switching her monitor feed, she watches the end of the fight. She thinks that with the cyborg's upper hand, the Mechanical God group is more powerful than she imagined. She concludes that mechanical modification has a greater advantage in adaptability, though she seems to have reservations. Mo Dongji acknowledges a major limitation. No matter how powerful, cyborgs cannot enter the source site, as all electronic and mechanical devices malfunction there. Turning off her monitor, she concludes that in such an environment, even the strongest cyborg would become useless scrap metal. Sometime later, Lin Zicheng and Shin Qinghan return from a weekend trip home with their parents. Two families enjoy a celebratory dinner. During their visit, they discuss the university's housing offer for their parents, and both families happily agreed. With that settled, Lin Zicheng focuses on his next mission, capturing the cat girl in the city's neon-lit red light district. Walking disguised through the crowded streets, he reviews the mission details. The target is an ordinary Tier 6 gene fuser with incredible speed who lures and kills men. The file also notes she is a master of disguise and skilled with drugs. Lin Zicheng understands why the mission remains uncompleted. The large area and her cunning make her hard to track. To begin his search, Lin Zicheng uses his Eye of the Sky and Danger Perception for a wide area scan. As he activates his powers, his eyes glow with golden light behind his sunglasses. The crowd is startled by his strange appearance. Some are unsettled by his eyes, while others comment that he is handsome but has a creepy gaze. As Lin Zicheng stands out, a large muscular man confronts him, demanding to know who he is staring at. Unfazed, Lin Zicheng unleashes his biological pressure, telling the man to get out of his way and sending him flying as the crowd parts in shock. Standing over the unconscious man, Lin Zicheng concludes his search yielded no targets and decides to move on. Just then, he spots some familiar faces. He sees Ma Weiwei with two other students, whom he identifies as ordinary Tier 7 seniors, likely there to assist her. Ma Weiwei and her female companion notice him. The companion points him out, and Ma Weiwei looks away, annoyed. The companion suggests they stay away, and Ma Weiwei agrees, leading her group away. Lin Zicheng is bewildered by their sudden avoidance. Ma Weiwei states that since Lin Zicheng accepted the mission, he must be there for the cat girl. She declares they must find the target first. Their male companion confidently tells them to leave it to him. He boasts he is fused with demon dog genes, giving him a keen sense of smell to find the cat girl before Lin Zicheng. As he concentrates, a pink scent-like aura appears, and he triumphantly announces he has picked up the cat girl's scent. Having locked onto the scent, the demon dog gene fuser points to a bar across the street, declaring the target is inside. Determined to beat Lin Zicheng, Ma Weiwei and her companions rush across the street. Her female senior vows they will capture the cat girl and flaunt their victory. The group enters the crowded bar following the scent trail. Ma Weiwei asks where she is. The demon dog guy points to a woman with glasses on a couch. Ma Weiwei expresses doubt, noting the woman looks like an ordinary college student. Her male companion is certain, explaining her scent is identical to the one on the cat girl's belongings at the public security department. Ma Weiwei concludes the target is a cunning master of disguise. Seeing no reason to hesitate, the female senior declares they should capture her now. The three charge towards the woman. As they close in, she looks up with a sinister grin. She suddenly leaps up, smashes through the glass table, and makes a break for it, with one of them shouting, she's escaping. Ma Weiwei and her companions burst out of the bar, chasing the fleeing cat girl through the crowded streets. As they pursue her, Ma Weiwei worries the cat girl is too fast. The demon dog gene fuser confidently tells her not to worry, as he can track her scent, and she will eventually have to rest. Following the trail, they corner the cat girl in a dead-end alley. The male companion confirms she is there, and urges the others to finish the fight quickly. However, the cat girl turns around with a smug smile, taunting them and asking if they really thought they could catch her if she were trying to run. A menacing red aura surges around her, as she explains that the most skilled hunters often disguise themselves as prey. She undergoes a dramatic transformation, her hands morphing into long, sharp claws, and asks if they don't understand this simple rule. She unleashes an overwhelming wave of biological pressure at the three pursuers. They are shocked to realize her true power level is not ordinary Tier 6, but an incredible ordinary Tier 9. Ma Weiwei and her companions are left in stunned disbelief, realizing the cat girl had been hiding her true strength. In the dark city alley, Ma Weiwei, the demon dog, and their female senior companion are running for their lives. Ma Weiwei yells that the mission is impossible and they have to escape. Behind them, the powerful cat girl watches with a smirk, claws ready, and mockingly asks if they think they can get away. With incredible agility, she leaps up a building, easily getting ahead of them. She lands in the alley, blocking their path and telling them they cannot escape. The cat girl then focuses on the trembling demon dog. She leans in menacingly, telling him she had her eye on him since he entered the bar. Seeing no other way out, Ma Weiwei throws a smoke grenade, which fills the alley with thick purple smoke. She tells her teammates the smoke will dull their enemies' senses, giving them a chance to run. After the smoke's cover, the three manage to escape. Exhausted and shaken, they finally reach a crowded street. The demon dog remarks on the mission's danger, saying the information was wrong and they almost died. The female senior urges Ma Weiwei to call her father, Dean Ma Jinhe, to report the situation so the mission details can be corrected. A terrified Ma Weiwei pulls out her phone and agrees to call him immediately. However, as she's about to call, she has a shocking realization. She remembers Lin Zicheng also accepted the mission. She panics, thinking if he encounters the cat girl, he will surely die without knowing her true power. She declares they must warn him. She can't just watch him die. She checks her contacts but doesn't have his number and decides her only option is to contact Shin Qinghan instead. Back in the empty alley, as the purple smoke fades, the cat girl is annoyed that her cooked duck has flown away. Just as she laments her missed chance, she notices someone else in the alley, Lin Zicheng, standing calmly at the other end. Seeing him, the cat girl is immediately captivated, thinking he's handsome and exactly her type. Believing it's his bad luck, she decides he's her new prey and charges at him, claws extended. Lin Zicheng is unfazed. He notes her power level is an impressive, ordinary tier 9 as he concentrates his energy and rushes to meet her attack. The cat girl is shocked, wondering how he could be faster than her. Before she can react, Lin Zicheng unleashes a powerful glowing punch that connects with her face. The force sends her flying backward, crashing hard into a wall at the end of the alley. Kneeling injured in the rubble, she is amazed by his power. Staring at him, she is completely bewildered, wondering how a young man who isn't a gene fuser could possess such incredible strength. Realizing she is outmatched, the cat girl decides fighting is suicide, and her priority is to escape. She turns and flees, but to her shock, Lin Zicheng easily keeps pace with her, announcing she can now experience his full power. Lin Zicheng leaps and delivers a devastating kick to her head, sending her flying. The blow sends her crashing into another wall, embedding her in the rock. Lin Zicheng presses his attack, unleashing a furious barrage of kicks against her pinned body. He notes that despite multiple hits, she is still alive, though her biological pressure is weakening. Starting to finish her before she recovers, he picks up a large rock. But just as he is about to strike, he looks up, surprised. A massive surge of red energy erupts from the cat girl as her body transforms, her muscles bulging grotesquely. Lin Zicheng realizes with alarm that in a desperate moment, she has unlocked more power and is about to evolve into an advanced creature. The newly transformed and enraged cat girl glares down at him. She thinks how activating her shadow cat genes saved her life and made her stronger, but also increased her beastly nature and vulnerability to genetic backlash. Filled with rage, she furiously demands to know who Lin Zicheng really is. Instead of fighting, Lin Zicheng smiles and casually apologizes, saying he must have mistaken her for someone else. He then turns and walks away, leaving her in shock. She watches him go, her mind racing with fear. She realizes his strength is unknown, his actions are unpredictable, and she has no tricks left. She also knows she is in danger of genetic backlash from her forced transformation. Concluding another attack would kill her, she decides to escape and leaps into the air to flee. As she flies away, she hears a sharp sound and looks down in confusion. A moment later, a metal pipe pierces her forehead, spraying blood and pinning her against the wall. Lin Zicheng grabs a loose pipe and charges forward, stabbing her in the chest. He pulls the bloody weapon out and stabs her repeatedly in the chest and stomach. Mortally wounded, the cat girl slumps against the wall, her biological pressure completely fading. Lin Zicheng casually tosses the bloody pipe aside, thinking that this time, she is definitely dead. With the fight over, Lin Zicheng snaps a photo of the cat girl's corpse, thinking he needs to upload it to the school app to prove he completed the mission. Afterward, he calls the public security department to report the body's location for cleanup. With official tasks done, Lin Zicheng turns to his real goal. He reaches for the body, and as red energy swirls around him, his system confirms he has devoured a large amount of the Shadow Knight cat's life essence, increasing his guidebook progress to 36%. He is surprised by how much progress he made and speculates the genetic backlash she suffered must have concentrated the beast genes in her body. Meanwhile, Ma Weiwei and her companions are walking through the city. Ma Weiwei is on the phone with her father, Dean Ma Jinha, telling him the cat girl mission information was wrong and almost got them killed. She explains the target was not an ordinary tier 6, but a powerful ordinary tier 9, which shocks her father. In his office, Dean Ma Jinha asks his daughter for a detailed report, promising to speak with the mission system director later. Back on the street, the female senior suggests they should hurry back to school to avoid retaliation, but then she suddenly grabs Ma Weiwei's arm. She points to her phone, which shows the mission to capture the cat girl has already been completed by Lin Zicheng. Ma Weiwei is left in complete shock, wondering how a freshman could defeat an ordinary tier 9 creature on his own. After the weekend, Lin Zicheng and Xin Qinghan are walking on the university campus. Lin Zicheng checks his phone and sees a notification that 300 school credits have been deposited into his account. He thinks the reward for the cat girl mission has arrived, but is confused why the amount is so much higher than the original 50 credits. While walking, Lin Zicheng shows Xin Qinghan a notification explaining the increased reward. The message states that due to incorrect information, the cat girl mission was reclassified from ordinary tier 6 to tier 9. The reward was increased from 50 to 200 credits, with an additional 100 as compensation. Shin Qinghan complains that the school's mission system is unreliable and tells Lin Zicheng he is lucky to be so strong. Otherwise, he could have been killed. Lin Zicheng agrees the system is a problem and says he'll be more careful accepting missions. Lin Zicheng tells Shin Qinghan that when suitable missions come up, he will take her with him so she can get used to real combat. Overjoyed, Shin Qinghan exclaims that it's great she can finally go on missions with him. As they continue, Lin Zicheng looks at his phone, deciding to use his new credits to order the 90 gene of life and death toad meat he needs. He thinks that while he was previously worried about attracting attention with a large order, it doesn't seem to be a problem now. He also considers that beast meat is nutritious and will help Shin Qinghan evolve, so he should buy plenty for her too. They arrive at their apartment, and as Shin Qinghan opens the door, Lin Zicheng asks her if there is any particular beast meat she would like. She runs inside excitedly, telling him she will place the order, and he follows her. Once inside, she sits on the couch and begins browsing options on her phone. In the kitchen, Lin Zicheng, now in an apron, listens as Shin Qinghan suggests they buy Tyrant Ashbig carved meat. She explains that for just 1 credit, they can get 6 gene, enough for several days. Lin Zicheng agrees with her practical choice. However, Shin Qinghan tells him not to place the order, insisting she will do it. She happily reminds him she still has the 90 credits he gave her from the freshman competition. Lin Zicheng, who has started cooking noodles, smiles and agrees. He tells her it's fine since they are family, so there is no need to worry about whose credits they are using. While Lin Zicheng and Shin Qinghan are enjoying the noodles, the doorbell rings. Lin Zicheng gets up to answer it. He returns with a large cardboard box, surprised their beast meat delivery arrived so quickly. He opens the box and hands a package of the Tyrant Ashbig carved meat to Shin Qinghan, telling her to put it in the fridge. With that taken care of, Lin Zicheng turns his attention to the 90 pounds of life and death toad meat. Thinking it is time to begin the absorption, he places his hand on the meat. Immediately, a powerful blue energy surges from the box and surrounds him. A system notification confirms he has devoured a large amount of the life and death toad's life source, and that its guidebook is now 100% complete. Lin Zicheng then receives a vision. He sees a massive beetle-like creature, the life and death toad, torn to pieces by a large eagle-like beast. He then witnesses the creature's incredible power as its severed body parts regenerate at incredible speed. The creature becomes whole again, and a new system notification announces he has unlocked the life and death toad guidebook and acquired the new attribute, rapid self-healing. Back in his apartment, Lin Zicheng looks at his new power's description with a shocked expression. The system explains his self-healing ability has been greatly enhanced. As long as he is not killed instantly and has enough energy, he can recover from any severe injury. He is amazed, exclaiming that this new ability is invincible. Eager to test his new power, Lin Zicheng decides to see how effective it is. He bites down hard on his own hand, creating a deep bleeding gash. He watches in amazement as the wound closes and heals completely in just a few seconds. As he washes the blood from his now healed hand, he thinks about the implications. He realizes that with rapid self-healing, as long as he has enough energy and isn't killed instantly, he can essentially revive himself over and over. His thoughts are interrupted when the doorbell rings. He wonders who could be visiting so late. He and Shin Qinghan walk to the door together. He asks if she bought something, but she says she didn't. When they open the door, both are surprised by who is standing outside. It is Ma Weiwei who leans in and apologizes for bothering them so late. Lin Zicheng asks Ma Weiwei what she needs with Shin Qinghan beside him. Ma Weiwei explains she is curious how he completed the difficult Catgirl mission and asks if he would share the details. Lin Zicheng bluntly tells her it is not convenient. Following this, Ma Weiwei turns to leave. Shin Qinghan invites her in for some tea, but Ma Weiwei declines, saying she has other things to do and maybe they can another time. After she leaves, Shin Qinghan tells Lin Zicheng she thinks Ma Weiwei is a good person. She explains that Ma Weiwei was worried and had sent her a message to warn him about the mission's incorrect information. Shin Qinghan suggests they should interact with her more, and Lin Zicheng agrees, adding that since Ma Weiwei lives just downstairs, she is welcome to visit anytime. Later at the Tianrenji Research Institute, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan are talking with Lin Zicheng. Lu Chuanwu says he saw Dean Ma Jinha confront the director of the mission system, and the two got into a heated argument that turned into a physical fight. Song Yuyan speculates it was because of the Catgirl mission's incorrect information. Lu Chuanwu confirms this. explaining that since Ma Jinhe had also accepted the mission, he was furious that the incorrect power level nearly got his daughter killed. Song Yuan adds that the mission listed the cat girl as ordinary tier 6, when her true strength was ordinary tier 9. She then asks Lin Zichen how he, being only an ordinary tier 6, could have completed the mission. Lu Chuanwu playfully asks if he had help from an expert or set some kind of trap. Lin Zichen denies both, stating he defeated her on his own with pure physical strength. This leaves both Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuan stunned, their mouths open in shock as they wonder if he has been hiding his true power. As his mentor is real, Lin Zichen covers his face, looking weary. He thinks that after spending the past few days with them, he has found them to be decent people. He decides to tell them the truth about his abilities, as they could help him research the aperture opening technique. With a forced smile, he begins to explain that his true strength has recently reached ordinary tier 9. Before they can process this, he adds that he has already completed his first full body tempering, and is in his second skin tempering cycle, which shocks them both again. As Lu Chuanwu processes the news, he trembles with emotion. Overcome with joy, he bursts into tears, exclaiming that his long years of dedication have finally been rewarded. He imagines himself and Lin Zichen on a mountaintop, declaring that with his talent, the path of pure-blooded humans will surely succeed, and one day, both their names will be known throughout the world. Back in reality, the Dean is crying. He explains he has spent decades researching the pure blood path, a journey that cost him his family's wealth, and even led his wife and children to leave him, all without progress. He feels that now, with a genius like Lin Zichen, the pure blood path will finally flourish. Lin Zichen, caught off guard, can only wonder why the old Dean is suddenly crying and laughing. Composing himself, Lu Chuanwu places a hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder. He marvels at Lin Zichen's incredible talent, remarking that if not for his lack of source power, he would have suspected him of being a stranger from the source land. The unfamiliar term surprises Lin Zichen. Lu Chuanwu explains his theory. In a world with aberrant beasts, it makes sense that their counterparts, strangers, or gifted individuals also exist. Song Yuan is shocked, saying she has never heard this before. Lin Zichen then asks what source power is. The Dean clarifies that it is a unique energy exclusive to beings from the source land, similar to ki, blood, and spiritual power. Curious, Lin Zichen asks how this power is used. Lu Chuanwu admits he doesn't have a clear answer, as he has only encountered 2 such strangers in his long life. Song Yuan scoffs, accusing him of bluffing and pointing out that since he is stuck at ordinary tier 9, he cannot enter the source land himself. This prompts Lin Zichen to ask if there is a biological level requirement for entry. Lu Chuanwu confirms the standard is high-level being, and anyone below that would be turned to ash. Defensively, Lu Chuanwu clarifies he met the strangers here on Earth, not in the source land. The first was a female disciple he took on decades ago. As he speaks, Lin Zichen has a vision of Luo Qianxiu fighting monsters, leading him to realize that Shun Qinghan's mysterious senior sister must be one of these powerful strangers. Lu Chuanwu continues, stating he met the second stranger in the ancient ruins where they discovered the blood-tempering art. Having shared these secrets, he sternly warns them never to reveal this information. Song Yuan eagerly promises to keep her lips sealed, and Lu Chuanwu says he trusts them. He then gives Lin Zichen a specific warning to keep his true strength a secret to avoid being targeted by dangerous heretics, who are pervasive even within the university. To help with this, he proposes that if Lin Zichen wants to take on missions matching his true power, he should use Song Yuan's account. Since she is also an ordinary tier 9, he can go all out without exposing his rapid progress. Lin Zichen agrees. Intrigued, he asks the Dean if he has any information about the source land. Lu Chuanwu's expression turns grave. He explains everything about the source land is top secret, and even he knows very little. He advises Lin Zichen not to worry about it until he evolves into a high-level being. However, he shares one crucial piece of information. For humans, most creatures from the source land are enemies, and they are constantly trying to invade Earth. Lu Chuanwu explains some powerful individuals believe the creatures want to invade because Earth has something they desire. Their serious conversation is interrupted by the Dean's phone, which plays a cheerful ringtone. He answers with a flirtatious "baby," then tells his students an old friend has invited him to dinner. He rushes out, telling them to contact him if needed. As he leaves, Yuan sarcastically remarks on how hard the Dean is working, assuming he is off to secure more investments. With the Dean gone, Yuan turns to Lin Zichen. She asks how he hides his biological level and tempering progress so effectively that even powerful people were unable to see through his disguise. Lin Zichen apologizes, saying he cannot conveniently explain. Internally, he knows his system's natural camouflage is his trump card and that he cannot reveal it. Yu Yan puts on a pleading expression, trying to coax the secret out of him. She even offers to trade a secret of her own, but Lin Zichen, looking flustered, insists he really cannot tell her. Seeing he will not budge, Yu Yan sighs and gives up. However, her demeanor quickly shifts. With a competitive glint in her eyes, she cracks her knuckles and suggests that since they are both at ordinary Tier 9, they should have a sparring match. Lin Zichen's face lights up with a grin. He agrees, thinking a fight against a peer will be a perfect opportunity to understand his own strength. Yu Yan immediately strikes a fighting pose. She details her own progress. She is in her second skin tempering, has completed her second muscle tempering, and is 1/5 of the way through her second bone tempering. She then tells him to come at her with everything he has. Inside the Tianrenj Research Institute, Song Yuyen and Lin Zichen prepare to spar. Song Yuyen asks if he is ready and tells him to attack first so she can test his power while she defends. She takes a defensive stance, inviting him to strike. Lin Zichen charges forward and delivers a powerful high kick. The impact sends her sliding backward. Internally, she is shocked that despite him supposedly only having completed the first skin tempering, he is strong enough to hurt her, even though she has undergone secondary muscle tempering. She realizes his strength is absurd and fears he will soon surpass her. However, she decides she must show off her seniority while she is still stronger. Coughing in pain, Song Yuyen tries to act tough. She lectures Lin Zichen, claiming she is dissatisfied with his kick because he didn't aim for a vital point, preaching that real combat is about life and death. Lin Zichen, seeing she is hurting, plays along with a deadpan expression and agrees. Recovering her composure, Song Yuyen declares the official exchange will now begin and challenges him to last 5 minutes against her as she charges forward. Lin Zichen accepts and meets her attack. The two engage in a fierce, high-speed battle, exchanging rapid blows. As Lin Zichen unleashes a barrage of punches, Song Yuyen is forced on the defensive. She panics internally, realizing that even at full power, he is matching her blow for blow, and she begins to worry she might lose. The match continues, and Lin Zichen decides it's time to end it. When Song Yuyen throws a punch, he decides to fake his defeat to preserve her dignity. The blow connects, and he throws himself backward, pretending to be overpowered, and crashes to the floor. Song Yuyen helps him up, praising his potential, but internally, she is sweating nervously. She realizes with shock she had to use 90% of her strength just to barely win, and fears that in another year, she will no longer be his match. Changing the subject, Song Yuyen acknowledges that since he has completed the first stage of skin tempering, he can try opening his apertures. She offers to teach him her latest research method on how to do it. They sit cross-legged as she explains the theory. She states that the human body has 366 apertures, and according to the blood tempering art, the easiest to open are the 4 surrounding the heart. Using her instructions, Lin Zichen attempts to use his qi and blood to impact them at a frequency of 10 times per second. However, he snaps his eyes open in frustration, realizing he cannot break through them at all. Seeing his distress, Song Yuyen comforts him, suggesting his physical strength isn't high enough yet, or perhaps her method still needs refinement. The scene shifts to a dark basement in the Liu family ancestral home. Liu Chuanwu stands before a large, ancient bronze coffin. He excitedly reports to the entity inside, Pavilion Master, that he has found a peerless genius who will hopefully open his apertures using the pure-blooded human path. Liu Chuanwu promises that the master will be able to rely on this student's daily delivery of qi and blood to sustain her life, so she won't have to suffer inside the cramped coffin anymore. After a long pause, a weak sound finally emanates from the coffin. Liu Chuanwu looks concerned, realizing it took her that long just to respond, indicating she used up a whole day's energy. As he walks away, he worries the Pavilion Master is getting weaker, and hopes Lin Zichen can evolve into a high-level creature before she falls completely. Lin Zichen arrives at their apartment with groceries, announcing he has returned to cook. Shin Qinghan stops him at the door with a serious expression, saying she has something important to discuss. She explains her master, Mo Dongjie, wants her to undergo gene fusion earlier than expected. Her master has selected the dark blue jellyfish gene, stating it is suitable for her at this stage. Lin Zichen processes this, visualizing the creature. He knows that while the standard dark blue jellyfish is a low-tier beast, the Jellyfish King variant can evolve to a high level. Its advantage is a mental strength that far exceeds other creatures of the same rank. Lin Zichen tells her it sounds like a good plan. However, Shun Qinghan confesses her fear. Her master isn't using a normal gene, but the Jellyfish King gene. She worries her weak body might not withstand the high-level genetic material and could mutate. Hearing this, Lin Zichen is shocked. He realizes a Jellyfish King gene is incredibly rare and expensive. He imagines Mo Dongjie carelessly throwing money around and feels a pang of envy. Pushing it aside, he comforts Shun Qinghan by patting her head. He reassures her that jellyfish-type beasts have a high natural affinity with the human body, and her incredible 21% compatibility score means she can fuse with a high-level beast gene without risk. Shun Qinghan then asks about side effects. Lin Zichen explains the standard consequences: loss of natural reproductive ability and some physical beast characteristics. He reminds her she has already preserved her eggs, so if they want children, they can use those. As they hold hands, he explains that beast traits can usually be hidden if the genes are forced into dormancy. He then tries to cheer her up, noting many beast traits, like cat ears or fox tails, are considered attractive. His words work, and her mood lifts. She looks at him cheerfully, wondering what traits a jellyfish king will give her, and if she'll be more beautiful. She excitedly holds up her phone to show Lin Zichen a picture of the dark blue jellyfish, asking if he thinks it's beautiful. He leans very close, causing her to blush, and replies that while the jellyfish is pretty, it's not nearly as beautiful as she is. The conversation shifts. Shun Qinghan explains her master filmed the video by diving thousands of meters into the deep sea without protective equipment. Lin Zichen estimates that to withstand such pressure, her master's body must be at least at the rare level. Shun Qinghan wonders if she will ever evolve to such a high level herself. Lin Zichen reassures her with confidence, pointing out that with her 21% gene compatibility, reaching the rare or even epic level is within her grasp. Shun Qinghan remains practical, countering that compatibility isn't everything and she will need a vast amount of evolution resources. Hearing her concern, Lin Zichen gives her a thumbs up and makes a firm promise. He tells her not to worry about resources because he will work hard to earn money and provide whatever she needs. Touched by his generosity, she adopts a playful and seductive demeanor. She kneels on the bed, teasing that she must properly please her new, wealthy patron. She picks up 2 pairs of stockings and, blushing, asks which color he prefers. Lin Zichen replies that he likes both. To satisfy him, she puts a black stocking on one leg and a white stocking on the other. Watching her, Lin Zichen thinks that while the combination is a bit strange, he can definitely enjoy it. With Shun Qinghan at her afternoon classes, Lin Zichen decides to skip the Pure Human Research Institute and stay home to train. While pouring water, he checks the latest news on his phone. An article catches his attention. Mysterious, unknown plants have appeared across Shanghai City. The article shows a large, menacing, flower-like plant emerging from a building as citizens watch in shock. The public is being warned to stay away. Lin Zichen instantly recognizes the strange flora, realizing they look identical to plants from the source site in a painting of Shun Qinghan's senior sister, Luo Qianxue. He wonders how they could be on Earth and suspects a new, plant god cult is responsible. Frustrated that another group of heretics has appeared just after the rat god cult was dealt with, he feels motivated to increase his strength. He reflects that after his secondary tempering, his body consumes qi and blood too quickly. He browses the school's online store for pills to help him recover energy faster. He finds blood recovery pills for 1 school credit each. Noting they offer very fast recovery for his level, he buys 100 of them. With recovery supplies sorted, he thinks about his next evolutionary goal. Now that he has unlocked the Life and Death Toads Codex, it's time for a new one. He browses the beast meat section and finds 10,000 poison chimera meat, which costs 20 credits per jin. The description explains the creature isn't poisonous. Instead, it devours poisons, giving it extremely high poison resistance. Lin Zichen speculates that unlocking this creature's codex could grant him a valuable poison resistance attribute. Realizing he has less than 200 credits, he decides to buy just 1 jin to begin unlocking the guidebook. Finally, he reconsiders his failed attempt to open his apertures. He concludes his body isn't strong enough yet. With renewed purpose, he decides to continue his secondary skin tempering. He sits to meditate, and a fiery aura envelopes his body as he resumes training. After 2 hours of intense skin tempering, Lin Zichen's body is enveloped in a fiery aura. The session ends, and he collapses onto the floor, exhausted and drenched in sweat. He realizes his qi and blood are being consumed too quickly, and he must rest. Overcome by extreme hunger and weakness, he stumbles to the refrigerator for food. The doorbell rings. A weak Lin Zichen opens it to find a delivery girl from the school with 2 packages. As he takes the boxes, a wave of dizziness causes him to lose his balance. He stumbles into the delivery girl, causing her to drop the packages. Despite falling, Lin Zichen quickly catches the heavy boxes with one hand before they hit the floor. The worried delivery girl asks if he is alright. After bringing the packages inside, Lin Zichen, still weak, immediately tests the blood recovery pills. He opens a box and pops one of the golden pills into his mouth. The effect is almost instant. His dizziness fades and strength returns to his limbs. He marvels at how effective the pills are. His qi and blood levels surge, and he flexes his arm, feeling completely revitalized. With his strength recovered, Lin Zichen turns to the second package, the 10,000 poison chimera meat. He places his hand on the meat and devours its life essence, his body surrounded by a surge of blue energy. A system notification confirms he has absorbed a trace of the 10,000 poison chimera's life source, and his guidebook progress has reached 1%. Now able to train without long recovery periods, Lin Zichen sits to meditate again. He reflects that with the blood recovery pills, he has greatly reduced his rest time and can train more efficiently. He concludes that using school credits to accelerate his growth is a worthwhile investment. Later, as the sun sets, Lin Zichen is relaxing at home when he hears Shen Qinghan's voice announcing her return. As he gets up to greet her, she playfully says she has brought a guest and challenges him to guess who it is. He opens the door and is surprised to see their friend Chu Rue beside Shen Qinghan. Chu Rue waves cheerfully, and Lin Zichen greets her surprised. As they enter the luxurious apartment, Chu Rue expresses her envy, complaining she has to share a room while they live so nicely. Lin Zichen kindly offers her his single dorm room at the Budo Academy. While he offers her water, Chu Rue politely declines, explaining she enjoys having a roommate so she doesn't feel lonely. However, her friendly demeanor quickly shifts to anger. She announces the real reason for her visit is to complain about how outrageous the other university students are. Sitting on the couch, Chu Rue explains that while geniuses like them are safe, ordinary students are suffering. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan ask her to elaborate. Chu Rue recounts how a senior borrowed her makeup, and another classmate had his valuable blood ginseng stolen. When they reported the incidents to the student council, they were dismissed and told the school operates on survival of the fittest. They were advised to fight back if they were unhappy. Chu Rue complains this is unfair, as freshmen are obviously not as strong as seniors. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan offer their support, telling Chu Rue to let them know if any seniors bother her again, and they will find a solution together. Suddenly the entire apartment shakes violently, and the three jump to their feet, wondering if it's an earthquake. As the shaking subsides, Lin Zichen's danger perception attribute activates, giving him a vague but unsettling premonition, though he notes it isn't particularly strong. The scene shifts to a lavishly decorated room, where a man wearing a red-horned mask speaks with a man in a plague doctor mask, whom he addresses as Lord Divine Envoy. The masked man asks for evolution resources to break through to a higher biological level. In recognition of his performance, the Divine Envoy gifts him a strange, demonic-looking flower. He explains the flower has a strong aphrodisiac effect, and advises him to have a woman nearby when he consumes it. Grateful, the masked man thanks the Divine Envoy and reports that a gifted genius has appeared among the new students at Shanghai University. He mentions a plan to make this genius consume a high-level demon seed to recruit him. However, the Divine Envoy dismisses this, stating the true geniuses are all in the source site. The masked man grows frustrated, knowing he can't reach the geniuses in the source site. The Divine Envoy interrupts, revealing he has received a message from there. They have found a corresponding boundary point and set up biological coordinates. Now someone needs to activate the connection. Announcing he will go immediately, the Divine Envoy's body is engulfed in a purple aura, and he vanishes. Before he disappears, he gives the masked man a final, chilling order. If they fail to make Lin Zichen consume the demon seed within 3 days, he will be replaced. The masked man looks at his watch with a furious expression, vowing to get it done within the 3-day limit. As Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walk on the university campus, She tells him her class is in a different direction and she has to leave. Just as they are about to part, a voice calls Lin Zicheng's name, and they both turn in surprise. Two former high school classmates, Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie, rush toward them, looking distressed. Wang Shuajie explains that a stronger third-year senior is bullying them. Lu Gang adds that since Lin Zicheng is the freshman's new king, the senior would surely back down if he helped. To convince him, Lu Gang offers Lin Zicheng a bag of valuable evolution resources and spirit fruits from his family. Wang Shuajie pleads with him, reminding him they were classmates. Lin Zicheng asks about the senior's power level, and they tell him he is at ordinary tier 6, which Lin Zicheng realizes is no threat to him. He agrees to help and takes the bag, telling them to meet him at the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30 that afternoon. Overjoyed, Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie promise to help him in the future. They thank him and leave, saying they will see him later. Once they are gone, a curious Shin Qinghan urges Lin Zicheng to open the bag so they can see the spirit fruits, admitting she has never tried one. Lin Zicheng holds the bag of spirit fruits out to Shin Qinghan, suggesting she take one. After picking a small one, Shin Qinghan examines it with a disgusted expression, telling Lin Zicheng it looks gross and asking if it might be rotten. Taking the fruit to inspect it, Lin Zicheng wonders aloud if it has gone bad. As he examines the small, seed-like object, his danger perception ability suddenly activates, shocking him. Realizing the danger, Lin Zicheng quickly gets in front of the departing Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie, startling them by shouting for them to stop. He then urgently tells Shin Qinghan to contact her master, Mo Dongjie, and ask her to come at once. Shin Qinghan agrees and runs to make the call. A moment later, Mo Dongjie gracefully descends from the sky, asking what has happened. Lin Zicheng holds up the strange red seed and explains that Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie gave him a bag of what they claimed were spirit fruits. But he found these suspicious seeds inside and suspects they are connected to the plant god cult, causing the two former classmates to tremble. Mo Dongjie recognizes the object immediately, explaining it is a seed from a strange tree that controls anyone who eats it. She states this is a common method the plant god cult uses to recruit members. Lin Zicheng is horrified, wondering if Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie were already under the cult's control. As Mo Dongjie uses her power to lift the two into the air, they cry out that they were forced to do it. Mo Dongjie tells Lin Zicheng she will take them for questioning and inform him of the results. As they are carried away, Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie are terrified to find they can no longer speak. As she flies away, Mo Dongjie leaves Lin Zicheng with a stern warning, telling him the heretics are everywhere and he cannot fully trust even his teachers or school leaders, so he must remain vigilant. Shin Qinghan looks on in awe as her master flies away, remarking how amazing it is that Mo Dongjie's mental power lets her fly. Lin Zicheng agrees it would be nice. Shin Qinghan's admiration turns to anger as she exclaims how awful Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie are for trying to harm Lin Zicheng. Lin Zicheng agrees they will need to be more careful and throws the contaminated spirit fruits into a recycling bin. The next day, the investigation confirms Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie are members of the plant god cult. They were forced to eat a demon seed by a safety officer during their high school entrance exam. As a result, both are expelled from the university and will face criminal charges, ruining their lives. Sometime later, Lin Zicheng and Shin Qinghan are with their parents, who have moved into university housing. During this time, Lin Zicheng has been training diligently. With the help of blood recovery pills, he has completed his second round of skin tempering and made 40% progress on his secondary muscle tempering. The day arrives for Shin Qinghan's gene fusion. She and Lin Zicheng go to Mo Dongjie's office, where Shin Qinghan nervously admits she asked him to come for support. Mo Dongjie explains that since the dark blue jellyfish is a water attribute beast, the fusion will be easier the more water she has in her body. She hands her a large glass of water and tells her to start drinking. Shin Qinghan struggles to drink glass after glass as her master urges her to drink more. Finally, with her stomach completely bloated, Shin Qinghan complains she can't drink anymore. Mo Dongjie says that's fine and instructs her to take off her clothes and lie on the examination bed. Mo Dongjie holds up a syringe, explaining it contains the dark blue jellyfish king gene and must be injected directly into the heart. She reassures her, promising to use her mental power to numb her pain nerves so she won't feel the injection. As Shin Qinghan lies nervously on the bed, Mo Dongjie warns her the gene fusion itself will still be incredibly painful and tells her to scream if she can't bear it. Shin Qinghan confirms she understands, and Mo Dongjie injects the gene into her chest. As Lin Zicheng watches, he notes that while the fusion process typically requires precise monitoring instruments, Mo Dongjie's immense mental power makes them unnecessary. After the injection, Mo Dongjie informs Shin Qinghan that the gene fusion has begun and intense pain will soon follow. She tells her to be mentally prepared, and a blushing Shin Qinghan nervously agrees. However, 2 minutes later, a confused Shin Qinghan sits up, asking why she doesn't feel anything. A concerned Lin Zicheng asks Mo Dongjie if there is a problem. Mo Dongjie is completely surprised, wondering how this could be possible. Shin Qinghan is left in shock, fearing her gene fusion has failed. Mo Dongjie explains to a worried Lin Zicheng and Shin Qinghan that the gene fusion has failed, as Shin Qinghan could not fuse with the dark blue jellyfish king gene. However, she adds that it isn't a complete failure either, which confuses them. Mo Dongjie clarifies the normal process. As long as there is no severe rejection when the beast gene is injected, it is a success. With the help of drugs, the host's genes fuse with the beast genes, allowing the person to gain new abilities. In Shin Qinghan's case, while there was no rejection, the fusion process never started. A serious Lin Zicheng asks for a more specific explanation. Mo Dongjie explains what her mental power sees. It seems Shin Qinghan's own genes have their own consciousness. They have surrounded the invading jellyfish king genes, trapping them and restricting their freedom. She states that when some jellyfish king genes tried to forcibly fuse, Shin Qinghan's genes immediately destroyed them, breaking them into fragments and absorbing them as nutrients. Now, the remaining jellyfish king genes are completely imprisoned, a situation Mo Dongjie has never seen before. Suddenly, Shin Qinghan exclaims in surprise, pointing out that her hair is changing from purple to blue. This shocks both Lin Zicheng and Mo Dongjie. Mo Dongjie recognizes this as a trait of the jellyfish king gene and wonders how it can be expressed if the fusion failed. Lin Zicheng asks Shin Qinghan if she feels anything different in her body. With her hair now blue, Shin Qinghan closes her eyes and says she can feel a new presence inside her, one she thinks she can control. Mo Dongjie finds this perplexing, thinking that sensing and controlling the genes is the definition of a successful fusion. Wondering if she missed something, she leans close to Shin Qinghan, using her mental power to investigate again. She tells Shin Qinghan the new presence is the jellyfish king gene and instructs her to use her mental power to control it and force it into a dormant state. Shin Qinghan nods. She closes her eyes and concentrates, saying she will try. As she focuses, her hair begins to revert from blue back to its original purple. Mo Dongjie then tells her to try expressing the gene again, and Shin Qinghan agrees. In an instant, a powerful blue aura surrounds her, and her hair turns a brilliant blue once more. Mo Dongjie is internally stunned, realizing that renowned geniuses Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei took half a month to master making their beast genes dormant or expressed. Yet Shin Qinghan learned it in a moment. A confused Lin Zicheng steps closer, asking what is happening with Shin Qinghan. Mo Dongjie turns to them and says she has good and bad news, asking which they want to hear first. After a moment, Shin Qinghan says they will hear the bad news first. Mo Dongjie explains that the bad news is that Shin Qinghan may never become a gene fuser, which shocks the girl. However, the good news, she continues with a confident smile, is that Shin Qinghan is something more advanced and powerful. She can do everything a gene fuser can, and even better, without needing to fuse at all. Mo Dongjie explains that Shin Qinghan's genes can enslave beast genes injected into her body. This means she can use their abilities without actually fusing, allowing her to avoid genetic backlash and remain a pure-blooded human. Mo Dongjie reveals that until now, no pure-blooded human has ever broken through the ordinary biological barrier to evolve. She believes Shin Qinghan has the potential to be the very first pioneer on Earth to achieve this. Amazed, Shin Qinghan asks if she is truly capable of something so incredible. Mo Dongjie reassures her with absolute confidence, stating that if any pure-blooded human is to break that barrier, it will be her. Lin Zicheng listens to Mo Dongjie's praise, feeling a bit left out and wondering if she is looking down on him. Mo Dongjie then explains that even though Shin Qinghan is not a true gene fuser, her powers still come from beast genes. For this reason, Shin Qinghan must still present herself as a gene fuser to the outside world. She sternly warns them that this is a secret they must not tell anyone, not even their parents. Mo Dongjie then tells Shin Qinghan there is still much to learn about her unique gene enslavement ability and instructs her to come to her office every night at 8 o'clock so they can research it together. Shin Ching-han agrees. Half a month later, while Lin Zicheng is meditating in his room, surrounded by a fiery aura, Shin Ching-han calls out that she has good news. He enters the bathroom to find her in a bubble bath, happily swirling streams of water in the air. She excitedly tells him she has learned to control water with her mental power. Lin Zicheng sits on the edge of the tub, remarking that learning so quickly shows her amazing talent. Shin Ching-han boasts she can do something even more impressive, revealing she can now remotely control the qi and blood inside another person's body. She explains that her master said a light touch could cause chaos in an opponent's system, while a strong one could kill them instantly by making their blood vessels explode. Lin Zicheng is surprised and suggests that if she can control another's qi and blood, she should also be able to control her own to temper her body. However, Shin Ching-han looks downcast, explaining her master said her physical talent and qi and blood strength are too weak, so she cannot follow the path of a pure-blooded human. Leaning close to Shin Ching-han, Lin Zicheng tells her she is a special existence, just like him, and they are capable of things ordinary people cannot do. He encourages her to try tempering her body, promising to teach her. Flustered by his closeness, Shin Ching-han blushes, wondering if he is confessing his feelings. Filled with determination, she agrees she is special and declares she will be able to temper her body with her qi and blood. As she speaks, a powerful blue aura swirls around her. For the next while, Lin Zicheng patiently teaches Shin Ching-han how to control her qi and blood to temper her body, with both of them meditating surrounded by fiery auras. After some time, a sweaty but triumphant Shin Ching-han exclaims she has succeeded and mastered the blood-tempering art, looking at her reddened, powerful hands in amazement. Lin Zicheng smiles, pleased and surprised she succeeded on her first try. He reflects on how remarkable her achievement is, noting that while her biological level is only ordinary Tier 2, she learned a technique that should require the strength of someone at ordinary Tier 4. Overjoyed, Shin Ching-han throws her arms around Lin Zicheng, exclaiming that now they are truly a perfect match. She can enslave beast genes, and he can devour beast meat for the same purpose, while both can follow the path of a pure-blooded human. Lin Zicheng agrees, holding her close. In less than half a month of training together, Shin Ching-han completes her first full-skin tempering, and her biological level evolves from ordinary Tier 2 to ordinary Tier 3. Later, as Shin Ching-han sleeps beside him, Lin Zicheng lies awake, thinking it is time for her to experience real combat to temper her mind. He picks up his phone and browses the school's off-campus missions, settling on one to capture 21 armed drug dealers, noting the reward of 50 school credits. At 9 o'clock at night, Lin Zicheng and Shin Ching-han arrive at the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters. A friendly officer with a goatee introduces them to the team, explaining they are students from Shanghai University assisting with a case. He points out that Lin Zicheng is the famous top scorer from Nanjiang province. The other officers recognize him, welcoming him and commenting on his talent and good looks. The friendly officer mentions that his godson is also a freshman in the elite genius class. He tells Lin Zicheng it's a shame he joined Tianrenj, as his talent would have surely gotten him into the genius class with his godson. He advises Lin Zicheng to transfer, but Lin Zicheng is silent. The officer adds that he invited his godson to help with the operation, suggesting he could be a powerful friend to protect them from seniors at school. Just then, a voice announces his arrival. A young man with long, blue-green hair and a confident air leans in the doorway. The other officers are impressed by his presence, commenting on how lucky the officer is to have such a remarkable godson. The officer proudly greets his godson, Xiao Jian, and mentions that he heard he recently evolved to ordinary Tier 5. Xiao Jian replies modestly that his progress is normal. The officer then tells him that 2 other freshmen are on the mission, including a very pretty girl, and offers to introduce them. The godson seems intrigued by the chance to impress her. However, when the officer leads him over for the introduction, the godson is shocked to see Lin Zicheng and Shin Ching-han. His confidence vanishes, replaced by horror as he realizes his chance to show off is ruined. Oblivious to his godson's distress, the officer begins the introduction. Noticing his godson's pale face, the officer asks if he is unwell. Lin Zicheng internally recognizes the young man as Luo Yongjian, the top scorer from Dajiang province, whom he defeated instantly during the freshman trial. Luo Yongjian stammers that it's nothing, he was just surprised to see people he knew. The confused officer asks if he knows them. Luo Yongjin introduces Shun Qinghan as the top scorer from Nanjiang, and Lin Zicheng as the runner-up and the university's new king. Luo Yongjin adds that Lin Zicheng single-handedly defeated the entire genius class during the trial, calling him the strongest in history. An embarrassed Lin Zicheng tells him to be more low-key, and Luo Yongjin agrees. The officer is left completely shocked, realizing he has severely underestimated Lin Zicheng. Later, at 11 o'clock, a convoy of armored vehicles drives through a dark, wooded area toward the drug dealer's den. Inside, the officer hands out bulletproof vests. Lin Zicheng politely refuses the gear. Luo Yongjin also refuses, boasting that mere guns cannot harm him. He thinks that while he may not be the new king, he is still a top scorer and intends to show these ordinary officers the power of a genius student. Soon, the convoy arrives at an abandoned factory. The police team storms the building. Inside, they are spotted by armed men, who shout that the police are there and they need to escape. Realizing that being caught means a death sentence, the criminals fight back, opening fire. As bullets fly, the police and the 3 students dive for cover behind wooden crates. As the firefight continues, Lin Zicheng gets up and charges forward. Panicked that he can't wait any longer, Luo Yongjin bursts from cover and runs into the hail of bullets. To a nearby officer's shock, the bullets simply bounce off his body as he charges forward. Lin Zicheng follows, and the criminals are stunned as their bullets have no effect on him either. Lin Zicheng unleashes a flurry of powerful punches, taking down the criminals one by one and ignoring their pleas to surrender. Seeing their comrades defeated, a desperate criminal throws a grenade, vowing to take Lin Zicheng down with him. The grenade goes off in a massive explosion. Lin Zicheng emerges from the smoke unharmed. Seeing the few remaining criminals trying to flee, he decides this is a good opportunity for Shun Qinghan to practice. He calls out to her, telling her it is her turn. Shun Qinghan steps forward and closes her eyes, concentrating on controlling the qi and blood in their bodies. The fleeing criminals suddenly freeze, their bodies contorting as they scream in confusion. With a final command from Shun Qinghan, all remaining criminals collapse unconscious. With the fight over, an officer reports finding a box of strange seeds inside the factory. The lead officer gathers Lin Zicheng to examine the contents. He confirms they are demon tree seeds and must be related to the plant god cult. The other officer explains that according to the criminals, who were also human traffickers, a mysterious masked person paid them a large sum 2 months ago to spread these seeds. Now that the mission is complete, Lin Zicheng tells the officer that he and his girlfriend will be leaving. The officer offers them a ride back. As they sit in the police car, Lin Zicheng thinks that for safety's sake, it is best to avoid getting involved with dangerous heretic cults. However, his attention is suddenly caught by something on the ground. He notices a rat next to a pile of white powder, holding one of the red seeds. He realizes with a jolt that the rat is planting a demon tree seed and suspects a connection to the rat god cult. According to Shun Qinghan, he urgently tells her to inform her master, Mo Dongjie, that the rat god cult may be colluding with the plant god cult to spread the seeds. A surprised Shun Qinghan agrees. At the same time, Lin Zicheng calls the lead officer to report his findings, thinking matters involving heretics are best left to the public security team. Time passes. Half a month later, Shun Qinghan is on a mission capturing armed smugglers, while 3 days after that, Lin Zicheng and Song Yuyan team up to fight robbers in advanced mechanical suits. As their first semester at university ends, life goes on. In their apartment, Lin Zicheng sits on the bed, realizing he has completed the second stage of his body tempering. Just then, Shun Qinghan, who now has blue hair, hugs him from behind, excitedly announcing she has completed her first stage of body tempering. Lin Zicheng is surprised she did it so quickly. Shun Qinghan praises him, noting that her own talent is extraordinary, but asks why she only reached ordinary Tier 6, when he said she should reach Tier 9. Lin Zicheng theorizes, it's because her innate physical talent is weak. Even though her control of qi and blood is strong, the physical enhancement she gets is limited. Dejected, Shun Qinghan cries, worried she will never catch up to him. Lin Zicheng is taken aback. It would be strange if she could catch up, given his special system. Later, at the Research Institute, both Lin Zicheng and Song Yuyan are frustrated with their studies. Lin Zicheng wonders aloud how to open his body's apertures. To cheer him up, Song Yuyan offers some gossip about the messy private lives of the university's leaders. Lin Zicheng then asks Song Yuyan how many school credits he has. She informs him that by using her account to complete high-level missions, He has earned 2,400 credits. A satisfied smile appears on Lin Zicheng's face. He calculates that he has enough to buy the 99 gene of 10,000 poison chimera meat required to unlock its guidebook. He asks Song Yuyan to help him place the order. She is curious why he needs so much, but he simply says it is not convenient to explain. Respecting his privacy, she places the order for him. The meat is delivered to the research institute, but for safety, Lin Zicheng takes the large box back to his apartment to begin the absorption. He places his hand on the meat, and a powerful blue energy surges around him. His system confirms he has devoured a large amount of the 10,000 poison chimera's life essence, bringing the guidebook's progress to 100%. A spectral image of the fearsome beast appears behind him, as a system notification announces he has acquired the new biological attribute, immunity to 100 poisons, greatly increasing his resistance to all toxins. To test it, Lin Zicheng injects his arm with a paralyzing neurotoxin. 2 hours later, he flexes his muscle, completely unaffected. He concludes with satisfaction that the immunity had completely neutralized the neurotoxin. Soon after, Lin Zicheng accompanies Shen Qinghan to a medical building for her second gene injection with her master. Inside a sterile room, Shen Qinghan lies on an examination table. Mo Dongjie explains that before injecting a second gene, she must first examine the status of the Jellyfish King gene within her. However, as she places her hand on Shen Qinghan's chest, Mo Dongjie's expression turns to utter shock. She asks in disbelief how Shen Qinghan's biological level could have evolved so rapidly from ordinary Tier 2 to ordinary Tier 6. A shy Shen Qinghan explains to her master that she has been practicing the blood tempering art and completed her first full body tempering a few days ago. Mo Dongjie is amazed and asks how she achieved this. Shen Qinghan explains she used the water control ability from the Jellyfish King gene to help manipulate her own qi and blood. Overcome with pride, Mo Dongjie caresses Shen Qinghan's shoulder. She calls her a true genius and predicts she will become one of humanity's strongest fighters. With this, Mo Dongjie decides to test her student's limits. She holds up 5 syringes with different aberrant beast genes, explaining she will inject all of them to see the limits of the genes Shen Qinghan can enslave. The 5 genes represent the 5 core elements. Mo Dongjie informs Shen Qinghan she is starting the injections, and she quietly agrees. Mo Dongjie watches in surprise as Shen Qinghan's own genes immediately attack and destroy the first injected gene, the Earth Attribute Armored Earth Dragon. She realizes the next 3 injections, representing fire, wood, and metal, all suffer the same fate, being completely destroyed by Shen Qinghan's dominant genes. Mo Dongjie concludes that only the final gene, the Water Attribute Life and Death Toad, managed to survive. Shen Qinghan's genes successfully enslaved it, and she excitedly demonstrates her new ability to Lin Zicheng. Mo Dongjie theorizes that Shen Qinghan can only enslave water attribute genes. To confirm this, she injects her with 3 more different types of water attribute genes. After the procedure, Mo Dongjie asks her student how she feels. Shen Qinghan complains that she feels uncomfortable, as if she has eaten too much. Mo Dongjie realizes the 3 new genes were also destroyed and absorbed. She concludes that, for now, Shen Qinghan can only enslave 2 types of aberrant beast genes. When she helps Shen Qinghan sit up, Mo Dongjie explains her theory for this. She suggests Shen Qinghan's physical or mental strength is not yet strong enough to enslave more than 2 genes. She reassures her that as her strength increases, she will be able to enslave more. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan's face lights up with joy, and she declares she will work hard on her training. Mo Dongjie then explains the new abilities Shen Qinghan has gained from the Life and Death Toad gene, which allows her to secrete a special mucus with powerful healing and lubricating effects. With a suggestive tone, she adds that if they ever need it in the future, they can use it. This remark causes both Lin Zicheng and Shen Qinghan to blush. Changing the subject, Mo Dongjie makes an important announcement. She informs them that this year's freshman competition has been moved up to the middle of January. She tells Shen Qinghan she is looking forward to her performance and hopes she will place in the top 5, which would grant her a spot in a special winter training camp. Shen Qinghan accepts the challenge, promising to do her best. Lin Zicheng, who has been listening quietly, looks surprised by this news. Later, in Lin Zicheng's apartment, a meal is on the dining table. Chu Rui arrives, playfully announcing she's come to bother them again. Shen Qinghan tells her not to say that, and to visit more often while Lin Zicheng welcomes her in. Shun Qinghan notices Chu Rue's many shopping bags and asks why she has so much. Chu Rue explains that her family's clothing store got a new shipment, and she found several couples' outfits she thought would suit them perfectly, bringing them as a gift. She hands a bag to Lin Ziqin, saying she has already washed the clothes and that they should try them on. Moments later, Lin Zexin and Shun Qinghan are modeling the first outfit. Chu Rue asks them to pose for a picture, cheekily remarking she could use their photos as models for her online store. Lin Zexin playfully realizes her plan, while Shun Qinghan smiles for the camera. They then change into a second, cooler black outfit, and Chu Rue exclaims this set looks even better. After trying on a third matching set, Chu Rue declares that any couple would want to buy them. With the fashion show over, Lin Ziqin calls them to the dining table, reminding them to eat before the food gets cold, and the girls happily agree. As they eat, Shun Qinghan tells Lin Ziqin that on their way back, she and Chu Rue encountered a mean senior. She explains the senior, relying on her superior strength, tried to snatch their bags, likely only backing off because another student recognized her as Lin Ziqin's girlfriend. A weary Chu Rue chimes in, explaining this as the same senior who had previously borrowed her makeup and never returned it. She clarifies the senior was targeting her, and Shun Qinghan was unfortunately dragged into it. Shun Qinghan insists this is outrageous, and that they must seek justice after their meal. Chu Rue is hesitant, pointing out the bully is on the student council, and her boyfriend is also an official there, making her someone they can't afford to offend. However, Shun Qinghan is encouraged by Lin Ziqin, who firmly states he will go with them, leaving Chu Rue to wonder what they have to fear with him on their side. The group knows the second-year students are having their martial arts class in the gym, so they head there. When Lin Ziqin, Shun Qinghan, and Chu Rue arrive, the crowd immediately takes notice, recognizing him as the new King Lin Ziqin, and wondering why he has come. Shun Qinghan points out the bully, a senior with reddish-pink hair named Li Ziki. Lin Ziqin asks her if it is true she borrowed makeup from his friend and hasn't returned it. Li Ziki dismissively replies she will return it when she is done, accusing Chu Rue of being petty. An angry Chu Rue retorts that Li Ziki always takes her brand new makeup and gives back nearly empty products. Li Ziki denies this, and her friend backs her up. As Chu Rue gets more upset, Lin Ziqin steps between them, questioning Li Ziki's reason. He then turns to a nearby teacher and asks for clarification on the school's survival of the fittest rule, wanting to know if it means the strong can trample the weak. The teacher explains the university's dual rules. He clarifies the weak can challenge the strong unconditionally, but the strong must get the weak's consent to initiate a fight. He explains, strength is determined by combat power rankings, or by year level if a student is unranked. Lastly, he adds that to start a challenge, both participants must wager an equal amount of school credits, with the winner taking all. If they can't agree, the default wager is 1 credit. This last rule surprises Li Ziki. A confident smile appears on Lin Ziqin's face as he understands the rule's implications. He states this means he can challenge her unconditionally right now. Li Ziki taunts Lin Ziqin, asking if a boy with a clear physical advantage is really planning to bully a girl like her. Internally, she is nervous, knowing her biological level is only ordinary tier 5 and that she would be no match for him. Seeing through her bluff, Lin Ziqin turns to Shun Qinghan and instructs her to be the one to challenge Li Ziki, which surprises her. Understanding his intention, Shun Qinghan's expression becomes serious, and she agrees. A panicked Chu Rue immediately tries to intervene, warning Lin Ziqin not to fall for the senior's taunts and begging him not to let Shun Qinghan fight. She internally frets, recalling how Shun Qinghan had always been at the bottom of their class with her and thinks sending her to fight now would be sending her to get beaten up. Shun Qinghan calmly places a reassuring hand on her friend's shoulder and tells her not to worry. With a confident look, she declares that she can win. A blushing Chu Rue is moved by her friend's sudden coolness and can only watch in admiration. Shun Qinghan then leaps forward, landing gracefully on the dueling floor. She introduces herself as Shun Qinghan from the first-year genius class and formally challenges Li Ziki from the second-year evolution class 2. Annoyed, Li Ziki wonders where this freshman gets the confidence to win, while the students in the crowd comment on how beautiful and cool Shun Qinghan looks. Dismissing her opponent as just a pretty face, Li Ziki lands on the dueling floor and proposes they make the stakes higher. She confidently wagers 10 school credits. A teacher confirms both parties have agreed. Shun Qinghan accepts the wager, also risking 10 school credits. The two fighters take their stances, confirm they are ready, and the teacher officially starts the match. The moment the fight begins, Shen Qinghan's hair flashes from purple to a brilliant blue as she charges forward with incredible speed. Li Ziki is shocked, exclaiming at how fast her opponent is. Before she can react, Li Ziki suddenly freezes, her body trembling uncontrollably. She wonders what is happening, feeling dizzy and unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qinghan delivers a single, powerful high kick to Li Ziki's face. The force sends the senior flying backward across the gymnasium, crashing hard onto the floor. In the crowd, Chu Rue and the other students are left in utter shock, with Chu Rue wondering aloud when her friend became so powerful. Li Ziki's friend cries out her name in concern. She rushes to the side of the unconscious Li Ziki and makes a frantic phone call to a man named Jin Mingyu, telling him his girlfriend has been kicked and might have a concussion and that he needs to come to the gym immediately. The person on the other end confirms he is on his way. Holding her defeated friend, the girl glares at Shen Qinghan's group, furiously telling them they are in big trouble now.